Die Sitzung ist eröffnet. Guten Morgen.
The sitting is open. Good morning, everyone. In relationship to several committees, according to Rule 71, announced at the opening of the session on Monday, I have received no request for a vote in the Parliament by members or a political group reaching at least the median threshold. So the committees may therefore start the negotiations. Now, we are going to have the conclusions of the European Council from the 29th to 30th of June, in particular, recent developments in the war against Ukraine and in Russia. The speakers list begins with Mr. Weber for 5 minutes.
Sehr geehrter Herr Präsident, liebe Kolleginnen und Kollegen,
President, dear colleagues, representatives from the Commission, we've had an intensive week, and I think everything's been said about the summit itself, and I'd like to take this opportunity to say some more general things about politics. And, for example, first of all, the way we deal with one another as Democrats. We had the nature restoration law, and we had all sorts of funny videos with Santa Claus, and that's fine and well. But there was a tweet claiming that Peter Liese was a climate change denier. Well, this is the biggest climate law in Europe, and without Peter Liese, this whole law would be impossible. I think we cannot engage in defamatory remarks, and if we continue to do this, we will lose people's trust. We had Greta Thunberg in the House, and I think young people were also outside the door. We had 9.1 million farmers who have arguments. Now, are they fake news? Are they lobbyists? Is it only the scientists who have the right arguments? Well, it's true that science is the basis for our policies, but the arguments from farmers also are valid. Politics is not about hurling insults. It's about taking reasoned decisions. And on the Commission's behaviour, there was a proposal to implement Montreal, and that was the Commission's task to do this. But Frans Timmermans said that there would be no new proposal should we reject today at noon. The European Parliament watches and holds the Commission to account, not the other way around. And so if a majority were to speak today, then it would be up to the Commission to come up with a new proposal. It's not right. It's absolutely wrong to have this take it or leave it approach from the Commission. And the chair of the Environment Committee said the results would be meaningless. We all know the European Parliament. We know that the plenary decides. The EPP will be split and divided today in the vote. The Socialists will also will be holding one line. The Greens will hold a single line. Is that more democratic? If Canfin says that there's going to be a meaningless result in the committee, then we're destroying democratic procedures. Such statements are dangerous, in my opinion. And then the accusations of populism. Anyone who doesn't support the proposal is branded a Trumpist. The Belgian, Dutch governments are all Trumpists. And I think we should give each other more respect, and we should listen to one another. And even sending back a proposal is a serious process that needs to be taken seriously. Now, with regard to supposed closeness to far-right radicals, well, of the EPP. Well, not in Czechia. We've got Babiš still sitting there close to Orban. And if you look at the EPP stance against Fico, and which still remains a member of the Socialist Party. The AFD members and PIS are enemies of the EPP. And let's not engage in this kind of divisive rhetoric. And then there's the lies that were spread in the debate itself on migration. What can I say here is that when we heard statements about building fences in the tallest fence that exists is in Ceuta and Melilla. Sanchez didn't demolish it. We've got fences being erected between Finland and Russia, and in Denmark, a democratic country, we've got a system that returns migrants from Africa and elsewhere. Now, these are the realities that we face. Let's be honest when we discuss this. The EPP does support the Montreal objectives, but we believe that the law as tabled is not a sound one. It's not a good one. We take young people seriously. We also take farmers seriously in the EPP, and the EPP would like a new proposal to be tabled, and one that can be concluded in this parliamentary term. And the EPP would like a moratorium, just as Mr. Macron and others have called for. We have been pursuing ambitious climate policy, but we are paying a price in terms of our economies. We feel confident that we can maintain trust and confidence of people. We've been making major gains in the EPP, and we want to stay together and say no to radicalism and ideologic stances. Thank you.
Vielen Dank, Herr Kollege Weber. Es spricht.
Thank you very much. Next is Mrs. Bishop for 1 minute.
Danke, Herr Vorsitzender.
Thank you very much, President. I wanted to speak to a different topic, but I have to do the following. I remember very much from The Magic Apprentice from Goethe, you have left, your people have left the table without a compromise. And I think it is right that we have to think on this together and reflect on this, because this Parliament lives from working together on compromises and then making proposals for the citizens. And you have the fake news, your videos, all of that. I don't think it's good for the Parliament. And I think we should really go back to serious work, expert analysis, and really look at content and what kind of compromises can be found. Let me emphasize the following, that this is not working then if you just appeal to the common good, but then don't react and change one's own behavior. And that's with migration. This is too important a topic to use fake news and populism. We have to find the best compromises. We have to find the best content, because we have to be able to act, but we also have to respect our values and our human rights. Thank you.
Vielen Dank.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mrs. Bishop. 1.5 minutes for Mrs. Oiseau.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, President. Well, it's the week of disappointment. We've come together this morning to talk about the Council conclusions, and particularly the war in Ukraine. And the EPP President is talking about St. Nicholas. We're here to talk about the Council conclusions, but where's the Council? And then this week, the NATO summit in itself is a huge disappointment. It's not over yet, but we have to recognize that it's disappointed. It should have made good the historic mistake in Bucharest, which opened the door of the alliance to Ukraine, or pushed it ajar, should we say, without offering any security guarantees. Didn't really achieve, because it was if certain people didn't really understand the historic moment that we're living in the alliance. But looking at the hemicycle this morning, they're not the only ones. It doesn't really matter what the final communique from Vilnius is about, because Ukraine will join NATO. It's now just a question of when, not a question of principle. And what's important is what we do, our immediate actions. Ukraine is our ally, the most courageous and the most battle-hardened army in Europe, and it's up to us as Europeans to support it. We're doing that by training Ukrainian soldiers and supplying military equipment. I'm delighted that this week we're adopting the third part of the munitions plan, and that ceiling for the European Peace Facility has been raised. But I would urge us to do much, much more, much faster. Ukraine's victories in our interests as its entry into NATO is too, because they're the only sound guarantees of our stability. So let's do everything we can to support Ukraine, providing with the means, not just for as long as it takes, but for as much as it takes, because peace, stability and security in Europe come at that price, and they're within our grasp. Let's not forget that by keeping the world's second largest army at bay, Ukraine is now the guarantee of our security.
Vielen Dank, Frau Kollegin Lohr.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Loiseau. Just let me say something. The President of the Council is at the summit and hasn't sent a deputy. I wish he could have done to do this at a different time point. However, I wish that those who represented the groups who've made that decision at least recall that there's no doubt about that point of fact. So you have 2 minutes. Thank you very much. I have to say, honestly, I'm a little disappointed, Mr. Weber, because there was a serious debate on this topic. There were shadow meetings. Unfortunately, the EPP left those. On the NRL yesterday, there was a long debate, which we had on this very proposal. Who wasn't there? You weren't there, although you very often were the addressee in this debate about fake news and the position of the EPP. So let us have this debate, but let's talk about it when it is truly on the agenda and when the colleagues are actually there to address what you have said.
Ukraine and what was happening at the Council is of the utmost importance, because the destruction of Ukraine's Kakhovka Dam constitutes a new level of aggression in Putin's criminal war of aggression. This calculated act of terrorism puts thousands of people at risk. The floods that were caused an ecological catastrophe as tons of harmful substances polluted the surrounding area. And the destruction of this dam endanger also the nearby nuclear power plant of Zaporizhzhia. This is a new dimension in which we find ourselves, colleagues. Russia is misusing a civilian dam located near to a nuclear power plant as a weapon of war. And I think that the European Union and the heads of states of the European Union have to be clear and take a clear stance to stop Russia on this deadly path. But also efforts must now focus on Ukraine's reconstruction. We welcome the new facility that has been created for this purpose to mobilize more funds, but we don't need just any money. We need to rebuild Ukraine in a sustainable and renewable way. We need a Green Deal for Ukraine to bring more prosperity to the country after the horrors of war, and a better environment for the people of Ukraine. And one last issue. And I think it has become obvious again at the UCO meeting. We need a coherent and coordinated strategy on China from the heads of states and governments of the European Union. We welcome the clear sentences on the Taiwan Strait, but other than that, the agreement actually lacks clarity on this strategy, which is very urgently needed. So we appeal to the member states. Do what is necessary, act united and act decisively. Thank you very much.
Vielen Dank, Frau Kollegin Reintke.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Reinke. 2.5 minutes for Mr. Procaccini from the ECR.
Grazie, Presidente.
Thank you, President. We welcome the conclusions from the European Council. Not all of them, but some appropriate responses have been given on the front that was most lacking at EU level, in other words, foreign policy. Also on immigration, which is the most divisive issue, and that's why it's linked to the communications from the President of the Council. If governed intelligently and firmly, the migration phenomenon could bring positive developments in our cities. But on the other hand, if passively dealt with, it could have disastrous results. Now, entire civilizations have collapsed because of flows of migration. And we are seeing that the major European cities, their suburbs are going up in flames as a result. Paris, Brussels. But all of this is arriving in the very hearts of the cities as well. The inability to deal with the government flows led to the collapse of the Dutch government a few days ago. Now, we have to follow this with facts, not opinions. Conservatives, xenophobes, well, we can't address those through the use of international mass media. Poland, Hungary, to be clear, are defending their right to exist, already threatened by on their external borders, without taking up in their own homes millions of people fleeing from war. And Giorgia Meloni is quite right in saying that the solution is not relocation between the European member states. Few migrants have a right to asylum, but of those who arrive in Italy or Greece. The correct solution is to stop people leaving Africa, the vast majority of migrants there, who would have to be repatriated because they're not entitled to asylum. That will save lives at sea, not the political activity of interventionist NGOs. We have to stop the possibility of people being traffickers. The traffickers are the major criminals of our time, not drug dealers or arms traffickers. The new agreement on migration is just a first step in this long journey before the EU to address this phenomenon in a way that it's never been done till now. So, if we take the first step today, we have to take the other steps. If not in this Parliament, let's do it in the next. Thank you.
Vielen Dank, Herr Kollege.
Thank you very much. The next speaker for 2.5 minutes, Mr. Zani.
Grazie.
Thank you, President. Well, listening to the three representatives of the major parties in this Parliament, there's a very clear political fact. The majority in these institutions today no longer exists. It's no longer in agreement on the very focal points of Europe, particularly the European model or project we want to see over the next 20 to 30 years. And the Council, particularly the Commission, I think, must take note of that, putting a brake on an ideological approach which will lead to splits and render Europe a poorer, more behind continent which plays less of a leading role at global level. Looking at the actual Council conclusions, yes, it's good that almost a year and a half on from the invasion of Ukraine, member states have confirmed their unconditional support for the people of Ukraine. That didn't go without saying. But we have to do it with pragmatism. We know that as Ukraine approaches the Western institutions, we need a realistic approach for two reasons. In order to not disappoint the Ukrainian people, our Ukrainian friends, and to not show a weak European position vis-à-vis Russia and the other autarkies that are supporting Putin's war. As far as the economy is concerned, it's very important for us to learn from what's happening. The Green Deal, with the approach it's taking now, is not okay. It's not supported by European citizens, and therefore we would need to rethink it pragmatically before we make mistakes that we will later repent. The Chinese government last week, what's happened there, it's a sign of alarm that we've been speaking out against for quite some time now. Well, there has to be efforts to reduce our dependency on Russia, but that doesn't mean we have to leap into an even greater threat, which is that from the Chinese regime. And so it's important that we should get our heads together on that as well and rethink about a green transition which is not unacceptable, which will be the line of Commissioner Timmermans, needs to be pragmatic. Now, the clashes, if I can conclude now, that have come about at council level are another alarm bells for about how we go about solving problems of migration, reducing numbers, reducing people leaving, and reducing the migrant flows. Europe cannot bear on its shoulders the problems of the entire world, because otherwise we have the risk of the entire continent becoming what, unfortunately, we are seeing in the suburbs of French cities. Thank you.
Vielen Dank, Herr Kollege Sani.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Mrs. Demirel for the left.
Thank you, President. Dear colleagues, whether it's the EU summit or a NATO summit, the motto seems to be weapons, 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 long live war. The latest escalation is scatter bombs from the US. We're seeing more tanks coming from Germany, more arms, and the war must go on. And the message to Ukraine is, go to battle, young men, fight for our freedoms too, and if you need us, we will give you arms so that you can cling on in this war for decades if need be, if our interests are at stake. And death, destruction, and suffering, that's the result for the people in Ukraine on the ground. And for Europe, the rich keep getting richer, the middle classes are dwindling, and poverty is on the rise. We're seeing munitions being produced in Europe, and we're hearing that there's going to be a war economy. That means that we're going to also listen to the interests of war. We keep hearing in Europe, if need be, then you can work harder for the war, because ultimately geopolitical interests are at stake. It's not about democracy. It's about big markets, access to markets, and competition, economic, political powers and players in the world playing out their battles. Russia, China, the United States, and the EU. And that's why we're seeing this arms race. And that means that there's going to be no money for social causes, but also insecurity in the world. And that's why we in the left say no to this war. We say we want peace in the world to be defended. And the only way to achieve this is not by rearming, but by going for diplomacy and conflict resolution the world over. Please stop putting geopolitical interests above the lives of people, and real solidarity looks quite different.
Vielen Dank, Frau Kollegin.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Mr. Radeczowski.
Komisarz ze Slovenska, wojenskí strategovia. Všetci chceme poraziť Rusko.
Thank you, President. Well, we all want to beat Russia. We are supplying weapons, but I have two important questions I need to ask. Firstly, when are we going to win? In 1 year, 2 years, 10 years? Putin has said very clearly he will never be beaten. And I believe that the response should be stated clearly in Europe. And the second legitimate question is, what will happen if we don't win? This is of interest to Slovakia and other European countries as well. We need to provide some responses. The countries in Western Europe have their historic dream of beating Russia, but these are wonderful dreams. But be careful, because you may one day wake up. Thank you.
Vielen Dank, Herr Kollege Radeczewski.
Thank you very much. Let me point out that against my first, now we're going to return to the strict speaking times. So 2 minutes for Mr. Muresan.
It only starts.
Apologies. Thank you very much.
It only starts when you begin, please.
Thank you very much, and I know exactly what I want to share with colleagues this morning. The title of our debate is, of course, developments in the war against Ukraine and the developments in the Russian Federation. 500 days since the beginning of the war, we are seeing that the Russian Federation is a threat for the security of all of us in Europe. And now it's time to invest in the security of our member states. And security will not come by itself. We have to invest. We have to support support our member states, we have to spend, and we have to do more wherever possible at European level. And we also have to learn from the mistakes of the past. In the past, we always said we shouldn't provoke the Russian Federation, but now we saw Russia attacked Ukraine in an unprovoked manner. And what provokes Russia is weakness, is not strength. The stronger we are, the better it is for our relation with Russia. And this is also the conclusion since 2014. Had we supported Ukraine more and faster, maybe the invasion could have been prevented. So what we have to do now is support Ukraine immediately with all it needs. Secondly, of course, work on the NATO perspective. And the signs from the Vilnius NATO summit are encouraging, and we saw the political will that as soon as this is possible, Ukraine should become a member state of NATO. I believe this will strengthen NATO, and this will be the best guarantee for the security of Ukraine in the long term. In order to do what we need to do on security, on defense, to be stronger, to better defend ourselves, we need resources, and we also need the right amount of money, including at European level. In 2020, we have decided a 7-year multi-annual financial framework without knowing that Ukraine would be invaded, without knowing how much we will have to do for millions of Ukrainian people here in Europe to provide shelter, security, without knowing that inflation will be so high, that energy prices will be so high. Europe has helped a lot, including through the budget, Ukraine, Moldova, the neighborhood, but also people here within member states. But what we need now is an actualization, a revision of this 7-year multi-annual financial framework. This was not meant for the unexpected developments which we saw with Ukraine, so we need an actualization so that we have money in reserve to respond to unexpected developments in Europe and to support Ukraine in a sustainable, predictable manner until 2027 and beyond that for as much as is needed. Thank you very much.
Vielen Dank.
Thank you, Mr. Muresan. 1 minute for Mr. Morano Sanchez.
Gracias, Presidente.
Thank you, President. Ladies and gentlemen, honourable members, here in this House, once again, we condemn Putin's war of aggression and express our support for the people of Ukraine and their battle for independence. And at the same time, we need this war to end so that we can rebuild Ukraine as soon as possible. Honourable members, this is being played out on the global geopolitical scene as well. And we saw the impact on supply chains. So against this backdrop, we have to build our ties and connections with reliable partners like Canada, the United States, but also Latin America. The CELAC summit, which will be held under the Spanish presidency next week, is just one part of taking that next step towards building stronger partnerships with our partners and trying to make the most of the opportunities that exist in terms of investment. And Latin America is a key partner for the European Union. Let us hope that the Spanish presidency will push forward on the trade agreements with Mexico, Chile and Mercosur.
Moreno Sanchez.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moreno Sanchez. Ms. Wertmann.
Voorzitter, collega's.
Thank you very much, dear colleagues, Commissioner. Now, we say for the year and a half, we were saying the same thing, almost everyone's saying the same thing, that Ukraine may not lose this war. Because who's going to stop Putin, and where is going to Putin stop? If he were to win this war, we really have to implement these sanctions. We have to ensure the reconstruction of Ukraine. We have to speed that up. We have to ensure that the war crimes come to the courts, and we have a very clear mission. We have the legislation in our hands, but 500 million, is that really going to make a difference? This is a very tiny step to support the Ukraine. It's not enough. Today, we have to take big steps. We have to really have a defense union implemented. We need a common army. And we have to give the Ukraine other messages. We can't just say, oh, well, maybe later, maybe next year. No, we have to ensure that the war ends now, and that's our responsibility.
Vielen Dank, Frau Kollegin Woutmans. Es folgt.
Thank you, Ms. Wertmann. For 1 minute, Mr. Lagodinsky has the floor.
Über die Weisheit der
Now, in respect to the wisdom of NATO decisions these days, we may have divergent opinions, but the Ukrainians have realistic expectations. But there are two things that are very clear. It's now our responsibility, the EU's responsibility, to give the Ukrainians what many of them have lost in these days. We have to trigger a process, an accession process, which is seriously and clearly planned. Now, in this Parliament, we've already started a parliamentary process in that direction, and the Council must now follow suit. Secondly, we have to send a clear signal to Putin that Vilnius is not Bucharest. The Vilnius commitments are not the same thing as happened in Bucharest, and there's no encouragement to Putin to just let loose. And we're going to do everything with or without a clear plan for membership of Ukraine. We're going to support that clearly. And a word to the left, stop playing off human rights against international rights.
Es folgt für 2 Minuten Frau Kollegin Sidwo.
Thank you. Ms. Szydło has the floor for 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, President. Ladies and gentlemen, there is nothing more important for Europe and for Europeans as security and a broad understanding of the term. First, of course, the support to Ukraine. We all want the Ukraine to be victorious, to be a member of NATO, to be a member of the EU. This is our goal, because a safe and free Ukraine means also safe and free Europe. But on the other hand, one must ask oneself, why do we have protests in Europe? Why do we have riots in European cities, in Paris and other places in France? Why do we have farmers protesting? They are concerned about their security, their economic security, their future. They don't know what's going to happen. So this is something that we need to talk about as well here in the Parliament, because these are citizens who are concerned about their future due to mistakes that have been made here in the EU. There were conversations about relocations, migrants, illegal migrants. Now we also have problems with huge inflation, with prices that are growing rapidly due to the war on the one hand, but also due to mistakes that were made when the Green Deal or Fit 55 were implemented. And then we need to answer the question if the EU is going in a good direction, because so far the Europeans are not seeing its benefits. So we need to take those protests seriously, and we need to deal with the matters that are interesting the Europeans. And 2 sentences to the representatives of one of the largest groups in the European Parliament that is currently responsible for what is happening. The mistakes in the migration policy, the mistakes that have led to these problems started in Germany. And it would be very good if the EPP stopped being concerned with the elections in Poland and finally started dealing with what needs to be done in Europe, Europe's security. Thank you very much.
Vielen Dank, Frau Kollegin Sidwo. Es folgt für
Thank you. Mr. Gareth has the floor now.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. En refusant la répartition...
President, thank you. With the sanctions that have been imposed on recalcitrant countries, Poland and Hungary have raised their voices, the voice of resistance. And it's an ultimate nightmare for Brussels, which is dreaming of a democracy without people. Countries that have been bold enough to organize a referendum on the subject, as we've been hoping to do with Marine Le Pen in France. Poland and Hungary and their voices as not just the voices of 2 proud nations, but the voice of people, the people of Europe who don't want migratory pressure and don't want to play along to the European Commission's tune. Europe doesn't want to be silenced, doesn't want to be relegated to the role of sidekick, and does not want to be held hostage by an influx of people who don't share our values or our traditions. And the right to speak, the right to borders, the right to identity is at stake. In France, we know about the failure of migration policy without borders and the failure of impossible cohabitation of different peoples on one soil, and the failure of policies where we've seen societies split and broken apart. And the Ministry for the Interior that's being seen in a confrontation rather than cooperation. Entire peoples are turning their backs on the nation. They're spitting on the symbols of a republic. And these riots should be a wake-up call for Europe. And we should have a moratorium on migration. We should have send a clear, visible sign to say that there's going to be a change of direction. We are still just in time. Thank you, Mr. Garro. Ms. Konečná now has the floor for 1 minute.
Děkuji za slovo.
Thank you for the floor. In the conclusions of the Council, we commit ourselves to providing Ukraine with sustained military support for as long as it takes. Instead of buying large quantities of medicines for rare diseases and cancer, the Commission will rather buy large quantities for artillery and ammunition and missiles, with European money, of course. What does our primary law says about using European money for military purposes? There's a total ban. Instead, we will be involved in continuing mutual murdering between two nations. Isn't that absurd? Furthermore, we commit ourselves to ensuring stable, predictable and sustainable financial support for Ukraine in the years to come. There can be no objections to that. But let me ask questions. What is Ukraine's ranking in global corruption rankings? Not a single day goes by without reports on the theft of military or other equipment by Ukrainian oligarchs. Well, we are sending our citizens' money down the drain, and our elites apparently do not care.
Vielen Dank, Frau Kollegin Konečná.
Thank you very much indeed, Mrs. Konečná. And now our colleague Deutsch.
Az Európa nyugati felén divatos multikulturalizmus ideológia.
Yes. Multicultural culture is very popular right now in Western Europe. However, it's all collapsing. In France, we see riots from migrants. We in Hungary, we are defending Europe. We have kept 1 million migrants from crossing our borders. Illegal migrants in Western Europe mean an unbearable burden for these countries. And that means they would wish to send these migrants to Central and Eastern Europe. And now in Brussels, a decision has been made on binding quotas. And they want to ensure that in member states we build migrant ghettos. However, we're not going to do that, regardless what is said in Brussels. We are not going to accept binding quotas, and we don't accept these ghettos and these camps of migrants either.
Deutsch, es folgt für 1,5 Minuten.
Thank you, Mr. Deutsch. Mr. Kovachev is next for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, President, Commissioner, colleagues. The European Union and, of course, NATO should continue with the support for Ukraine, macro-financial, economic support and military support, so that Ukraine can have its territorial integrity and sovereignty. Yes, we would like to have peace, and I turn to those who say that. Yes, we all do want peace, and that is why we have to insist in front of Putin that all military Russian forces should leave the territory of Ukraine so that Ukraine has its integral territory. And then we can be back in the situation before the war was started. And then an appeal to the Commission. Of course, the aggressor has to pay for the reconstruction of Ukraine. And those frozen assets of the Russian Federation should be used, and Canada already has found a way to do so. Perhaps more than 500 billion euro would be needed, and that bill will be even higher in order to restore Ukraine that has been devastated by Russia. Ukraine has to have its sovereign territory restored, and that's the end of the war. Thank you.
Vielen Dank, Herr Kollege Kovacev.
Thank you, Mr. Kovacev. Mr. Pizzula is next.
Hvala, gospodine predsjedatelju.
How we see the role of the Union when facing emerging global threats and challenges. On Ukraine, our commitment continues strong, and we have shown in practice that we stand for Ukraine politically, militarily, and economically. 1 million rounds of artillery ammunition for Ukraine before March 2024 is a welcomed and concrete commitment. Now it's time to take forward the work on Russia frozen assets to be used for the reconstruction of Ukraine. As we follow the summit in Vilnius, it's of crucial importance that we continue to bolster the EU defense capabilities. More money for EPF is a good step, but we need more ambitious leaps. Finally, about enlargement. After the measures adopted against Kosovo, I hope and call for the same effectiveness in the adoption of sanctions against Milorad Dodik for the much more toxic actions he has been taking for years. Thank you.
Vielen Dank, Herr Kollege Pizzula.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Pizzula. Mr. Gitta now has the floor for 1 minute.
Oui, mais un jour.
Yes, but one day. Yes, but later. Yes, but not now. Now, yesterday, NATO, led by the United States, showed itself more reluctant to open its doors to Ukraine than European Union will be. European Union hasn't committed to anything, but just over a year ago, it granted Ukraine candidate country status. And the last council meeting was very clear about the will of the 27 to stand by the side of these people under attack. And there's no doubt that the Union is going to open accession negotiations with Kiev before the end of this year. The EU is right, the US are wrong. Ukraine needed a clearer commitment regarding its vocation to become a member of the Atlantic Alliance. But the United States have been excessively cautious, and that should lead us to accelerate our progress towards common defence, a European pillar of the Atlantic, which, if necessary, will provide us with the means to defend ourselves and to make our own clout felt. Thank you.
Es folgt für eine Minute.
Thank you. Mr. Ruppe is next for 1 minute, please.
Ačiū gerbiamas pirmininkė, gerbiamas komisarė, kolegos. Panašiai kaip ir NATO viršūnių susitikimas.
Commissioner, colleagues, we know there's the NATO summit in Vilnius, and once again the Council has expressed its support for independence and sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine. Member states will support Ukraine and have made pledges of support to the country. But will it be enough? Ukrainians are getting arms from the West, but they've been fighting for more than 500 days. And if it goes on like this, it could last for years. We should supply aid at such a level that would really allow Ukraine to chase the aggressor from its territory. Every time we take insufficient action, it will mean that it's going to cost even more to rebuild Ukraine. And while we are busy talking, Ukrainians are dying on the battlefield. Why are we unable to provide sufficient aid to end this war?
Herrn Kollegen Weimar sehe ich nicht.
Thank you. I cannot see Mr. Weimers, and so I give the floor to Ms. Donato for 1 minute.
Presidente.
Thank you, President. In the conclusions from the European Council, there's a repetition of the military and financial support for Ukraine as long as necessary. But excuse me if I ask you, necessary to obtain what? The end of the war with the unconditional Russian withdrawal and Putin being captured as Zelensky's approach seems. Is it really credible? Does it strike you as being credible? If that happened and the Russian government fell, would Europe be ready for a post-Putin scenario? Libya in Russia, is that what you want? And in that case, we know that the USA and NATO don't want that or wouldn't support it. The risk of Russian atom bombs would end up in the mistaken hands would be too much for Biden. So if that's our aim, do it on your own. Well, congratulations. But if that's not the point, why are we financing and arming ad libitum the Ukrainian government without asking how our money is being spent? I think that a little bit of clarity would be very welcome. Thank you.
Vielen Dank, Frau Kollegin Donato.
Thank you, Ms. Donato. Mr. Halicki is next for 1.5 minutes.
Stop dezinformacji, polityce
Stop fake news, stop politics based on lies, on xenophobia. We need to fight these phenomena and call them by their name. Why am I saying this? Because one hears different descriptions of the conclusions of the summit. In Poland, Prime Minister Morawiecki speaks about the danger of forced relocation. Jarosław Kaczyński suggests a referendum along with the election with one question. Do you agree to forced relocation, and do you support the government's policy? Who doesn't agree with it? Of course, the entire Polish society is unanimous here. We have accepted millions of Ukrainians and also thousands of other migrants. And this may be a challenge, but here we could speak with one voice as politicians, but now we just heard that Europe is at fault for everything, EPP's policy is at fault for everything, and to Madame Szydło, I'd like to say one thing. Your political group was founded by the British Conservatives, who are now no longer with us. They have criticized Europe, they have criticized everything that was European because they thought they were better. Now, the British society is paying a huge price for this. Do not step on this path because the Polish society will draw its conclusions because joint Europe is safety and attacking it is helping Putin. Thank you.
Vielen Dank, Herr Kollege Halicki.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. Heiner Lurma for 1 minute.
The European Union has shown its unity and strength in opposing Russia's war of aggression and in supporting Ukraine. The decisions of the head of state are to be welcomed. For the first time, the European Union has become a genuinely important actor also geopolitically. We have to continue the pressure on Putin. Putin's war campaign causes extreme suffering, but Putin's objectives, all of them, have failed. Now NATO is expanding in response to Russia's aggressive behavior. Finland is now a member of NATO, Sweden will be, and Ukraine is also closer to membership than before. Russia must now draw conclusions and end the war and withdraw its troops. We have to restore peace in Ukraine, and Russia must be held accountable for the war of aggression it has waged.
Vielen Dank, Herr Kollege Heiner Lurma.
Thank you, Mr. Heiner Lurma. Mr. Astrovicius is next.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, dear colleagues, Russia's unprecedented aggression against Ukraine, which has been going on for more than 500 days, will not end on its own without the necessary and resolute action from the West. Russia must not only experience the full impact of the economic sanctions, but also the preemption of their circumvention. The additional financial resources urgently needed to help Ukraine must come from expropriated Russian assets. Such a step is not only a proportionate response to aggression, but it's also fully justified from the point of view of universal self-defense. And finally, Let us recognize that Ukraine's integration into the political, economic and defense systems of the Euro-Atlantic community is a necessary step. That is why the EU negotiations with Ukraine must begin at the end of this year. Thank you, Chair.
Vielen Dank, Herr Kollege Austravicius.
Thank you, Mr. Ostrovicius. Ms. Pedicini is next. Mr. Pedicini.
Grazie, Presidente.
Thank you, President. The Council, in its conclusions, repeats its firm condemnation of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. It says it's an infringement of the UN Charter, the charter that NATO violated in Nicaragua, Guatemala, Cuba, Libya, Serbia, Egypt, Yemen, Syria, Afghanistan and Iraq. So we should ask whether we should claim that others should respect international law when we're the first to violate it. Shouldn't we be calling for respect for international organizations when we've avoided them all continents? So if we really want to stop this war now, we need to step towards peace. We need to have the courage to say that Ukraine will never be a member of NATO. We in the West are putting this on the table. Russia, what are you ready to do? This is the only way to save countless human lives, both Ukrainian and Russian.
Vielen Dank, Herr Kollege Pedicini.
Thank you, Mr. Pedicini. Mr. Roos is next for 1 minute.
Dank, voorzitter. Mijn mooie land.
Thank you very much, President. My beautiful country, the Netherlands, has been represented in the Council for 13 years by Mark Rutte, our Prime Minister. Now this book is closed. I have respect for the commitment and the optimism with which Rutte did his job. However, after 13 years, Netherlands and Europe are in worse shape, not better. And that's really the reality. We don't know who his successor will be, but it's my wish that it's someone who understands it can't continue like this. Mass immigration must stop because the water is up to our neck, and climate policy has to be rethought because it's plunging us into poverty, and the ever-increasing transfer of power to Brussels, well, that is undermining our prosperity and our democracy. Netherlands deserves better, Europe deserves better. I hope Netherlands will vote and do so wisely.
Herr Kollege Roos, es folgt für eine...
Thank you, Mr. Roos. Mr. de Graaf is next for 1 minute.
Voorzitter, de baas van de NAVO, Jens Stoltenberg.
President. The president of NATO is wrong. The Ukraine is no democracy. Opposition parties are banned. Opposition leaders are being persecuted, and the Ukraine is led by war criminals. They're building up their army in hospitals and schools. They are torturing and killing. They are looting churches and taking and locking up people. The Ukraine is corrupt. Zelensky and his gang are pocketing millions from international aid. And now we're seeing trade in children, smuggling of children, and we're seeing energy prices that are no longer affordable for households. Families are struggling in Europe. Households and families, citizens are paying the price for this war. And so we should spend money on peace and our own citizens, not for Ukraine.
Herr Kollege de Graaf, es folgt für 1,5 Minuten Herr Kollege Niedermayer.
Thank you. Mr. Niedermayer is next for 1.5 minutes.
Dear colleagues, I guess the case for clear and strong support of Ukraine is absolutely obvious. Those who say different are wrong, and they are putting our security and security of the world in the jeopardy. So I'm pleased to see that the Council wants to react and extend the support for Ukraine as needed. I appreciate also note in the Council conclusion about strengthening of legal framework for the sanctions, as well as more attention that will be paid to needs of displaced people and those countries that are hosting them. Still, I guess more things can be done. And let me now echo what was said here a few minutes ago. And I'm talking about hundreds of billions of frozen money by the Russian state. This should be money that should be used first to cover the costs of the Russian aggression in Ukraine. I know that it's not easy, but it's not impossible. And I'm a little bit frustrated that we are not moving forward. There are also small things. During the plenary, we have had a discussion about Olympic Games. I guess it's obvious it's not EU decision who is on the Olympic Games, but we should have a clear position. And we should make a big effort to avoid that something totally unacceptable will happen in the Olympic Games, like that people that are openly supporting killing of innocent Ukrainian people will join the Games. Also, last but not least, economy should be on our more spotlight, but this is probably for a different debate. Thank you.
Vielen Dank, Herr Kollege Niedermayer. Es folgt für eine Minute Herr Kollege.
Thank you. Ms. Toshida is next for 1 minute.
Herr Präsident, Herr Vizepräsident.
President, Vice President, with the Russian war of aggression in Ukraine, there are countless war crimes on today's agenda. Attacks on civil population with explosives and rockets in Kramarsdorf, for example, on lack of proportionality. Basically, with the massacre in Buchev, there were thousands of dead bodies of people who'd been clubbed to death, shot. The situation in Mariupol and the steelworks with bombs on hospitals as well, rapes, gang rapes used as weapons of war to intimidate the population. Civilian shields, children were used in them, and also the use of prohibited weapons, anti-personnel mines, cluster bombs, phosphorus bombs, looting, forced recruitment into the so-called People's Republic, and 16,000 deported children. That's something we should all think about.
Eine Minute, Frau Kollegin Sharantsova.
Ms. Sharantsova is next.
Mr. President, just now NATO is discussing on how and when to welcome Ukraine as a new member. We all highly appreciate these efforts. But at the same time, we need to focus on current realities of the war, like the stealing of Ukrainian children. Ukrainian children being brutally kidnapped, illegally held in camps like prisoners. Released children speak about horrors they had experienced. As a mother, I can only imagine how terrified these kids must be, losing their parents and being taken away by armed men. We must do much more to get these children back to their country. President von der Leyen announced an initiative to help. We also heard about a planned conference regarding this topic, but it was months ago. Nothing has happened so far. The EU must present a concrete plan on how we will help stop genocide of the Ukrainian nation. The plan must come now. Thank you.
Vielen Dank, Frau Kollegin Sharantsova.
Thank you very much indeed, Mrs. Sharantsova. Now for 1 minute, our colleague Vrčinova.
Thank you. It is in the vital interest of Czechia and the whole world to support Ukraine to win back its territory and bring Russia back to the borders before 2014. I am very happy for all promises, but also for real deliveries of military equipment by all member states. Also, it is important to continue to support the export of cereals and other goods from Ukraine, because this is money that Ukraine can use to continue operating. However, it has been very important to listen to what NATO said yesterday about Ukraine joining NATO. The European Union should take speedy action so that when the war is over, we are ready to accept Ukraine in the European Union.
Vielen Dank, Frau Kollegin Vrčinova.
Thank you very much indeed, Mrs. Vrčinova. For 1.5 minutes now, our colleague, Mrs. Kalniete.
President, dear colleagues, the NATO summit, the Ukraine's counter-offensive and growing instability in Russia, we are at a crossroads for European security. The news that Sweden is joining the NATO, that's wonderful news. Baltic Sea has become an internal inland sea of NATO. However, Ukraine's accession to NATO, the decisions of the Vilnius summit are not clear enough. There's no clear path and time frame as to when Ukraine will be able to become a member. We have to ask ourselves not only what can we do for Ukraine, but what can Ukraine also do for itself to defend the Europeans' eastern flank. Here, it's appropriate to recall the words of the Prime Minister of Latvia, that today we're training the Ukrainians, but tomorrow they'll have to train us because they're the only ones who will have battle experience with Russia. We have to be aware of the scale of the Russian threat and understand that Europe has only one safe path to peace and stability. We can't leave Ukraine in a gray zone. Ukraine must be in the EU and in NATO. Unfortunately, the long-standing Baltic warnings from Poland about Russia were not heard. I hope this mistake will not be repeated again, because delaying the decision on Ukraine, that the decision has to be made now.
Thank you very much indeed, Mrs. Cagnete. And now for 1 minute, Mrs. Marques.
President, thank you. Honourable members, the MFF 2021-27 and the Stability and Growth Pact are absolutely crucial and cannot be postponed. The European Parliament has been making both priorities very clear. Council and excluded this from its conclusion. Now we need lasting solutions, and that's part of our mandate. In the budget, we use all the flexibility. We've exhausted that flexibility. We need new principles and new possibilities in the European budget, and we need that now. We don't have a permanent mechanism, an instrument, that will allow us to respond to crises without endangering ongoing standing policies. Economic cooperation. Well, here we need ambition. We need credible solutions. Going back to old rules is just not an option. We need change, and we are ready for change. Thank you.
Vielen Dank, Frau Kollegin Marques. Es folgt für eine
Thank you, Mrs. Marques. And now for 1 minute, our colleague, Mrs. Haye. Thank you, President, Commissioner, colleagues. We're at a crossroads. Europe needs to rethink its future in a world turned on its head, a world in which our continent is under attack, where China is building itself as a hegemonic power without any consideration for Ukraine, with a model which already is expanding far beyond its borders. No, we're not fools, neither here nor on the other side of the Atlantic. The Americas didn't delay for months to adopt the IRA. The Chinese are not in favor of World Trade Organization rules when they're talking about building up their competitivity. So what's the future of Europe? National egoisms, but what about aid, massive state aid for industry as well? So let's be consistent. If the heads of state and government really want to ensure a good future for Europe, if they really want a Europe which is able to protect itself and confidently support Ukraine without dependencies, then it has to think about a European sovereignty fund and finally think of the future as Europeans first and foremost. Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Haye. And now for 1.5 minutes, Mr. Kinderlein.
President, the war in Ukraine demonstrates how essential NATO and the cooperation between the EU and NATO is, how important it is for the security of our citizens. Security is a top priority policy, and the transatlantic partnership forms the basis on which our security policy is effectively implemented. Support for Ukraine is at the top of the political agenda for the EU and NATO, and this is a fundamental. But one thing is really important, is one of the big challenges we're facing in the long term is that we have to provide workable security guarantees for Ukraine. Commitments both from the Council and from the NATO summit. Now, following on from the Council, the EEA is preparing a document and which we're going to have a G7 declaration, and others may join it. We have to support that. We welcome this. It's important that our political leaders in EU and in NATO clearly express their commitments to the security of Ukraine. It's because this provides a new impetus for strengthening the need for European defense, because there are an additional investment in cooperation between these two organizations. And this transatlantic partnership of is great importance, because this is an impetus for providing a new security architecture to ensure peace and security in the future of Europe.
Es folgt für eine Minute, Herr Kollege.
Thank you, Mr. van den Kinderlade. And now Mr. Benifei for 1 minute.
Grazie, Presidente.
Thank you, President. From the European Council, we've seen another demonstration of unity in speaking out and acting with great firmness against Putin's aggression on Ukraine, the destruction by the Kharkov Dam by Russia, which was an act of state eco-terrorism, has caused unthinkable human and environmental damage. It's a threat to the security of the entire continent, given the proximity also to a nuclear power plant. Europe, therefore, must continue without hesitation to support the Ukrainian resistance. But we have to question the USA decision to supply cluster bombs, which are banned under the Oslo Convention. We can't allow ourselves, however, to be conditioned by Putin. The European Union make its voice sound even more strongly, calling out for de-escalation and a fair peace for the Ukrainian people, who for more than 500 days now have been fighting for their very freedom and survival. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Benifei. And now for 1 minute, our colleague Vasquez Lázaro.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, President. Honourable members, well, we are here to talk about the recent council where my own Prime Minister, Mr. Sanchez, should have been participating, but he's in the full flow of an electoral campaign. And now the Spanish presidency began it, and it feels like a lost opportunity. It's something that we wait a whole decade for and prepare to give a strong and positive image, and it's all going to be lost due to the early elections and the whims of the person who called those elections. Now we will continue to build Europe and build a Europe that's influential in a complex world without having to with unwavering support for the people of Ukraine. We cannot lose sight of the objectives that stand at the end of this long path. Ukraine must become a member of our union and a part of NATO. The next few months will be decisive, I believe, and we can see a weakened Russian government. Let us hope that our objectives will be met in the next few months.
Vielen Dank, Herr Kollege Watt.
Thank you, Mr. Vasquez Lázaro. Now for 1 minute, Mr. López Aguilar.
Danke, Herr Präsident Wieland, Vicepresidente Šefčovič. De las conclusiones del Consejo me centra...
Well, let me just focus on one point related to the Council. The tragic loss of life in the Mediterranean. We want to find a solution that really deals with the root causes of migration. And some countries are defending the use of unanimity to try and block any solution at the European level to this problem. We need a solution. We are calling for a solution. We need a European search and rescue mechanism that will allow us to coordinate the fragmented efforts being made by coast guards in the member states. And that's going to set up a solidarity network which will oblige assist the people to provide assistance, not just the coast guards, but the Union as a whole, to provide assistance to all those needing assistance, including regular migrants. That and nothing else is what we are calling for when it comes to resolving this issue.
Vielen Dank, Herr Kollege López-Aguilar.
Thank you, Mr. López Aguilar. Now, Mr. Verhofstadt, 1 minute.
To the absence of the Council here, because we all know why they are not here, the leaders of the European Union, because they are in Vilnius, in the NATO summit. And what they have to do in the NATO summit, nothing at all. The EU is not a member of NATO, in my opinion. But their photos are there, and they are in search of a new Secretary General for NATO for next year. So there they are, and not here in the Parliament to answer the questions that we have. And on top of that, Mr. President, what they are deciding there in Vilnius is nothing at all, because they are putting Ukraine again in the waiting room. What is not a wise decision, in my opinion, because it gives the impression for Russia that they can continue the war. The longer that they continue the war, the longer Ukraine will be outside NATO. Let's not make this mistake here in Europe. And my proposal is that after the summer break, the fastest as possible, the Commission comes forward with a proposal to open the negotiations with Ukraine as member of the EU. Thank you.
Vielen Dank, Herr Kollege.
Thank you, Mr. Verhofstadt. Yes, absolutely correct. We can criticize it, but of course they could also be transported with a party post. Now our colleague Kovasi.
Presidente.
Thank you, President. The Council conclusions talk about a new European Union, speaking out firmly against Russian aggression in Ukraine, ready to respond to global challenges, security defense, also innovation and sustainability, pushing ahead with the dual transition, both green and digital. Europe is finally taking on a role as a global actor, a role, however, which we can only play if we are bigger than the total of national interests. Europe is a common good right now. I'm thinking about the social dimension, which is mentioned all too briefly in the Council conclusions. I'm thinking of health, intergenerational solidarity in a demographic crisis, which calls on all of us to come up with new responses in terms of services, welfare and social infrastructure. We're facing epochal challenges which require political vision and financial resources. It's urgent that we should use the resources already planned for the dual transition, starting with Next Generation EU. And on that, I'd like to express my full concern for the delays we are seeing building up in my country with the Recovery and Resilience Plan. But that's not enough. Colleagues, we must and we can do more to build a Europe which will seriously become a common good for all. Thank you.
Vielen Dank, Frau Kollegin Kovasi.
Thank you, Mrs. Kovasi. Which now brings us to Catch the Eye, and our colleague Šojdrová has the floor.
Děkuji, vážený pane předsedající.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with the Council conclusions because Ukraine really needs our support to protect their freedom and restore their security. And this is a debate about what is and what isn't included in the Council conclusions. Madame von der Leyen has promised an international conference, top-level conference, to help the kidnapped Ukrainian children in Russia that are subject to Russification. My question is, will there be any progress and will there be any conference? If so, then it should take place as soon as possible and directly in Ukraine. And my second point, we cannot just look at how the Russians and Belarusian sportsmen are preparing for the Olympic Games. The Commission should put pressure against the partaking in the Olympic Games if they do not criticize the Russian aggression.
Vielen Dank, Frau Kollegin Šojdrová.
Thank you. And now our colleague Olekas.
Ačiū pirmininkė, gerbiamas komisarė. Iš tikrųjų galima teigiamai vertinti.
Thank you, Commissioner. We can say that Council's efforts to consolidate support to Ukraine is a good thing. However, after the ecological disaster and the explosion at Kakhovka, we need to make more efforts to really deal with the impacts and consequences of that disaster. We could confiscate the assets of certain Russian oligarchs. There's homework to be done, and we need to discuss the MFF, the multi-annual financial framework, and consolidate financing for military aid, and so that we can secure cereal shipments from Ukraine. We need to also consolidate our position vis-à-vis Lukashenko's regime. We know that people are dying on a daily basis in Belarusian prisons. And I would plead that we shouldn't allow Russian athletes to compete in the Olympic Games. Thank you.
Spricht Herr Kollege.
Thank you. And now our colleague, Mr. Kitsos.
Thank you, President. We have done a lot supporting Ukraine, but the level of the required engagement is still dictated by the opponent. So it is obvious that we have to do a lot more. First, we have to give more financial assistance to Ukraine, and there is no room for creative statistics and lengthy European processes, more and faster. Second, we need more effective sanctions against Russia. Russian GDP fell 2 to 3% in 2022 and will probably stabilize in 2023. This is almost business as usual. We need sanctions with short-term, not medium to long-term effects. Finally, our military support has to become more important than USA's support. Otherwise, we could face a very delicate situation before and after the American presidential elections. After all, we are dealing with a European war. Thank you.
Vielen Dank, Herr Kollege Kirtsos.
Thank you, Mr. Kitsos. And now our colleague Botenga.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Les bombes.
Thank you, President. Cluster bombs are terrifying weapons, terrible. They do not distinguish between civilians and military personnel. They are bombs that break apart into smaller parts. All components don't actually explode, and it just takes a child to step on one and be killed to make them go off. And that's why the majority of European nations have banned this type of weapon. And globally, more than 100 countries have banned the use of these weapons. And so we don't understand the lack of reaction, the silence from Europe and from most colleagues here in the wake of a decision from the United States to provide this type of weapon to Ukraine. That, in fact, is the United States committing a war crime. And Mr. Verhofstadt, you keep saying, when the Russians do it, it's a war crime. But when the United States do it, it's also a war crime. Yes, you may not like that. You may not like me attacking your allies. You may not like that. But if it's a war crime, whichever side is doing it, it's not acceptable.
Vielen Dank, Herr Kollege Botenga.
Thank you, Mr. Botenga. And now to conclude the Catch the Eye, we have our colleague Rustovic.
Vielen Dank, liebe Präsident Wieland, queridos colegas.
Colleagues, more than a year ago, in May 2022, 116 members of this Parliament addressed a letter to the European Commission asking it to establish a legal basis for the confiscation of Russian assets in the value of 3 billion euros. And more than a year later, the Council asks the Commission to continue its work on drafting the legislative base. and taking advantage of the fact that Mr. Šefčovič is here, we are running very far behind on this task. We know what the situation is. There's an aggressor state that's been confirmed as such by the United Nations General Assembly and other international bodies, cannot benefit from absolute jurisdiction, as some claim. And no principle of international law says that war reparations should wait for an end of the conflict. So please work on this legislative proposal and continue this work. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes the debate. Point of order?
On the microphone. Please switch on the microphone.
President, on a point of order, you have always said that you respect the fact that people sit through the debate. I've been here since before it started, and you've let in a speaker that came in 10 minutes before he spoke. This, as far as we're concerned, you are censoring us. You are not allowing us to speak. I've been here before you were here. I was here before the debate started. Why won't you let me in? Please.
Herr Kollege Wallace.
Mr. Wallace. I always try to be as correct as possible. As you know, I always enjoy your interventions, even though I don't share your opinion, but you speak freely and you always respect speaking time. But the fact that you've been here the whole time is not an argument for everything. We've got 5 minutes for Catch the Eye, 5 speakers. I took account of all the groups who, and one from yours who actually applied before you did. We can prove that, and we can't change anything from the fact that I decided it that way. I think that over the years it balances out. So that concludes the debate. The next item on the agenda is Council and Commission statements on the need for EU action on search and rescue in the Mediterranean. The first speaker on behalf of the Council is Mr. Navarro Rios.
Señor Presidente, Señorías.
President, honourable members, Commissioner, Madam Commissioner. I would like to begin by expressing my sadness for the latest disaster off the Greek coast and the unnecessary loss of human life that we see all too often in the Mediterranean Sea. This is an unsustainable situation that is unacceptable, and it is an absolute priority for the European Union to prevent these deaths alongside its Mediterranean partners. Let me first turn to the issue of search and rescue. Saving lives is not optional. We have a duty to help vessels and people who are in distress at sea, to do this in the Coordination Centre for Maritime Rescue. And this is governed by international instruments on maritime law, and frontline bodies are working on a daily basis to implement these instruments. However, although the search and rescue isn't under EU competence, the European Union must play a key role. Our front line for action should always be the prevention of the perilous journeys across the Mediterranean Sea. The more people who do not begin this perilous journey, the fewer lives will be lost. And it's with this objective, and in line with our general objective for migration, that I wish to stress the Council's commitment to the fight against trafficking gangs and smugglers, and its intention to dismantle the business model. These people are using the lives of migrants in order to obtain profit. Now, let me turn to the work that we have been doing together with third countries, both the countries of origin and transit countries, in line with the action lines set out in the Extraordinary Council of February. Initiatives have been launched at the highest possible level with major partners such as Bangladesh, Iraq, Pakistan and Tunisia, and we provide support. And we also cooperate with many partners in the Mediterranean to improve capacity and management of borders and asylum, especially when it comes to search and rescue operations. And this work will continue and will be intensified as and when it is possible. I have so far focused on the operational aspects of migration, but let me also mention just how much progress has been made when it comes to the Migration and Asylum Pact, which will improve the efficiency of our procedures at Europe's external borders. I can assure you that the Spanish presidency will pick up the work of previous presidencies, which I am grateful for, to ensure that Council, together with Parliament, can reach an agreement on these very important legislative proposals. Amongst them, the regulation on crisis situations. Alongside the pact, we will continue our commitment to building up the EU rules on return and establishing safe and legal routes to the European Union. Finally, allow me to mention the reactivation of the contact group on search and rescue of the European Commission, which is seeking new forms of cooperation in the field, particularly when it comes to the exchange of information amongst member states and improving the mapping of the search and rescue situations in the Mediterranean. Honourable members, let me conclude by saying that the European Union needs an overarching holistic migration policy that it can support those who need support and avoid migrants losing their lives. We have a number of lines of action for this work, and bringing all of these actions together will yield the results that we all desire. Thank you for your attention.
Vielen Dank, Herr Minister Navarro.
Thank you, Minister Navarro Rios. And now, on behalf of the Commission, Commissioner Johansson.
Thank you, President. Honourable members, Secretary of State Navarro Rios. The Adriana sank on 14th of June. The loss, as many as 600 souls, making this one the worst shipwreck, not just in the Mediterranean, not just of migrant vessels, but one of the worst shipwrecks this century worldwide. We must honor the dead, help the survivors, establish the facts. What appears to have happened, the smugglers brought their victims to the trawler that was to be their tomb, packed them like sardines, like cattle, like cargo, possibly 750 people, women and children down below. The boat drifting, rocking, we can imagine the panic spreading. In the dead of the night, the Adriana suddenly turned over and sank, 4 kilometers down into the abyss, dragging all within down with her. None of the women and children survived. I immediately contacted Frontex Executive Director Hans Leitens. I also spoke with the Greek caretaker government and the head of the Hellenic Coast Guard, and with the newly appointed Greek ministers last week. Our agencies intervened also immediately. Frontex by air identified the vessel at the scene. The Frontex Executive Director was on the ground in Greece the next day to support. Frontex also launched a serious incident report. The EU Asylum Agency helped survivors in Malakasa. Just over 100 people were saved from the sea after the Adriana capsized. There are many unanswered questions here. Now we need to establish exactly what happened, every step of this fatal journey, why the Adriana sank. The Greek general prosecutor launched an investigation. The prosecutor investigated smuggling, and the naval court the Greek Coast Guard's response. These investigations need to bring trust and confidence that the facts can be established, including the smuggling route followed. We know that the practice of irregular departures from eastern Libya have increased by 600% this year. Libya remains a very complicated situation, as again shown recently. And let me make clear, Coast Guards have to carry out their responsibilities in full respect of international law. This means any demonstrations of violence is unacceptable. Let us remember our fundamental principle. Our first duty is to save lives. This is what Coast Guards in countries of first entry are doing on a daily basis. The EU does everything in its power to support member states on search and rescue. This year alone, Frontex helped to save 20,000 lives. The Commission relaunched the Search and Rescue Contact Group and pushes member states to make progress, working towards a common framework on search and rescue. And in the pact, we have proposed special solidarity measures for search and rescue. Any serious attempt to saving lives has to also include developing legal pathways and information campaigns along irregular routes to alert people of deadly dangers. We are supporting such campaigns in Morocco, in Tunisia, in Niger, in Senegal, in Mauritania, in the Gambia. But we also need to fight the smugglers who sold people tickets not to Europe, but to their deaths. Last week, Europol announced the dismantling by Spain of a smuggling gang which spanned 9 countries. We have set up operational anti-smuggling partnerships with Niger, with Morocco, with Tunisia. I welcome Pakistani Prime Minister Sharif's order to crack down the smugglers right after the disaster. And we are working with Senegal on the Atlantic route, a route that again this week revealed how deadly it is. Last month, we proposed a toolbox to address misuse of commercial transport for irregular migration. We must change smuggling from a low-risk, high-profit crime into a high-risk, low-profit crime. And we need EU laws fit for purpose. I've already issued guidance on non-criminalization of genuine humanitarian assistance, and now the Commission is also assessing the facilitators package, which is over 20 years old. Last Tuesday, I was in Lampedusa with the Italian Minister Piantedosi. 4,000 people had arrived over the weekend. The majority immediately transferred, only 500 were left. The facilities were dignified and respectful. I met a young man from Chad, a young woman from Ivory Coast. They were so full of energy, of plans and ambition. They were already learning Italian. Our economies need young people like these. They told me they had walked 2 months through the desert before paying the smugglers taking the boat from Tunisia. This is not the way to come to Europe. We need to continue to work on legal pathways. We will implement talent partnership for labour migration, and in October I will propose an EU talent pool to match talent with employers. I have also asked Member States to pledge generously on the resettlement for refugees. Only with a comprehensive approach, preventing irregular departures, fighting smugglers, improving legal pathways, working in close partnership with countries of origin and transit, can we manage migration safely and effectively. And of course, we need then an agreement on the pact. We are making good progress, and I welcome the message from the Spanish Minister of State on the good progress that the Spanish presidency is now doing. I call on you all to seize the opportunity to reach an agreement within this mandate. Above the Adriana, the waters are now silent. No tombstone, no marker, nothing to remember the names. Let our action be our monument. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Commissioner. Now, on behalf of the group of the European People's Party, colleague Mr. Mandl, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam President, Madam Commissioner. Dear colleagues, right now we're dealing with a tragedy of an enormous circumference. It's almost every day there are new deaths in the Mediterranean. We have to see what are the causes of this. The causes are on a chain of tragedies. And this chain begins with disinformation, so that people in the countries of origin receive false information as to how they could travel to Europe and then what they could expect in the EU. Who is spreading this disinformation? It's organized crime who do smugglers. And this is one of the worst form of organized crime of our times. And we also know that there are state actors throughout the world involved, and they do this to put pressure on the European Union. And those who suffer are those who travel. They invest their money in these smugglers. They take a dangerous path, and many die. And that is the tragedy. Those who survive end up on the external borders of the EU, and then they have an asylum application. And you know, ladies and gentlemen, that more than 80% who start that asylum procedure don't enjoy the right to asylum. So they lose time, those who don't lose their lives. Sometimes years, they lose years of their lives. And that's why I think we have to fight disinformation. That's why we have to have asylum procedures sped up, why we have to strengthen the protection of the external borders. And we have to make it clear to the people in the countries of origin. We have to explain to people what are their genuine opportunities in Europe and how dangerous the travel is. We have to have a broad approach to fighting organized crime. They endanger human lives. And I think this is all taken into account in this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you very much. On behalf of the group of the Progressive Alliance of Socialists and Democrats in the European Parliament, colleague Madame Zippel, the floor is yours.
Vielen Dank. Thank you. For years now, we've been discussing a European migration and asylum policy and the many aspects linked to this. Yet today, in our debate, we're discussing just one thing: saving humans from drowning. And it's not a political decision, it's a humanitarian and legal obligation. I don't know how many times we and others in this House have been discussing these issues, and how many times more we will have to rerun this discussion. We will not give up until the Council, the Member States and the Commission can finally, at long last, take the urgent approach that this challenge really deserves. The challenge and task is not all that complicated. Ensure that we can have coordinated European maritime rescue missions with support from Frontex. Take Mare Nostrum as inspiration for this. Yet, sadly, the thought that we have to save human lives has not made it into the conclusions of the Council. Again and again, we keep hearing reports of how member states have been turning a blind eye, have been withholding support, denying support, and when civil society has been criminalized or prevented from trying to save lives. Stand up and to your humanitarian obligations and responsibilities. This would be a very sound basis for further discussions. Thank you.
Very much. On behalf of Renew Europe Group, colleague Madame Keller, s'il vous plaît.
Madame la Commissaire, chère
Commissioner, Mrs. Johansson, Minister for European Affairs, Pascual Navarro Rios. Rescue at sea is first and foremost a humanitarian duty. It's not a variation for certain numbers of thousands of migrants. Our colleagues on the extreme right can't decide on the fate of families and children using their disgusting slogans. And wars at sea are not a solution to migratory management. In the face of distress at sea, our common values, our European history, calls for a single line of conduct, as you yourself recalled, Madam Commissioner, and that is to save human lives. There should be no debate on this, but 25,000 people have died or have disappeared since 2014 in the Mediterranean. The tragic shipwreck of a migrant boat carrying 750 people off the Greek coasts in the middle of June shocked all of us. With my group, Renew Europe, or my colleagues, I also call for the creation of a European search and rescue mission together with member states and with Frontex, cooperating with all the players involved. This mission, as you yourself said, once again, Madam Commissioner, must go hand in hand with a determined struggle against the smugglers and human traffickers. Let's stop this disgusting traffic at source, including in third countries. Let's take stringent measures to dismantle these criminal networks. Colleagues, it is urgent that we act. Thank you.
Merci. On behalf of the group of the Greens European Free Alliance, colleague Mr. Marquardt. The floor is yours.
Ja, vielen Dank, Frau Präsidentin. Ich weiß nicht, wie es den anderen geht, aber mir persönlich...
President, thank you. I don't know how others feel about this, but I find it very difficult to have these debates again and again, and I draft a speech and knowing full well that this kind of thing will happen again and the situation will not improve. I find it very, very difficult to have to say, yes, people must be saved, lives must be saved, NGOs shouldn't be criminalized, we must investigate disasters, and we have the disaster in Pylos, and there's not a common effort to rescue people, there's no common effort to even deal with the bodies that have been recovered from the shipwreck. Well, what happened? An overcrowded vessel. The whole thing was very dangerous. There was a clear indication of distress. Frontex was informed, Greece was informed, and Greece didn't organize a rescue mission. Greece didn't send rescue vessels and didn't even ask Frontex to watch the vessel because there was no wish for the vessel to be watched. Why? We heard this 13 hours after waiting. We sent special units to try and tow the vessel into Italian waters. And when the vessel was being towed, the vessel capsized, it started sinking. And when it started sinking, there wasn't an immediate effort to actually save lives. It took a long time for that to begin and for some survivors to be taken. And these survivors were taken to closed facilities, no contact with journalists. Their phones were being confiscated so that all evidence could be taken away. And this is not a disaster. It's not an accident. It's a criminal act. And we need to clear up the circumstances around this act. Human lives may be dignified, but if that is a clear yes to that human dignity, then we need to show what human dignity in fact means in Europe. We should show that we can act. We should show, and the European Commission must contribute to ensure that they can support search and rescue organisations if indeed search and rescue is as important as people keep on saying it is.
Very much on behalf of the European Conservatives and Reformists Group, Mrs. Kanko. The floor is yours.
Mevrouw de commissaris, meneer de minister.
Madam Commissioner, Minister, unfortunately, people will continue to die trying to reach Europe. And that's because that's how our asylum system works right now. Reaching the European mainland is the necessary condition to obtain asylum. And that's where the mistake lies. Every dead person in the Mediterranean is a victim of this system. When are we going to realize this doesn't work? Citizens have said that for a while, and now they want decisive action. And I think we have to say that plainly, but that's the problem. Anyone who has a different opinion about asylum or migration is demonized, even canceled. There are all kinds of taboos, especially from the left wing. And at the same time, extreme parties continue to grow, and they reap what Europe sows. What shocks me is that we have the power to do so much, but we don't dare. What we should do is, however, quite obvious. We have to stop rewarding these life-threatening trips. You can't give them the prospect of the right of residence. I think we'd have a more humane system if we were braver.
For the Identity and Democracy Group, Mrs. Tardino, please.
Grazie, Presidente.
Thank you, President. Commissioner, just 3 weeks ago, I was in Lampedusa on a mission with the Libe Committee, and all the colleagues there talked about the work, self-sacrifice of a population that over these years has given assistance and hospitality, offering those who have arrived the best face of Europe, as at our recent meeting, the mayor, Mr. Manino, recalled. But talk counts for little. It's very easy to sit here and talk for those who are not in the front line, and for those who, like the NGOs, are very happy to work with the ports of others and to show hospitality and work together with those who determine deaths at sea. We'll never get tired of saying it. The only solution is to act on the external dimension, strengthening cooperation with third countries to stop departures. And we hope that Brussels is finally starting to understand, thanks to the Italian government. We hope so. And so we're going to work hard for a centre-right majority to finally shake off ideologies, switch to common sense, and solve problems for European citizens rather than creating them. Matteo Salvini is on trial for defending European borders, blocking departures, and reducing deaths in the Mediterranean. The League is continuing this battle to save lives and guarantee safety, fighting against the business of traffickers. That's always been our priority, and it continues to be so.
Thank you very much. On behalf of the Left Group in the European Parliament, Mrs. Ernst.
Weil Ihre Rettung eben
Well, since rescue isn't a priority in EU, we've got 10 people dying every day in the Mediterranean. Every 10 days you have a vessel accident involving vessel with deaths. 27,633 people have lost their lives, women with infants, minors. Look, Madam Commissioner, crocodile tears are not going to actually solve the problem. We need action. We need infringement proceedings against Greece and its Coast Guard, which is driving people to their deaths. We need consequences for Poland and Lithuania that have legalized pushbacks. We need clear language directed at Meloni that is standing in the way of rescue at sea and criminalizing it. Commission and Council prefer to trust the Libyan Coast Guard, the so-called Coast Guard of Libya, which just throws people into jail and systematically subject women to rape, rather than trust an NGO that saves lives on a daily basis. That's the fact. We need, instead of setting up a European maritime rescue mission, you simply do nothing, along with far-right populists who prefer to drive people to their deaths. We must see a return of the rule of law and the lives of every individual human being must be protected.
Colleagues, may I also remind you that we have to finish on time. We have important votes ahead of us, so I would like to kindly ask you to respect the time that is allocated to your intervention. So we follow with colleague Mr. Papadakis. The floor is yours. And can I ask colleagues to take the seats? Thank you. I'm sorry, we continue with the debate and the floor. I'm sorry, I would please respect the rules of the chamber, and I ask Mr. Papadakis, please.
The Greek government and Frontex have still not come up with answers about the criminal shipwreck of Pylos, with hundreds of victims on a boat that had been under surveillance for at least 16 hours without the alarm being raised in a search and rescue area of Greece. This is an ongoing crime with the signature of the EU and Greek governments, a policy of repression, deportations, repatriations. There's unanimity in the Council on further repression, displacement of people to third countries, and the bargaining with compensations of 20,000 per head. And there's disagreement on the sharing of repression and competition, and when to open the gates to cheap labour. Investigation and truth is what we need here about the criminal shipwreck in Pylos. We need to strengthen the common struggle of peoples and refugees against unacceptable decisions of EU governments that ignore the Geneva Convention, asylum committees in Turkey under the responsibility of the UN and the EU to take applicants to their final destination countries.
Dear President, Presidencia, Commissioner. Os valores fundamentais da democracia.
Fundamental values of European democracy require that we must help those who require help and assistance. That is the basic principle of human dignity. But placing human dignity at the very top of our policies and migration policy doesn't mean that we just have political attacks at the aftermath of a tragedy. It's not enough for the situation to be visible. In the Mediterranean Sea, what we're seeing there is more than just calling out disasters. We need a strategy that will truly prevent and avoid these events from taking place. We need more support to frontline countries which are saving lives on a daily basis. Operational support, so to make sure that search and rescue missions can be efficient together with Frontex. We need to break down trafficking networks which are taking advantage of human weaknesses and vulnerabilities. We need to break down and dismantle these networks and inform people about the true risks that they are taking. We need to go further. We need to guarantee that when it comes to asylum claims, they are processed in due time, and that those who do have a right to stay are welcomed and integrated, so that in spite of their safety, relative safety, they are living into conditions that are incompatible with the principles of human dignity. Thank you.
Next speaker, colleague Señor Ruiz de Besa, por favor.
Muchas gracias, querida presidenta.
Thank you, President, and thank you to Commissioner Johansson for taking part in this important debate. The tragedy of the Adriana in Pylos, I think, unfortunately, has been the chronicle of a death announced. And I think that there are serious political and criminal responsibilities that need to be addressed in this case. But first and foremost, what we have to get from this debate and this resolution is that what happened in Pylos never happens again in the Mediterranean. And for that, I would like to thank my colleagues from other groups, Lucas Mandel from the EPP, Fabienne Keller from Renew, Eric Marquardt as well from the Greens, and Cornelia Ernst from the Left, for having come up with the proposal we're making in the resolution to be voted on tomorrow, to have a European search and rescue mission. Because what's clear, besides the ideological issue on this question, is that there is also a matter of European responsibility and subsidiarity. There is a humanitarian obligation to save lives at sea, an obligation that shouldn't separate us in this chamber, neither by ideology nor by subsidiarity. So let's move in that direction. Let's all unanimously vote together on this resolution to send out a clear signal to the Council about what we are calling for from this chamber. 2 days ago, the headless body of a 2-year-old boy was found on a beach in Tarragona in Spain, and the police think that he drowned trying to cross the Mediterranean. Let's not allow that to happen once again.
Would you, Senora Ruiz de Vesa, would you accept a blue card? Yes, okay. So, colleague, Mr. Johnson, I'm sorry, Mr. Johnson.
I will speak Polish. Please take a chance. Mam krótkie pytanie dla pana.
I have a short question because you suggested something, a solution, so establishing a European mission, a European rescue mission. But right now the question is, how would that be financed in a situation where in the multi-annual financial framework we're already missing money, and Commissioner Hahn is suggesting that member states add 65 billion euros to the budget. So where would we find the money for your idea? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please.
Pues muchas gracias al colega.
Thank you very much, dear colleague, for the question. We are proposing a European mechanism that will include member states and Frontex. So a joint mission that will ensure that we have the best possible coordination and cooperation. The mission may require some funding, as you have pointed out, and we will try to find solutions in the resolution and in the MFF, multi-annual financial framework. Let's not forget that the member states themselves have the vessels that will be required in order to roll out the mission.
Muchas gracias. Next speaker, colleague Mr. Asmani, please.
Dank u, voorzitter. Ik zal het in het
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm going to be... 3 weeks ago, I was in Lampedusa, and I saw with my own eyes how many migrant boats are now arriving in Italy. This cynical model of human smuggling makes life even more dangerous. Many crossings are now being undertaken in self-manufactured metal boats that capsize easily, and they pose a hazard to the rescue crew. And the result, a tragically high number of drowning victims and an unsustainable influx of asylum seekers towards Italy, towards Europe. And this can't continue. It can't just be helped by more search and rescue, or, for example, on the right, you hear that, yes, we need more border fences, but that's not enough. Because you can have this rhetoric, but that won't prevent people from dying in the Mediterranean. If you really want to prevent this, you have to have agreements with the countries from which these people arrive, and these people who are leaving these countries. And that's why I ask the Commission to now put this at the highest political level, to negotiate with Tunisia, use all the resources we have to avoid that these dangerous journeys are even undertaken. That's the only way we can have a human migration policy.
Mrs. Strick, please.
Dear President, Council, Commissioner, the Pillar shipwreck proved again how little value the lives of migrants and refugees hold, according to our member states. And let's admit that the approach on search and rescue, just like the funding of the criminal and smuggling Libyan Coast Guard, is about deterrence of arrivals and not by the actual saving lives. Stopping impunity is the only way. So, Commission, join our call for an independent investigation. Condemn Malta for letting people drown under their watch. And Greece and Italy for obstructing and punishing the life-saving work of NGOs. Give your guidelines against criminalization of humanitarian aid a true meaning. The Pact on Asylum and Migration doesn't cut this crisis. We need a pact on search and rescue, one that centers on solidarity among all member states, on accountability, on a uniform application of maritime law and enhanced funding and support for saving lives at sea. It is the moral and legal duty of the EU to ensure a genuine, coordinated response. Now, thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, Mr. Roken, the floor is yours.
Dank u wel, voorzitter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Now, I've heard this a number of times of today, the illusion of the left populists, this business model of the fighting the smugglers. So right now, we have high risk and low profit. That would be the new policy. Let's look at the past policies and how well that functioned. So the higher the risk, the higher the price, and the higher the profits. And so, of course, I'm in favor of search and rescue missions, but that doesn't automatically mean that we should be allowing these trips towards Europe and we should support them. Rather, we should negotiate and work together with the countries of origin and have return of someone who has arrived illegally to Europe or who has not carried out an asylum procedure. If you reward these people with asylum procedures, then people were going to continue to come to Europe and die on the Mediterranean.
Very much. Next speaker, Mr. Madison. The floor is yours.
Thanks so much, dear colleagues, dear Mrs. Johansson. First of all, we have heard several times how we are very sorry for the victims in June when there was a shipwreck on the Mediterranean Sea. And of course, we are sorry for the human lives. There is no doubt about that. But we have to be also very, very clear that if you go to the sea with a very weak boat, then there's a very high risk that you will die. That's what will happen. I just have a question. In June 8, if I remember right, 4 very small kids were stabbed in the same country where we are just now in France. 2 of them were 2-year-old French kids. There was a 3-year-old British girl, and there was a 22-month-old small baby who were stabbed by the migrant from Syria. And of course, this guy from Syria could be like in Europe, only thanks for your migration policy. Have you ever contacted with those families who were worrying about their kids, and they were very, very near to death, only because that we have an open border policy and we're welcoming everyone, as Mrs. Johansson said? We need them. We need the people from the third world country without no education, without no background control, without any kind of control of their, like what they're going to do here, and we need them. I'm saying we don't need them. We don't need this kind of commissioners or European Commission who doesn't care about our own people.
Can you please
That's the fact. Thanks so much.
Your intervention? Colleagues, I registered a blue card, but the speaker is on the speaking list, so you will have a possibility to speak when it's your turn. So we continue with the list of speakers. Mr. Arvanitis, the floor is yours.
Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen, we're talking about a crime. I think we'd all agree on that, whatever approach we take. A crime that we know will happen again. So I'm sure that the majority here is upset about this, that we're sad, and of course we're going to hear some people who are indifferent to the tragedy, We are two worlds which are clashing, the world of humanity and that of inhumanity. Now, this situation, what happened in Pylos was tragic, and it requires us to move forward despite our disagreements. I'm not actually going to look at the causes. I think we need to take initiatives. But Mr. Weber and the far right may try very hard, but fences are not a deterrent. Legal and safe routes to asylum are ones we agree with, Commissioner. And you must also help to convince governments whose public statements devalue the proposal, because that's a problem for us. Mrs. Vosenberg, she can maybe ask if she would agree with the proposal. So there are questions for Frontex that demand answers to what happened in Pylos. How was the departure of this death ship actually allowed from ports in Egypt and Libya? Did no one see that vessel? It was detected by the European services, and they were aware of the danger of the situation. So why were no orders given for the immediate evacuation of the vessel and the rescue of the people? Who's responsible for this? Why were there no life jackets? Who is responsible?
Mr. Giarrusso, the floor is yours.
Presidente, colleghi.
President, colleagues, European citizens, or let's be honest, the Dublin Agreement represents a total failure. It imposes on countries of first entry that they alone face up to the epical phenomenon affecting the whole of Europe, and that's shameful. In Italy and Greece, thousands of migrants are arriving every day, and for search and rescue at sea, we need means, people, and funding from all European countries, because these people come to Europe, not to Italy. The Italian state has looked at this, and the European allies from the right have refused that agreement. So we're seeing these tragedies at sea, as in Cutro, as in Pylos. Thousands of children, women and men who die at sea in the indifference of so many people who seem incredibly to be aware of all of this. So let's get rid of Dublin, as van der Leyen promised. Let's share the responsibilities for search and rescue at sea so that we delete once and for all the shame of a Mediterranean which has been transformed into a huge maritime cemetery of totally guiltless citizens and human beings.
Mrs. Mussolini, the floor is yours.
Grazie, Presidente.
Thank you, President. Well, we can't accept that when there is a debate on migration, serious issues about respect for human life, there is always an attack condemnation from people who live in member states where they never see anybody arriving. They have no idea what it means to go and save lives at sea. So they have to attack Italy and Greece. If Italy wasn't there, there will be 100% people dead at sea. And this document, this resolution, serves nothing. They're just words, because the only true thing is that they should not go to sea, because they will die. They will die because there are these vessels, because as soon as they see a vessel, whether it's an NGO, whether it's a coast guard, they all throw themselves to one side, it capsizes, and they fall into the sea, and they can't swim. So this document is there for the NGOs, written by various people. We, the Italians, have brought in a law which once again imposes checks on disembarkations in safe ports, but the NGOs want to go where they choose. So once again in this resolution, we are talking about the nearest port. Nearest nothing. These has to be the ports decided on by member states where there will be the necessary assistance, food, medical assistance available for these people. So I think it's completely out of place. Commissioner, you were in Lampedusa, so thank you. Thank you first and foremost. The Italian Coast Guard is saving lives at sea, 24 hours a day. The mayor, Manino, and the deputy mayor. These people have to be thanked, President. And you're letting people from the left speak about this. I'm sorry, it's not right. There's a debate going on.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Mussolini, your time's expired. Will you accept a blue card? Will you accept a blue card? Mrs. Mussolini, will you accept a blue card? Blue card. Okay, so Mrs. Miranda, please, the floor is yours.
Mire, señora Mussolini.
Ms. Mussolini, listen, when you're sitting there in the backbenches, you get all worked up and you don't start shouting, making a fuss and banging on the tables. It's a lack of respect for this House, to be clear. Well, here on the left, we're here to defend values, human rights, defend migrants and people. I've been to Italy. I've been to spoken to the previous government and the current government and the vessels that weren't being rescued. So you can't give us lessons on democracy. Can you tell us whether that vessel actually got aid? Under Italian law, the law we're saying it's not exactly a law that's in line with European criteria.
Rispondo dicendo, cara.
Well, let me say exactly this. We want rules. NGOs cannot themselves select the ports because those ports have to have the necessary assistance for migrants. So you can't decide from your seat, nor can the NGO. It's the member states that have to decide this, who are responsible for helping migrants. That's the law, and law has to be respected.
Thank you. Next speaker, colleague Mr. Bartolo. The floor is yours.
Grazie, Presidente.
Thank you, President. Well, let's make one thing clear. People are not lost at sea. When there's a shipwreck like that, people die. The numbers provided by the international organizations talking about people who've disappeared are numbers of people who have died, that every now and again the sea washes up bodies. And Alessandra, of those bodies, I have received many, and I'm not ashamed to be from the left. It's been 30 years I have been helping these people, and in no way am I ashamed. This resolution, we're talking now about a resolution because that's what we're here to debate, tries to avoid that these numbers increase again. It wants to avoid other tragedies like Lampedusa, Cutro, Pylos, and stop other people leaving. This resolution calls on the EU to protect people's lives without sending them to third countries that don't respect human lives or without penalising NGOs. It calls on Europe to be itself, to avoid shipwrecks. That's what it's about. It puts each and every one of us in the face of our own responsibilities. And anyone voting against or abstaining, well, it will be up their consciences to respond for them. Thank you.
Mr. Dante, please.
Grazie, signora Presidente.
Thank you, President. Minister of State, Commissioner. Some principles are established in international treaties and underlie a very civilization. Saving lives at sea is one of those. And that principle is above every other assessment of migratory policies or any presumed national interest. Yes, we need to invest in cooperation with countries of origin. Yes, we need to step up in combating smugglers, but only if we have safe and secure migration channels will we have a valid alternative to these boats on which many people risk their lives. President, I would also like to stress how contradictory the assessment of many European leaders is, including the Italian Prime Minister, who see the panacea in protection of external borders. When there is no land but the sea, protecting borders means abandoning men, women and children off our coasts. And from that to the rescue missions, even in line with the laws, etc., it's a small step, a step which will undermine the entire progress made by our civilization.
Next speaker, colleague, Monsieur Carême. Excusez-moi.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, President. For each disaster, a debate, and ever more shame, the European Union is now surrounded by a maritime cemetery. We're seeing the mafia of Libya being funded, and in 2023 shows very clearly what the consequences are in terms of the deaths. 2nd January, humanitarian action stopped. 26th of February, Calabrian deaths. 25th of March, Ocean Vikings fired at. 27th of April, Commissioner Janssen asks Tunisia to guard our borders for 150 million. 24th of May, 500 people in distress in Maltese waters sent to Libya. 2nd of June, humanitarian vessels stopped in their action. 8th of June, the solidarity mechanism is stopped for search rescue at sea. 14th of June, more than 600 people die in Greece. 21st, 2nd, and 20th of June, 4 drownings in Italy, Spain, and Tunisia. 7th of July, more firing at Ocean Viking. On the 12th of July in Strasbourg, we're seeing more. We're asking for an end to these killings.
Señor Bouchardet Villalba.
Gracias, presidente, comisarias.
Thank you, President, Commissioner. In the past 3 months, we've seen 441 deaths. And let's not talk about the numbers for the year before that. It's a tragedy. And who's behind this? The mafias that are cooperating within Africa. And secondly, political leaders who are not, and the NGOs that are acting as complices in this. And the poll for massive migration. The only solution to really stop these mafias is to really fight them. They say, give me a few thousand euros. There's going to be someone who's going to pay for your flat, schooling, and everything free of charge when you arrive. We say to these people, don't pay a cent, don't pay €1, because the only thing that will happen is that you'll send back to your country. Let's stop this sham. Now, we need to set up centres for the analysis. Many of these countries are receiving thousands and millions. We've seen trouble in France with public order. And so let us not fool ourselves. Let's focus on what matters, fighting crime.
Yes, next speaker, colleague Mr. Van den Driessen. The floor is yours.
Voorzitter, collega's, asielrecht.
Colleagues, the right to asylum is being misused as a migration channel. Millions are coming to Europe illegally, and once they arrive, then they all have the right to enjoy all kinds of social advantages without making a contribution. And that's why they are willing to risk the dangerous journey. And that is the model of the smugglers. And because they're depending on our naivete and our laziness and the fact that we're not going to defend our external borders, we need a different policy. We have to stop with the policy of the open external border. And we have to the policy of anyone who comes illegally is sent back. And only in that fashion can we undermine the business model of the human smugglers. We have to do as Australia. We have to have a return policy rather than a welcome policy. We have to have a pushback policy. That's the only humane response.
Thank you. Next speaker, colleague Mrs. Björk. The floor is yours.
It's not just a tragedy. It's a crime that's been committed when the Greek Coast Guard did not assist the ship that sank with hundreds of people who died. And instead of trying to prevent Frontex and the EU and the National Coast Guard made themselves guilty of contributing to the death. And countries are continuing their pushbacks, and the death continues. This is racist, it's inhumane, and it's illegal. Those countries who are doing the countries who are doing pushbacks, and they don't. You have to have the rescue operations. You can't criminalize NGOs who are rescuing people. You have to create safe channels of migration. This is all possible. We just need the political courage to do so.
Thank you very much. Monsieur Bay, s'il vous plaît.
Chers collègues, 8,4 millions de migrants.
8.4 million migrants have asked asylum in the European Union since 2001. That's the size of Austria, and they will continue to arrive by the million for as long as you continue to welcome them and spread them across Europe. And it's your fault if a few die at sea because of your laxist pews, your humanitarianism, and you want to organise their welcome, set up taxi services and play the game of mafias and traffickers who are driving this illegal trade. These are not refugees. They're not fleeing persecution or war. They are coming to take benefits, our generosity, and bringing poverty, crime quite often, and sometimes even terrorism. We have to make a choice, either you're moralizing or our way of life. And we've seen the riots in France. We've seen what's happened in terms of the safety of our children. You have your policy. I have made my choice, and history will be the judge of these decisions.
Speaker, colleague, Mrs. Vosenberg-Vrionivi. The floor is yours.
Ευχαριστώ πολύ, κυρία Πρόεδρε.
Thank you, Madam President. Colleagues, once again, we are discussing the borders. That's where we need a European holistic approach. Commissioner, we think it's unacceptable that you're pointing the finger of a country of first acceptance without looking at the data, condemning Greece and saying it's responsible for the lack of human lives with no testimony or the data. Do you want to hear the data? Men and women in the Hellenic Coast Guard are heroes, colleagues, heroes. Only over the last 4 years, 2019 to 2023, they've saved 40,000 human beings in the sea from about 1,300 cases, and 270 traffickers have been arrested from various different organizations. That's the role of Greece and every single one of us. No one can claim that they're more humanistic than others. We all are. But there's a problem. We have to find a solution. How can we find a solution if we can't decide that, as you yourself said, Commissioner, that the main problem is that the traffickers themselves, that they are using these desperate people and people who can't save themselves, but we need a very clear search and rescue mission together in cooperation with Frontex and in line with international law, because otherwise everyone with a different voice who speaks out against the countries of first acceptance, I'm sorry, you are not helping solve this problem. Thank you.
Very much. Next speaker, colleague, Madame Guillaume, please.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam President. The joint resolution, as tabled by 5 political groups, is a very comprehensive one, and I hope it shows the real risks of crossing the Mediterranean and the consequences of taking this deadly route. And I hope it's not just a tactic within certain groups to try and torpedo a text that calls for European rescue missions. The mission is something that we've been asking for years now, and we have strong arguments to back this, and that's why I call on the European Commission to take its responsibility. And the argument to say that only national competence is at stake here will not resolve the problem. We need this mission, but we must go even further, because 27,000 people have lost their lives since 2014 on this deadly route. We cannot lose any more time. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Next speaker, colleague, Madame Intervelt, please.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Commissioner, Mr. Minister. Let's compare here. The billionaire on board the shipwrecked Titan was a Pakistani citizen and holder of a Maltese golden passport. 209 Pakistani people on board the Adriana had no golden passport, indeed, no legal pathways. Yes, people smuggling is a despicable crime that must be fought, but don't try and distract and shift the blame, because once a boat is out on the sea and in trouble, as the Commissioner said, our first duty is to save lives. Full stop. There are no buts. I hear people say here, yes, we have to save lives, but. There's no but. We save lives. Now, in the case of the Pilos shipwreck, there are very strong indications that 600 deaths might have been prevented. An independent international investigation is essential to make sure there is no cover-up. Finally, we urgently need a common EU search and rescue capacity without further delay or excuses. And as the Commissioner said very, very well, let our action be the monument to the victims of Pilos. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, colleague, Mr. Boselager. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Colleagues, I just want to go back to what actually happened, which is that almost 600 people died. And I think we hear a lot of, talking about asylum, about smuggling and so on, but we should really picture what that means. I mean, here there are around 700 people if the room is full. That would mean that almost like 600 of them would die. I think it's important to picture that. This is a couple of moments of people actually drowning in the bottom of a boat. And then we talk about search and rescue, and I ask myself, why do we actually call it search and rescue? I mean, Eric, you described it quite well. They were first ignored in this boat, and then they were not rescued, but they were towed away, which is why the boat very likely capsized. So we shouldn't call this search and rescue. We should call this something like ignore and risk their lives. So Kostas, you said that's a crime. Yes, it's a crime, and the crime is not that we're not following up with smugglers. The crime is not that we're not doing enough to save these lives, that we are stopping NGOs from going there. And yes, that is an Italian problem as well as it is a Greek problem. So I really believe we need the EU-led state, EU search and rescue mission. We need to monitor what happened, and we shouldn't forget the lives of these people that are lost. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, Monsieur Lacapelle, s'il vous plaît.
Madame le Président, chers...
Madam President, dear colleagues, today's debate talks about a need to go and find migrants at sea on the eve of the migration pact. Just shows the blindness of amongst this Parliament with regard to the situation. When vessels are in distress, there's not an obligation to go and rescue them or take them to Europe, for that matter, because we know that NGOs are connecting illegal migrant vessels and bringing them to Europe. This is the policy pursued by those who want to promote migration because of their political ideology and who want Europe to become a welcome centre for migrants. And let me say that patriots in Europe are standing up against it and don't want to be wiped out. And at the next election, European election, they will hold you to account.
Mr. Uhrik, please.
Tvrdíte, že Európa musí posilniť záchranné operácie na mori.
Colleagues, you say that we need to beef up our safe search and rescue missions because of the many tragedies with migrants. But the fact that illegal migration is a tragedy in Europe, well, you're shutting your eyes to that. Let me say to you that here in Europe, what we need is law enforcement and military on our borders to ensure that migrants stop coming to Europe. So why is it that just anyone can cross borders? Who amongst you will just leave your front door open when you leave your house? Would you sleep soundly with your door wide open? No. You have to stop these gangs, you have to stop the traffickers and the taxi services that are being organised for illegal migrants. Otherwise, we'll just find ourselves in the same situation that we're seeing in French cities that are burning.
Thank you, dear President. Colleagues,
tragic scenes from the Mediterranean that we have been witnessing remind us once again that by not having a complete system when it comes to migration and asylum, Europe, in a great part, is the victim of the will of traffickers who are gambling with the lives of people. A recent visit to Lampedusa from colleagues from the Committee of Civil Liberties has shown that this island is a symbol of the dysfunctional policy of migration of the European Union. If we want to avoid further tragedy and further migrational pressure that is occurring for Europe and this island, we have to be brave without emotional blackmailing, and Europe definitely has a duty of solidarity toward those who are in danger. But we cannot indirectly support different organized networks of traffickers who are making profits by selling very dangerous and lethal arrangements for coming to Europe. We have to support Frontex with their challenges, and we have to support the member states that are under the highest pressure. We need a European agreement on the system of migration and asylum. Thank you.
Ressler, next speaker, colleague Mr. Edgerer, and I would like to announce that we will now close the list of the Catch the Eye. Thank you.
Deployed, millions spent, all news channels stopped their regular broadcasting and focused on the search and rescue of 5 very rich people who went missing in a submarine to have a look at the Titanic. It was good that everyone did their utmost to try and bring them to safety. But let us not forget that there are countless others, people fleeing persecution, yes, and even hunger, who deserve the same level of urgency and compassion. Every life is precious, and we must extend the same efforts and do everything possible to rescue everyone at sea. Yes, European challenges require European solutions, yet we cannot have European solutions without European solidarity among member states, and this can only happen and work with real mandatory relocation. Only then can we ensure that no one is left behind, that every life, regardless of their money, regardless of their circumstances, is afforded the dignity and protection that it deserves. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, colleague Mr. Kirchhoff.
Thank you very much, President. The shipwreck that took place off the coast of Pylos calls upon all of us to think carefully. We need to ensure that the European Union provides protection for refugees and migrants, and we also have to look at the responsibility of political parties which instrumentalize the situation. In Greece, the Prime Minister has drawn his own conclusions. No responsibility can be attributed to the Greek Coast Guard. He even talked about the bad intentions of people who have a negative approach. Well, we have to note the issues that there have been with telephone listening in and the problems faced by my colleague Mr. Androulakis. We need an independent inquiry which I can predict will not be accepted by the Greek authorities. The level of hypocrisy of those in power is similar to the sort of thing that we saw to the attitude of the Brexiters towards migrants in the UK, trying to draw profit from a problem that they're supposed to be resolving.
Do you think that brothers, sisters, parents, children would board a vessel to cross the Mediterranean, thinking everything will be fine, that they're not afraid and don't think that won't be dangerous, that they're guided by the hope of finding a better life here than the one they're left behind. Let's think about the people in the Mediterranean and the Atlantic and the Channel. Building walls are also political choices. How many broken families and lost lives do we have to count? How much press conference covering? How much hypocrisy do we have to tolerate? We can put an end to these deaths as politicians to make sure that we can have a constructive management of migration, to have safe legal ways of entry, to decide that solidarity, reception, humanity, dignity are our common values, decide today to have a European safe search and rescue mission and save people. Our civilization will be judged by these acts.
Mr. Belinsky, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I'd like to speak as a representative of a political group that is against migration, so demonized by you. Every human has the right to be saved, but the issue is the political discussion that we're having. Our approach is different. Often we talk about whether migrants are being taken towards Europe, 500 kilometers, or whether they are taken a few kilometers back towards North Africa. And this is the discussion that we have to have. And since 2015, we have seen millions of people coming to Europe. This is a huge number of people, bigger than the population of Ireland. And in my view, if we look at what's happening in France, we can only have we have to do one thing. We need to help people in their regions. We need to ensure people are helped on the ground so we do not need to bring all of these people to Europe. This is the right way so that we do not need to deal with this debate any longer. Thank you.
Next speaker, Mrs. Houtedal. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam President. We still have no final death toll from the disaster of the fishing boats that sank off the coast of Greece last month. Every single loss of life is a tragedy. And of course, we must demand that member states carry out rescue efforts in their own waters. But this is only a solution for the symptoms of a non-functioning migration policy. Part of the long-term solution is to crush the criminal human networks at the routes that, for instance, go to Middle East and North Africa. This requires cooperation with third countries by requiring these countries to put trafficking networks in prison and to increase their control at the border in order to stop migrants. This should be a prerequisite to receive any financial aid from EU or our member states. We must also remove the pull factors that cause a large number of economic migrants to travel to Europe. Screening processes are needed at the external border, and we need a credible system that enables those that have no need for asylum to return. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, colleague, Señor Moreno Sanchez. Por favor.
Gracias, Presidenta. Thank you very much, President, Commissioner. State Secretary, welcome to the European Parliament. Ladies and gentlemen, every year we repeat this debate in this Parliament, and day after day the tragedies are being repeated in the Mediterranean. And if we look at what's happened in the past 10 years, we have more than 600 people who disappeared in the last shipwreck. And what we need to do is put an end to these sea cemeteries. And we've saved many lives in recent years, especially thanks to operations such as Sophia and Mare Nostrum. But once again, we need to have human corridors, and we also need to change the mandate of Frontex so they have the right funds, adequate funds, and in which member states and Frontex play their role to the max. What's at stake here is human dignity and people's lives, but it's also the dignity of European institutions. And we are counting on the Spanish presidency to move forward on this. Thank you.
The next speaker, colleague, Mr. Andrews, please.
Thank you, Madam President, Commissioner and colleagues. Some of this debate has been about the secondary consequences of saving lives at sea, that it will encourage and somehow support the business model of human trafficking. But certain things are so intrinsically right, like saving lives at sea, that secondary consequences should be disregarded. The consequences of not having EU-led search and rescue is increased numbers of deaths and torture in captivity in detention centres in Libya. These are secondary consequences that we should have regard to. And this is why I requested this resolution, along with colleagues in the S&D, the Greens and the Left. The vote in 2019 is a stain on the record of this House. And I would like to encourage all colleagues to do the right thing and correct the record of this House. As long as we continue to allow this senseless loss of life, we cannot claim to be a union of values. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, colleague, Mrs. Stavru. The floor is yours.
Colleagues, when the Cypriot Republic sent an SOS, the scale of the problem became evident. We received 50% of refugees landing in Europe. We're on the front line. And there are these flows in other countries, but for the size of our country, it's huge. Cyprus is a stable member state of the European Union with the highest deployment in terms of population. And what is the point of borders if they can't be protected? If thousands or millions of illegal refugees come to our countries, refugees often come from Turkey. They use the proximity to our countries and they use the green line to pursue their political purposes. It's essential that we take a courageous approach to this problem because the flow of refugees is getting bigger. To protect the democratic character of our countries, the speaker is interrupted.
Proceed with the next speaker, colleague. Thank you. Next, colleague, Mr. Bielowski, please.
Thank you very much, President. 1 month ago, almost 700 people drowned off the coast of Greece. And this is not one sad case, this is one of many. And many more will take place if we do not take action. More than 27,000 people have lost their lives when fleeing Europe via the Mediterranean. What we need to do is end something which we should have done long ago. And the first thing to do is vote in favour of this resolution, which will put an end to these deaths. We need to have acknowledgement of rescue operations. NGOs are doing most of our political work. People have the right to asylum, they have the right to flee hunger and war, and they need to do so in a framework where we are not on the side of the privileged. We need to go in line with our commitments so that it's not just an empty gesture. We need to have proper international solidarity.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, colleague, Mrs. Santush. The floor is yours.
you, Madam President. In 2019,
In 2019, we had a debate in this plenary which was absolutely identical to today's. It was absolutely identical. Once again, it was triggered by another tragedy in the Mediterranean. Since then, 10,000 more lives have been lost, and the only question that we should be asking ourselves here, colleagues, is until when? Until when will rich, developed countries come together and commit to protecting human rights? Will they continue to close their eyes to this tragedy, continue to fail to give a satisfactory response to this situation? How long will we go on without search and rescue in the Mediterranean that is properly coordinated between the different countries and Frontex? Until when are we going to continue to criminalize NGOs, which in many cases are the only response that can provide search and rescue in the Mediterranean, because there is a lack of presence on the ground from the member states? Colleagues, we have to put an end to this shame, because what we're talking about here brings shame upon all of us.
Thank you very much. And colleagues, let me, on behalf of all of us, warmly welcome in the diplomatic gallery a delegation of parliamentarians from Japan who are here for the 41st EU-Japan Interparliamentary meeting. Very well welcome. Thank you very much. Next speaker, Vice President Picerno, please.
Sì, grazie, signora.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Commissioner, colleagues. The illusion that some governments have that they can seal the borders of Europe ultimately betray the founding values of European integration. Europe must remain a safe harbour for all who are escaping from war and violence and abuse. With this spirit, with the same spirit that we received so many Ukrainian refugees, that's the same spirit with which we should look to the Mediterranean. If you look at Europe from Kiev, it's not different to looking at Europe from a trawler in the middle of the Mediterranean. Both look to us as a safe harbour. So what can we do against the deaths at sea, the terrifying choices that the right would like to take? We would prefer to work for a mission of search and rescue at sea, a European Mare Nostrum that can ensure that saving lives comes back to being the centre of our migratory policy. Thank you.
Grazie. Thank you very much. Colleagues, I have 3 speakers on my HDI list, and I'll start with Mr. Lopez Aguilar. Por favor.
Gracias, señora presidenta.
Thank you very much, President, and Spanish Presidency and Commissioner Johansson. In 2019, I had the honour of being rapporteur on a resolution from the European Parliament which demanded a search and rescue framework in Europe. And 4 years later, we have seen thousands more deaths, people who have died in shipwrecks and tragedies, not only on the Mediterranean route, but also in the Atlantic, on the route towards the Canary Islands. European Sea and Search and Rescue would give coast guards and member states, would help member states that would, together with Frontex, they could coordinate search and rescue operations, but it would also help them to land at safe ports, and it would help identify, and it would give people protection once they actually landed. And this is why we need that approach. We need to have legal routes, safe landings, safe disembarkations, so that the coast guards and member states will not be abandoned, because this has become a terrible situation. We're seeing it 4 years later, even after we debated this in the European Parliament then. Thank you.
Gracias. Next speaker, colleague Mr. Kelleher. The floor is yours.
The 2019 vote in this Parliament is a stain on us all, and I was complicit in that stain because I was not present to vote on that day. Since then, thousands of more people have died in the Mediterranean. How much longer must we exempt ourselves from our responsibilities to ensure that we have the basics of search and rescue available to people who are drowning in the Mediterranean? Just because we fail to deal with the human traffickers and the camps in North Africa and elsewhere, and the flow of people across into Europe, just because we fail to deal with that, does not mean that we should fail in a human being's hour of need when they are gasping for air as they drown just off the beaches where we lie sunbathing during the summer. It is shameful, and the European Union and this Parliament must ensure that search and rescue is at its best across the entire Mediterranean to ensure that we can throw a lifebuoy to a human being who is drowning, as I say, just yards from where we lie in beaches during the summer.
Thank you very much. Last speaker on my list, Señor Solé, por favor.
Gracias, Presidenta.
Thank you very much, President. Yesterday, something terrible happened in the Aroa beach in Catalonia. The body of a child, age 2 or 3, was found, was at advanced stage of decomposition, and the police are working on various hypotheses. One of them is that this is a victim of a shipwreck, a ship full of migrants. This is a very simple question, not emotional blackmail. Do we not have the means and technical means and capacity to coordinate and save lives and prevent these tragedies? Do we not have the means to comply with international law? The Mediterranean is the most lethal sea, but it's not the biggest. Nobody should be dying in the Mediterranean. We need to help the countries of origin, of course. We need to do that. But once people are at sea, we need to prevent tragedies. We need to save lives, and we need to put all of our political will into this and all resources we have to do so. We've had enough of excuses.
Yes, thank you very much, colleagues. And now I would like to give the floor again to Commissioner Johansson for her comments and final remarks. Madam Commissioner, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Thank you all for this very important debate. I think problems start when you no longer think of people as human beings. The people in the Adriana and other vessels are human beings. They are men, women, children, with hopes and dreams, with families and friends. Many of you made this point today. The Adriana wasn't the first shipwreck, and we can't promise it will be the last. But we will never, ever think that this is acceptable. We must do what we can to prevent further tragedies, and I agree with many of you that make the strong call for legal pathways here today. It just doesn't make sense when we see member states and companies in need of skilled labor, and at the same time, people are so desperate they put their lives in a smuggler's hand. There had got to be a better way, and there is a better way. We must provide safe routes to Europe by building more and better legal pathways to the European Union. And to prevent dangerous journeys, it's necessary to fight the smugglers more effectively. The smugglers who do not see their victims as human beings, but as cargo, a source of profit. The smugglers of the Adriana reportedly charged between $4,000 and $5,000 each, a total of nearly $4 million. Smugglers are organized criminals, and we must treat them as such. Our first obligation is always to save lives at sea. Member state vessels, private ships, NGOs, boats carry out this duty every day. And although a national competence, the EU must do everything in its power to support search and rescue. Frontex planes and ships support search and rescue operation. And as Executive Director Hans Leitens told the LIBE committee last week, This year alone, Frontex has helped to save 20,000 lives. And the Commission is working with Member States to improve coordination, notably in the contact group on search and rescue. We will continue this work, step it up, and engage actively with Member States for them to take necessary actions. Because Member States should step up on search and rescue. It's their core responsibility, and they must take it. We will continue to support them to the maximum of our capacity and ability. Thank you again for this important debate.
Thank you very much, Madam Commissioner. Colleagues, we are still continuing with the debate, and I have a pleasure to invite to the floor Minister Navarro on behalf of the Spanish presidency. Por favor.
Señora Presidenta. Thank you very much, Madam President. Ladies and gentlemen, Commissioner, thank you very much for this debate. It's been a clear proof of how complex migration issues are, and we have taken note of all of your points and your comments. It's clear that in the Mediterranean, the situation in the Mediterranean needs to be dealt with in a timely manner in line with international maritime law. As I highlighted in my initial presentation, the presidency is committed to an integrated approach to migration. We'll continue to work on all of the activities that I mentioned, including negotiations that are ongoing on legislative proposals on the Migration Pact. There'll be negotiations in Council and between Council and Parliament. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. So the debate is closed. We have received 3 motions for resolutions to wind up this debate, and the vote will be held tomorrow. And the sitting is suspended for 2 minutes. We will resume at 12 with the vote. Thank you.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Can I ask you to take your seats? We have two points of order. I will start with Mr. Bernard Guetta. Vous avez la parole, Monsieur Guetta. Est-ce que vous pouvez être...
Can you be quiet, please?
On a une très longue débat.
We have a very long voting procedure today.
I'm not going to shout. Mr. Guetta, you have the floor.
Merci, Yes, please, if you wouldn't mind. Could I have your attention for a minute? I just wanted to say, for those who don't know yet, that Milan Kundera died just a few moments ago. Milan Kundera is certainly one of the biggest writers of the second half of the 20th century. He also embodied the unity of Europe. He was one of the leading figures of the Prague Spring, one of the leading figures of the denunciation of communist dictatorship. If you agree, President, could we have a moment of silence, a minute of silence, to recognize him? That would be very welcome. Thank you.
Oui, on peut faire un instant de silence juste pour un petit peu de temps. Merci. Maintenant, Monsieur Bardella, vous avez...
Mr. Valdera, you have the floor for a point of order.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Je voudrais faire...
Thank you, Madam President. I just wanted to recall the regulation on Rule 132 of the Parliament. The absence of President Charles Michel this morning on the conclusions of the summit. Well, Mr. Michel's last statements in the press on the European future of Europe requires some kind of clarification before the Parliament. We understand that President Erdogan can offend us in every possible way, but the accession of Sweden to NATO seems to have been horse-traded against EU accession negotiations with Turkey. So I'll remind you that Turkey is not a European state. The frontiers of the EU cannot be in Iraq. Thanks.
Of course, we always invite the President of the European Council to discuss the European Council, but as you know, there is a NATO summit at the moment in Vilnius, and that is why both the President of the European Council and President of the European Commission are present there. We move to the votes. First report by Ms. Alessandra Moretti on the Eco-Design Regulation. Amendments by the committee responsible. Block vote. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted Amendment 34 in two parts. First part, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Second part by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Amendment 59 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted Amendment 122 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted Amendment 131 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted 168 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted 117, two parts. First part by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted second part by show of hands. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted 173. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted 185. Who's in favour? Who's against? Abstains? Adopted. 186 by roll call. Vote is open. It was clear. 186 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. 187 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. 188. Who's in favor? Who's against? Abstains? Adopted. 189. Who's in favor? Who's against? Who abstains? This we have to check. I open the vote. Close the vote. And it is adopted. 190. Who's in favor? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. 191. Who's in favor? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. 198. Who's in favor? Who's against? Abstains? Adopted. 222 in two parts. First part, who's in favor? Who's against? Abstains? Adopted. Second part by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. 253. Who's in favor? Who's against? Abstains? Rejected. 254 D by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 249 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 60 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. 61 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Amendment 255 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 62. Who's in favor? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Amendment 256. Who's in favor? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. Amendment 257 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 251 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 252 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. We vote on the Commission proposal by roll call. The vote is open. Vote is closed. And it is adopted, so I give the floor to the rapporteur, Ms. Moretti.
Grazie, Presidente.
Thank you, President. I wanted to just thank all of the colleagues, the shadow rapporteurs who've worked so constructively with me on this file. I'd like to thank the assistants and policy advisors and the committee secretariat. We've really worked as a team, which has allowed us to adopt an ambitious text in less than a year. It will improve the environment and citizens' health, but it will maintain the competitiveness of our companies. Thanks to this regulation, dear colleagues, all products that are sold on the market will have to be environmentally sustainable and should allow consumers to save energy, to repair their own products, and through a digital passport, they should be aware of what they are buying. So through this regulation, President, the Parliament has shown that it is up to the challenge, up to our expectations, and up to the level of responsibility that our citizens would like to see of us.
Honorable Moretti, now we vote on the referral back. Who's in favor? Who's against? Who abstains? It is in favor, and therefore the report is referred back to the Committee for Interinstitutional Negotiations according to Rule 59(4). We move to the report by Mr. Christian Bourgeois, fees and charges payable to the European Medicines Agency. This is a single vote by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. And it is adopted. I give the floor to the rapporteur, Mr. Bourgeois. Wait. 206, please. Okay.
Thank you very much, dear colleagues. This will modernize a lot the structure of the fees paid to European Medicine Agency, and I ask you to agree to refer back to the committee. Thank you.
Mr. Bourgeois, so we vote on the referral back. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted, and therefore the report is referred back according to Rule 59.4. We move to the report by Mr. Ladislav Ilčić on fishing in the General Fisheries Commission for the Mediterranean Agreement Area. I give the floor first to the rapporteur for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Dear colleagues, this report is not controversial, and I believe it will be supported by a vast majority of members. However, I'm addressing you because this report is a good indicator of extremely bad and belittling attitude of Commission towards the Parliament. And this concerns all of us, no matter which group we belong to. Today, we are transposing decisions which were made by Commission the GFCM 5 years ago and have, in the meantime, entered into force, and this is quite senseless. In addition to being slow, the Commission often misuses the right to sign international agreements with third countries. So if the Commission doesn't like the Parliament's point of view, then the Commission goes to some international organization like GFCM and makes the decision there, the same decisions which didn't go through in this Parliament. And then 5 or 6 years later, the Commission comes to Parliament so that we transpose these decisions into European legislation, the same decision which we rejected 5 or 6 years ago. And by this is really a threat to basic principles of EU, which should bring decisions within trialogue. And therefore, I invite you to consider this topic in your groups and to contribute together to strengthening of democracy and the trust of our voters in European institutions. We, as their directly elected representatives, must not let the Commission, which is not directly elected by voters, to push us aside so rudely. Thank you very much.
Mr. Ilčić, thank you. So we move on to the provisional agreement, Amendment 32, by roll call. The vote is open. Vote is closed. And it is broadly adopted. Thereby, the first reading of Parliament is closed, and I give the floor to the Commission. Commissioner, please.
Thank you, Madam President. Honourable members, the Commission is currently preparing a proposal for implementing the General Fisheries Commission for the Mediterranean recommendation stemming from the GFCM annual session in 2021 and 2022, and with a view to present this proposal to the European Parliament and the Council in a timely manner.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thereby, the first reading was closed. Thank you. We move to the report by Mr. Patrick Yaki on the digital information exchange in terrorism cases. We vote on the provisional agreement, Amendment 47, by roll call. The vote is open. Vote is closed. And it is adopted. Thereby, the first reading of Parliament is closed. Move to another report by Mr. Patrick Yaki on the exchange of information and cooperation concerning terrorist offences, alignment with Union rules on the protection of personal data. We vote on the provisional agreement, Amendment 9, by roll call. The vote is open. Vote is closed. It's adopted, and the first reading of Parliament is closed. We now move to the report by Mr. Cesar Luena on nature restoration. We have first the proposal. Please, can I ask for silence? We have first the proposal to reject the Commission proposal. The vote is by roll call, and the vote is open. Vote is closed. And it is rejected. Thereby, we therefore move to vote on the amendments. We move to vote on the amendments. We move to vote on the amendments. We vote on the draft legislative act, Amendment 18 CP. Who is in favour? Who's against? Again, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? We check. Vote is open. Vote is closed. And it is adopted. Amendment 113. Amendment 113. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Check. Vote is open. Vote is closed. And it is adopted. Amendment 114 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. And it is adopted. Amendment 115 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. And it is rejected. We therefore vote on Amendment 19. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. Amendment 5. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. Amendment, well, let's check, but I think it's rejected. Amendment 5. Vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 18, CP, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Check. Vote is open. Vote is closed. And it is adopted. Amendment 20, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. Amendment 116 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. And it is adopted. 117 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Amendment 21 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. And it is adopted. Amendment clearly adopted. Amendment 22D. Who is in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. Amendment 99. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Check. Vote is closed. And it is adopted. 119 falls. Amendment 58 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. And it is rejected. So we vote Amendment 18 CP. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Check. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Amendment 23 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 59, 18 CP. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Check. Vote is open. Vote is closed. And it is adopted, so 59 falls. Amendment 100. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Check. No, this is clear. Okay, vote is closed, and it is adopted. Please show your hands. Therefore, Amendment 60, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. Amendment 25, 101, 121. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Check. Vote is open. Vote is closed. It is adopted. Article 4, paragraph 8. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. Amendment 6. Check. Article 4, paragraph 8. Vote is closed. Adopted. Amendment 6. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Check. Vote is closed. Adopted. Amendment 122. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Check. Vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 18 CP. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Check. Vote is closed. Adopted clearly. Amendment 26 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Clearly rejected. Amendment 27. Who is in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? We have to check this as well. I open the vote. Vote is closed. And it is adopted. Amendment 28. By roll call, vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 123. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? We need to check this. Vote is open. It's impossible to tell. Vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 18 CP. By show of hands, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Check. No risks with this one. Vote is closed. Adopted. Amendment 29D. Who is in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Check. Vote is closed. Adopted. So we move to Amendment 30 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 103. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Check. Vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 31. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. 125. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Check. Vote is closed. Adopted. So 18 CP falls. We move to Amendment 32, 104, 126. Who is in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Check. Vote is closed. Adopted. We go to Article 5, paragraph 8.c. Who is in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Rejected. Amendment 7. Who is in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Oh, different. We check. Vote is closed. Adopted. Amendment 7. Who's in? No, Amendment 127. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Check. Vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 18 CP. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Check. Vote is closed. Adopted. Amendment 33 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 77. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. Amendment 70. Really? 77. Open the vote. It was already open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 78. Who's in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Rejected. Amendment 18 CP by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Amendment 18 CP. Who's in favour? Who's against? Again. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Check. Vote is closed. Adopted. Amendment 3. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. Amendment 86, 87. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected, but we can check. We check 86, 87. No, maybe adopted. Vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 88 to 92 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Did we vote this? Yes. Amendment 3447 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. And it is adopted. Therefore, a lot of amendments fall. We move to Article 10, Paragraph 2, Amendment 129, 130. By roll call, vote is open. I'll give you a second. So, we move, I say it again, many pages into the voting list. Amendment 129 and 130 by roll call. Vote is open. Okay for everyone? We wait. It's okay. Vote is closed. Adopted. Amendment 80. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. We check Amendment 80. This is adopted. Vote is closed. Adopted. Amendment 35. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Check. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Amendment 36. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Check. Vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 18 CP. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Check. Vote is open. No, this is adopted. Vote is closed. Adopted broadly. Amendment 66 falls. Amendment 37, who's in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Check. Vote is closed. And it is adopted. Amendment 38, who is in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Check. We check. Vote is closed. Adopted. Amendment 39, who is in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Check. Vote is closed. Adopted. Amendment 40, who is in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Check. I'm just going to go check all immediately for most of them. Vote is closed. And it is adopted. Amendment 18 CP, who is in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Check. Vote is closed. Should be adopted. Adopted. Original text falls. Amendment 18 CP. Who's in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Check. Close. Adopted broadly. Amendment 4. Who's in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Rejected. Amendment 18 CP. Who's in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? A check. It's adopted. Check. Doesn't matter. We can check to be clear. Vote is closed. Adopted. Amendment 12. Who's in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Adopted. Amendment 41. Who's in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Check. Vote is closed. Adopted. Amendment 42. Who's in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Check. Vote is closed. Adopted. Therefore, 18 CP falls. Amendment 69. Who is in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Adopted. Article 12, paragraph 2.m. Who is in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Check. Vote is closed. Adopted. Amendment 70. Who is in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Rejected. Amendment 43. Who is in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Check. Close the vote. Adopted. Amendments then 13, 18 fall. Amendment 82. Who is in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Rejected. Amendment 15. Who is in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Check this. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Amendment 18 CP 44. Who is in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Adopted. 71 to 72 falls. 73. Who is in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Adopted. Oh, actually, we check this, yeah. Actually, vote is closed. And it's rejected, apologies. So, Amendment 83. Who is in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Let's check this. Vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 84. Who is in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Rejected. We vote on Amendment 11. Who is in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Check this. Vote is closed. Adopted. Amendment 18 CP. Who is, they fall? Yeah, okay. So we move to Amendment 134. By roll call, vote is open. Vote is closed. And it is adopted. Amendment 18 CP. Who is in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? We check. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Amendment 45. Who's in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Check. Vote is closed. And it is adopted. So we move to Amendment 17. Who is in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Check. Close the vote. Adopted. So 97 falls. Amendment 131 by roll call vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. 135 by roll call vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Amendment 136. Who's in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Check. Vote is closed. Adopted. 46. Who is in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Rejected. Amendment 74. You want to check 46? We've checked 46. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 74. Who is in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Rejected. Amendment 85. Who is in favour? It was clear. Amendment 85. Who is in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Rejected, but we check this. Vote is closed. Rejected. Annex 4 falls. Annex 7, after point 10, Amendment 75. Who is in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Rejected. Amendment 18 CP. Who is in favour? Who is against? Who check. So I can see it. Vote is closed. Adopted. So 123 falls. Amendment 18 CP. Who is in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Check. Vote is closed. Adopted. Amendment 133 CP. Who is in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Rejected. We check this. Okay. 133 CP. Vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 48. Who's in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Rejected. 49. Who's in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Rejected. 50. Who's in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Rejected. 51. Who's in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Rejected. 52. Who is in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Rejected. 53. Who's in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Rejected. So I give the floor to Mr. Lutgen to move an oral amendment to insert a new recital 12A. Attendez, monsieur. Maintenant.
Voilà, merci Madame la...
Thank you very much, President. Colleagues, we want to protect biodiversity in our workers and our borders. This is why I suggest 12A, recital 12A, examining the Commission's policy, says that the Green Deal for Europe and the new European growth strategy will be the driver of our competitiveness, to have a deep and progressive progression of our economies, which has a huge impact on the structure of exchanges, while the vast bilateral commercial networks are a huge platform for climate change and biodiversity, and therefore want to see mirror provisions in place.
Opposition to the oral amendment. 38 members would need to stand up. I don't see that, so I put the oral amendment to the vote. Who is in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Adopted. Amendment 2. Who is in favour? You want to check? You want to check the oral amendment? Okay, we check the oral amendment. Who is in favour? It was clear, huh? Vote is closed. Adopted. Amendment 2. Who is in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Again. Who is against? Adopted. Amendment 79. Who is in favour? Amendment 79. Who is in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Rejected. Amendment 14. Who is in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Adopted. Amendment 55. Who is in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Rejected. Amendment 54. Who is in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Rejected. Amendment 112. Who is in favour? Who is against? We check this. Open the vote. Vote is closed. And it is adopted. Amendment 18 falls. Amendment 56. Who is in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Rejected. Amendment 57. Who is in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Rejected. So we now vote on the Commission proposal by roll call. The vote is open. Vote is closed. And it is adopted. So I give the floor. We give the floor to the co-rapporteur now. Okay. Can I give the floor now to the rapporteur? Can I give the floor back to the rapporteur? Mr. Luen, I give you the floor.
Gracias, Presidenta. Thank you very much, President Metsola. And thank you to all the groups and all of the members that have voted in favour of this law. This is a good law, even for those who voted against it. So I hope that after this vote you'll also be happy about it. 70 years of the European project, and we're going to now start working on a proper nature restoration law. And I would like to thank all of the scientists and young people in particular, because it's those people that have shown us and they have convinced us that we need this law and we're going to have it. So thank you. According to the relevant rule, President, I would like this to be returned to the Environment Committee so that we can negotiate with the other institutions of the European Union. Friends, let's move forward on this.
Thank you. So I put this request to the vote by roll call. The vote is open. Vote is closed. And it is adopted. And therefore the matter is referred back. We move now to the motion for a resolution by a committee on petitions on the accession to the Schengen area. We vote on the resolution as a whole by roll call. The vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Joint motion for a resolution tabled by 6 groups on the situation in Lebanon. Amendment 2 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 3 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Paragraph 3 in 2 parts. First part, who's in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Adopted. Second part, who's in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? We check this. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted broadly. Paragraph 6 in 2 parts. First part, who's in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Adopted. Second part, who's in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? We check this. Please, colleagues, can I ask you to show your hands when we vote? It's easier. It is clearly adopted. Vote is closed. And it is clearly adopted. Amendment 4 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. I give the floor to Mr. Ruiz de Veza to move an oral amendment on paragraph 7. Dominic?
Thank you very much, dear President. I just want to move an oral amendment in agreement with the other groups for this paragraph, in which we, just to give an explanation, when we are calling for sanctions, we mention those that are obstructing the political process and those that are obstructing the judicial process on the port, the blast in the port, but we didn't mention those that are undergoing financial misconduct and corruption. So we just want to add to the paragraph those involved in serious financial misconduct and those obstructing corruption investigations.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ruiz de Veza. Is there any opposition to the oral amendment? No? So I put the amendment to the vote. Who is in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Adopted. I now give the floor to Mr. Kovachev to move an oral amendment on paragraph 12.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I would like to add to this paragraph the following sentence, stresses that the EU funds should not reach Hezbollah.
Thank you, Mr. Kovachev. Is there any opposition to this oral amendment? I don't see that, so I put the oral amendment to the vote. Who is in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Adopted. Paragraph 13 in 6 parts. First part, who's in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Adopted. Second part, who's in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? I can't tell. Let's open the vote. Vote is closed. Adopted. Third part, who's in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Adopted. Fourth part, who is in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Adopted. Fifth part by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Sixth part, who is in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Adopted. Amendment 5, who is in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Rejected. Amendment 8, who is in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Adopted. Amendment 1, who's in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Rejected. Amendment 6 by roll call. Vote is open. Amendment 6. Vote is closed. Rejected. Recital D in 2 parts. First part, who's in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Adopted. Second part, who is in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Rejected. Recital J in 2 parts. First part, who is in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Adopted. Second part, who is in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? We check this. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Recital N in 2 parts. First part, who is in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Adopted. Second part, who is in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Check. Vote is closed. It's adopted. Adopted. Amendment 7. Who is in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Adopted. Recital P. Who is in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Check. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. We vote on the resolution as a whole. Who is in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Adopted. We move to the joint motion for a resolution by 3 groups on the state of the EU-Cuba PDCA in the light of the recent visit of the High Representative to the island. Paragraph 4 by roll call. Vote is open. All the votes here are by roll call. Vote is closed. Adopted. Paragraph 6. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Paragraph 7. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Paragraph 8. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Amendment 1. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Paragraph 10. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Recital I. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. We vote on the resolution as a whole. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. We vote now on the joint motion for a resolution tabled by 4 groups on the establishment of the EU ethics body. Amendment 4 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Original text by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Amendment 3 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Original text. Who's in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Check. Okay, there will be similar majorities. Vote is closed. And it is broadly adopted. We go to after paragraph 2, amendment 5 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 6 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 7 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 8. Who's in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Rejected. Amendment 9. Who is in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? We open. We check. Vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 10 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. The original text falls. Amendment 11. Who is in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Rejected. Paragraph 6 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Paragraph 7 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Paragraph 8 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Amendment 1. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Amendment 24 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 12. Vote is open. Vote is... Amendment 12. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. Amendment 13 in two parts. First part by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Second part by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 25 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 26 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 27 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 14 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Amendment 28. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. Amendment 29 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 30. Who is in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Rejected. Amendment 2. Who is in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Rejected. Amendment 17 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. 18 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. 19 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. 20. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. 21. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. 22. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. 15. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. 23. Who's in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Rejected. 16 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. We vote on the resolution as a whole by roll call. The vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. We move to the report by Ms. Dolores Montserrat on the COVID-19 pandemic, lessons learned and recommendations for the future. We vote on the alternative motion for resolution, Amendment 17, by roll call. The vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 18, by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. 84, by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Paragraph 12 in 3 parts. First part, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Second part, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Third part, who's in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Adopted. Amendment 59, who's in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Rejected. Amendment 19 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 1. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. 71. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Amendment 20 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 60. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. Amendment 2. Who's in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Adopted. Amendment 3. Who's in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Adopted. Amendment 21. Who's in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Rejected. Amendment 22 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 4 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Amendment 5 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. So we vote on the original text in 3 parts. First part by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Second part by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Third part by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Amendment 85 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 86 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 87 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 6. Who's in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Adopted. Amendment 23 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. 61. Who is in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Rejected. 24 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. 25 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. 112 in 2 parts. First part by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Second part. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. 115 in 2 parts. First part. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Second part. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. 26. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. 27. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. 28. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. 119 in 2 parts. First part. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Second part. Who's in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Adopted. Amendment 7. Who's in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Adopted. 29. Who's in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Rejected. Original text of 139 in two parts. First part. Who's in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Adopted. Second part. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Paragraph 152 in two parts. First part. Who's in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Adopted. Second part. Who's in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Adopted. Amendment 30. Who's in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Rejected. Amendment 72. Who's in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Let's check. For a change. We open the vote on 72. Vote is closed. Rejected. 73 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. 170 in two parts. First part. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Second part. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Let's check. Close the vote. It's adopted. Adopted broadly. 173. Who's in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Adopted. Amendment 8 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Amendment 9. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Amendment 62. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. 31. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. 32. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. 33. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. 34 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. 51. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Check. Now it's clear. Vote is closed. And it's adopted. Paragraph 194. Who is in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Adopted. Amendment 10. Who's in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Adopted. Amendment 35. Who's in favour? Who's against? Abstains? Rejected. 81 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. 36 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Paragraph 202. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? We check. Vote is closed. Adopted. Amendment 11. Who's in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Adopted. Amendment 12. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. 13. Who's in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Adopted. 14. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. 63 in two parts. First part. Who's in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? We check this. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted broadly. Second part. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. Amendment 64 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. 65 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. 49. Who's in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Adopted. Paragraph 292 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. 66 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. 74. Who's in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Adopted. 75. Who's in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Adopted. Amendment 53 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. So we vote on the original text in two parts. First part, who's in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Adopted. Second part, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Amendment 88 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. 37 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. 342 paragraph by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. 15. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. 38. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. 89 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. It's rejected. Amendment 90 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 91 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. 39. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. 40. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. 92 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. 76 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. 77 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. 78. Who's in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Check. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Paragraph 442 in two parts. First part, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Second part, who's in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Adopted. 41, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. 42, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. 492 in two parts. First part, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Second part, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Paragraph 493 in two parts. First part, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Second part, who's in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Check. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. 93 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. 94 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 43. Who's in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Adopted. Amendment 516 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Amendment 50. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. 44 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. 523 in two parts. First part, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Second part, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Paragraph 525, who's in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? This we check. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. 526 in two parts. First part, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Second part, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? We need to check this as well. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. 535 in two parts. First part, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Second part, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. Amendment 4554 by roll call vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. 55 by roll call vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. 46 by roll call vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. 47 and 56 by roll call vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. We vote on the original text. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? We need to check this. Vote is closed. Adopted. We vote on Amendment 48 and 57 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. 95 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. 96 in 3 parts. First part by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Second part by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Third part by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 67. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. 16. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. 569 in 2 parts. First part. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Second part by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. 79 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. 58 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. 68. Who's in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Rejected. 69. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. 80. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. We check. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Paragraph 602 in 2 parts. First part, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Second part, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. 70 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. 97 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. 82 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. 83 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. And now we vote on the resolution as a whole by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. And it's adopted. Dear colleagues, since we are going quite fast, you focus on the word quite, we don't need to postpone any vote. So we continue straight on the Inchir report. So we move to the report by Ms. Evin Inchir on relations with the Palestinian Authority. Amendment 44 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 8. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. 45 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Paragraph 1.c. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Amendment 18. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. 19. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Check. Vote is closed. Rejected. Paragraph 1.d in two parts. First part, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Second part, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. 46, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. 50, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. 47. 50, we check. We check 50? We check 50. Pretty clear, I think. Vote is closed. Rejected. 47, who's in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Rejected. 48 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. 49, who's in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Rejected. 9, who's in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Rejected. 51 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Paragraph 1.g in two parts. First part, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Second part, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? We check this. Okay, it's clear. Vote is closed. Adopted. Amendment 52, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. Amendment 20, who's in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Check. Vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment, paragraph 1.m in two parts. First part, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Second part, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Amendment 10 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. 53. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. 54 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Paragraph 1.5 in two parts. First part, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Second part, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Amendment 5 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. So the original text, we vote who's in favour. Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Paragraph 1.10 in four parts. First part, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Second part by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Third part, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Fourth part, who's in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Adopted. Amendment 11, who's in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Rejected. 55, who's in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Rejected. Paragraph 1.ae in two parts. First part, who's in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Adopted. Second part, who's in favour? Who is against? Abstains? Adopted. Amendment 21, who's in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Adopted. 56, who's in favour? Do you want to check 21? We check 21. Vote is open on 21. Vote is closed. Adopted. 56, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted, but we could check. We check. There's only 4 votes before. Vote is closed. Rejected. 57. Who's in favour? Who's against? Abstains? Rejected. Paragraph 1.ai. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Paragraph 1.al in 2 parts. First part, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Second part, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Amendment 22, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Original text. We check Amendment 22. Vote is closed. Adopted. Original text falls. Paragraph 1.ao in 2 parts. First part, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Second part, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Amendment 12, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. 58, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. 13, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. 59, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. 60, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. 26. Check Amendment 60. Vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 26. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. Amendment 1 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 14. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? We check this. Vote is closed. Rejected. 27. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. Amendment 6 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Recital D in 2 parts. First part, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Second part, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. 28, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? We check this. Should be rejected. Vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 7, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Check. I think it's rejected. No. Yes. Vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 29, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. Amendment 30, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. 31, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Check. Vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 2 by roll call vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 15. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. We check. We can check Amendment 15. Vote is open. Vote is closed. No. Rejected. Amendment 3 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 32. Who's in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? We check. Vote is closed. Rejected. 33. Who's in favour? Please show your hands. Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. Amendment 34. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Check. Vote is closed. Rejected. 35. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. 36. Who's in favor? Who is against? Who abstains? Check. Vote is closed. Rejected. 38. Adopted. Adopted. Amendment 38. Who's in favor? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. 37 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Recital P in two parts. First part, who's in favor? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Second part, who's in favor? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. 39. Who's in favor? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. 40. Who's in favor? Who's against? Who abstains? Check. Vote is closed. Rejected. 16. Who's in favor? Who is against? Who abstains? Check. Vote is closed. Rejected. 17. Who's in favor? Who is against? Who abstains? Rejected. 41. Who's in favor? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. 42. Who's in favor? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. Recital AA. Who's in favor? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. 43. Who's in favor? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. Amendment 4 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. 23D. Who's in favor? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. 24D. Who's in favor? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. Citation 30. Who's in favor? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. 25D. Who's in favor? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. Vote on the resolution as a whole by roll call. Vote is open. 4 left. Vote is closed, and it is adopted. We vote now on the report by Mr. Paolo Rangel on the 2022 report on Bosnia and Herzegovina. Paragraph 8 in 2 parts. First part by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Second part by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Amendment 1. Who's in favor? Who is against? Who abstains? Rejected. Amendment 9. Who's in favor? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Amendment 2. Who's in favor? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. Amendment 10. Who's in favor? Who is against? Who abstains? Adopted. Amendment 11. Who's in favor? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Amendment 12. Who's in favor? Who is against? Who abstains? Adopted. Amendment 4. Who's in favor? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. Amendment 5 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Paragraph 65 in 2 parts. First part. Who's in favor? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Second part. Who's in favor? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. 66 in 3 parts. First part. Who's in favor? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Second part. Who's in favor? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Third part. Who's in favor? Who's against? Abstains? Adopted. 67 in 2 parts. First part. Who's in favor? Who's against? Abstains? Adopted. Second part. Who's in favor? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. 70 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. 71. Who's in favor? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Amendment 3. Who's in favor? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. Amendment 6. Who's in favor? Who's against? Who abstains? Check. Vote is closed. Rejected. Recital A by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Amendment 7. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Amendment 8. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. We vote on the resolution as a whole by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Vote and is adopted. We move to the report by Ms. Isabel Santos on the 2022 report on Albania. Last few votes, dear colleagues. We're almost there. Amendment 3. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Check. We check. It's not clear. Vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 4. Who's in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Adopted. Amendment 5. Who's in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Adopted. Amendment 6. Who's in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Check. Vote is closed. Rejected. Amendments 1 and 2. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Check. Vote is closed. Adopted. Amendment 7 falls. 37. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. 43 in 3 parts. First part, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Second part, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Third part, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Vote on resolution as a whole by roll call. Vote is open. 2 more. 2. Vote is closed. Adopted. We move to the report by Mr. Stefan Berger on the financial activities of the European Investment Bank, Annual Report 2022. Single vote by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Finally, we vote on the report by Ms. Viola von Kramon Tabadell on the control of the financial activities of the European Investment Bank, Annual Report 2022. Amendment 2. Who is in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Rejected. Amendment 1. Who is in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Rejected. We vote on the resolution as a whole by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. We continue with the debate.
Ben ritrovati colleghi e colleghi.
Well, welcome back, colleagues. We're now moving on to the minutes. That's to say texts adopted yesterday have been distributed. I'd like to ask everyone if there are any observations, any comments. Seems not. So the minutes are adopted. Now let's move on to today's debate. The first debate today is on the current subject, so that's tax the rich. There will be no catch the eye, and there will be no blue card questions. Let's get started straight away with Mrs. Aubry, who has the floor.
Merci beaucoup, Madame.
Thank you very much, Madam President, Commissioner. Colleagues, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There we are. During 10 seconds, Bernard Arnault, the richest man in the world, gained 17,123 euros. 17,123 euros in 10 seconds. In 10 seconds, more than a minimum salary worker, but the CEO of LMVH is not seen, the only ones to see his fortune leap. There's been an increase of 170 billion euros, and that's more than the European Recovery Plan after COVID, and 7 times the budget of the European Union. Let's look at this curve here, this graph. This graph, if it continues, there's no green plan for some people. The ultra-rich are getting richer all the time, and there are more of them. A curve that will continue to explode in the years ahead. It shows the bankruptcy of our system and our democracy. In real life, things are becoming more remote. You see the list, the lowering of quality of food and safety. I'll show you another graph. This graph, it's the drop in food consumption. In the end, 12% less in the last 18 months. 1 person in 6 who is not eating enough in the richest part of the world. This is because of inflation, which hits Europeans 50% more in 1 year. Even the ECB says this is caused by excess company profits, and these super profits, they add to bonuses and dividends. We will never be able to have a society where we put taxes on food and don't allow people to eat enough. We won't be able to allow people to make ends meet. This is healthcare workers find this reality. It's very hard for these people. A friend of my daughter said that she will become a tramp. Bernard Arnault won't have any difficulty in avoiding taxes on his yacht, which is called Symphony, ironically, and it's registered in the Cayman Islands. Tax evasion means that billionaires have been able to do what they want. So that's why I want to put on this plenary agenda this simple objective of taxing relief. A group has been fighting for measures which are very simple. Taxes on windfall taxes and taxing yachts and jets and other toys of the rich. So, colleagues, let's count again. 1, 2, 3. 3 seconds. It's the time to vote in this hemicycle, which could vote through tax justice measures. This means in this time we could bring in hundreds of billions of euros, tax the rich. Thank you very much.
Sì, grazie onorevole Aubry. Lei conosce o dovrebbe conoscere.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Aubry. I'm sure you know the rules that set that you're not allowed to show signs or notices in the House. So, like everyone else, you have to respect the rules of the House. Anyway, now on behalf of the Council, Secretary of State for the Spanish Presidency, Mr. Navarro Díaz.
Señora Presidenta.
Thank you, President, ladies and gentlemen. Commissioner, I'd like to thank you for inviting the Council to this topical debate. Taxation is an issue which is always of high profile and is of great interest to this Parliament, as shown by the resolution which you recently adopted on the lessons learned from the Pandora Papers scandal. One of the guiding principles of the Council's work in tax policy in recent years has been to ensure that everybody pays their fair share of tax, and I can reassure you that the Spanish Presidency will continue in this way. Having said that, as you are aware, the treaties, according to the treaties, the competences for the EU are quite limited when it comes to direct taxation, and even more when it comes to the taxation of individuals. This means, therefore, that it's national legislators in member states that decide on the tax rates that they apply to all types of income or wealth. However, important steps have been taken at union level in tax policy, and later on today I'll have the opportunity to discuss our work on tax avoidance and tax evasion in the context of the directive on shell companies. Important measures have been taken to promote tax transparency and the equity of our tax systems. This allows all member states to take decisions on their taxation systems and then enforce them with a better awareness of incomes and the wealth of their citizens. We have expanded our cooperation to include various areas of interest to taxation, including taxation on income and wealth taxes. The Council has recently started to debate changes to the Directive on Administrative Cooperation, and this change aims to apply this to crypto assets and the exchange of information on previous tax treaties relating to individuals of high net worth. What's termed the 8th Directive on Administrative Cooperation will give our tax authorities even more effective means to detect untaxed income and manipulation that may lead to tax avoidance. The Council is very much looking forward to the Parliament's opinion on this issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The next speaker, on behalf of the Commission, is Commissioner Paolo Gentiloni.
President, honourable members, last year's Eurobarometer survey on fairness and inequality found that 80% of European citizens believed income inequality was too high. 2/3 believe that taxation has a role to play in redressing this. And these are clearly areas where our citizens expect all of us to show determination, despite the limits that the common jurisdiction has in this field. Let me address 3 specific points. First, personal income taxation. In most member states, personal income tax systems are progressive. This reflects the value of solidarity and the conviction that broader shoulders can lift a heavier weight. Some member states, however, offer preferential treatment for foreign high net worth individuals. Such schemes risk damaging our social pact. They reduce progressively and can result in a deterioration of tax revenues for all. Second, on the taxation of capital gains, middle class and less well-off individuals tend to generate most of their income from labour. The wealthier an individual, the bigger the share of capital income in his total revenues compared to labour income. There is therefore a case to further reflect on how to keep the right balance between the taxation of capital gains and labour taxation, which remains too high in several member states. This is key for our economic growth. Third and final point, we have to fight to avoid aggressive tax planning. The Commission, as the representative of the Council just remembered, is working on several work streams. The DAC 8 proposal, for example, includes a new obligation on member states to share with one another advanced tax rulings concerning the taxation of high net worth individuals. This would reduce the opportunities to hide wealth and avoid fair taxation. Last year's extraordinary profits of oil companies from surging energy prices prompted outcries, which we addressed with our solidarity contribution on these windfall profits. And more recently, there have been concerns of the so-called profit inflation of large corporates as a driver of inflation in Europe, as IMF showed in an end of June report. In this context, the question of taxation of wealth has returned to the political fore. Just today, the Commission has registered the European Citizens' Initiative, taxing great wealth to finance the ecological and social transition. While I welcome today's debate, in the meantime, honourable members, let me assure you that fairness is and will continue to be at the heart of our tax policy. Thank you.
Grazie, grazie al commissario Gentiloni.
Thank you very much to Commissioner Gentiloni. So let's carry on with our discussion. Mr. Ferber, please, EPP, 2 minutes.
President, Commissioner, dear colleagues, in view of the current debate on tax to rich, I would like to deal with two issues. The member states of the EU do not have any revenue problem, it is claimed. And secondly, there is allegedly no need for a more progressive tax system. The entire tax revenue in the last decade has gone up steadily. Tax revenue in the EU is presently on average over 40% of GDP, and in some member states nearing the 50% level. So almost every other euro earned goes to the state. In member states, we don't have any problem with revenue. We've got more of a problem with expenditure. The state expenditure is where the problem really lies. The second myth is to do with the class struggle. It is claimed that a more progressive tax system with higher tax rates allegedly would lead to greater equality. Just a few figures. The contribution of the top 10% of taxpayers, so the rich and the super rich, they currently pay 50% of tax income, and the top 50% of those paying income tax contribute more than 90% of tax revenue. So the rich, who want to tax more, already are paying the greatest amount of tax. They are sustaining our society, and they are already plagued by the tax collector. So a sound tax system is not characterized by high tax rates, rather simplicity, predictability, the incentives for innovation and value creation. We won't attain this if we only crank up the tax rates.
Grazie. Ora facoltà di intervenire l'onorevole.
Thank you very much. Wilson, please. Next speaker.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Colleagues, since the beginning of the pandemic, 2/3 of the overall wealth has gone into the hands of the richest 1%. 10 richest people now possess more than 1/3 of the humanity in total. And in addition, for the first time in a long time, the enrichment of the richest is now accompanied by a large increase in extreme poverty. So for a majority of the workers, inflation has eaten up the wages. If the richest were charged a tax of just a few percent, 2 billion people could be lifted out of poverty. Some say it is impossible, but this crisis has also shown a great opportunity to achieve a more just society. We have abolished a system in which a small craftsman paid a higher percentage of tax than a large multinational company by introducing a minimum effective tax rate, which was previously unthinkable. And now it's time to be brave and go a step further towards a fair distribution of wealth. It's time to take from those who have and give to those who don't.
Intervenire l'onorevole Ayer.
Ms. Ayer, next, please. Thank you very much, President, Minister, Commissioner, colleagues. Yes, there are considerable inequalities, and we've seen an increase in wealth in recent years, but Europeans are waiting for more tax justice. There are those who do not pay fair tax, and they must contribute much. That is the work that we've been doing since 2019 here in this chamber. But whatever the Assembly, whatever the level of power, we hear the same from the far left: tax the rich, tax the rich, tax the rich. That's all we're hearing. This is a discussion that's turned into an ideology, and sometimes we wonder whether behind that ideology, what exactly hides behind that in the spirits of some. If we just talk about taxing the rich, we're not looking at really who it is who owns this wealth or how effective some measures would be. And it isn't actually helpful for the more vulnerable, because we never hear people defending the money escaping out of Europe. You don't defend that, so Madame Aubry. So once that wealth has got to the Bahamas or Dubai, how are you going to redistribute that wealth? But it's much like climate change. We can only tackle this at a global level. We've got to make sure that everybody does pay their fair share of taxes, but that isn't going to happen if those taxes go elsewhere in the world. Thank you very much. Ms. Peter Hansen, next, please.
Thank you very much, dear colleagues, dear Commissioner, dear Council. Since 2020, the richest 1% have captured almost 2/3 of all new wealth. 2/3. It's nearly twice as much money as the bottom 99% of the world's population. And some might think that this is only a problem for the US and it's not a European one. Well, they couldn't be more wrong. Wealth concentration in Europe are high, extremely high. The top 1% holds over 30% of total wealth, while the poorest half owns less than 5%. This is deeply unfair. And guess what? Those at the top are mostly men, and those at the bottom are mostly women. Wealth taxation is thus also a gender issue. Over the last decades, the super rich have been protected by the dominant belief that taxing them would be detrimental for our economy. But taxing on capital have been shrinking over the last years, and wealth taxes have almost disappeared. Estimations vary, but a wealth tax in Europe could raise between 200 billion euros and 1 trillion euro. This is massive, and it has the potential to save our planet, to educate our children, and to care for our elderly. So is this proposal for a tax out of envy of people and companies that have made a fortune, who have invested cleverly, or have used the capital markets to further gain profits? No, not at all. This is a matter of justice, it's a matter of fairness, It's a matter of showing solidarity and responsibility towards our common goods, our nature, our detrimental effects climate change is already having on million people. So I call on you, Commissioner Gentiloni, to bring this forward for the G20 meeting and find a way for European wealth tax. Thank you very much.
Grazie. Grazie.
Thank you very much. Let me remind you that you are not allowed to show any signs or anything written here in the chamber. Ms. Peter Hansen, please don't do that again. Mr. Hoggeveen, please.
Dank u, voorzitter.
Thank you, President. Tax the wealthy to pay for all others. We hear that here a lot. We hear that the wealthy are becoming wealthier and the poor poorer. Is that true? Yes. The wealthy are becoming more wealthy, but the poor are also becoming more prosperous. Why? Because of the free market. We don't need socialist protectionist regimes. They just carve out poverty. Look at Colombia, Venezuela. We always hear the same story there. The strongest shoulders should bear the strongest burden. The wealthiest 30% in the Netherlands pay 82% of the tax burden. The left in the Netherlands are looking for a CEO tax. Only 600 million euro would be raised out of 100 billion in total. So it's always the same story. We're looking to tax the managements more. So don't tax you, don't tax me, tax the guy behind the tree.
Mr. Mann, please.
Collega's, in dit debat...
Honourable members, the left are looking for more tax in this debate. Tax the rich. If the rich pay more in taxes, then the left have more leeway for their policies. They're looking for assets and wealth to be taxed more. Look at Belgium. We have so many different taxes there: heritage tax, registration tax, mortgage tax, tax on pension funds, on stock market listings. We have a plethora of different taxes in Belgium. So we're not in favour of the left's policy. Those that work hard and innovate and become successful should enjoy the benefits. Yes, they should pay their fair share to help those that have been suffering setbacks. But to constantly raise more taxes, have an all-powerful state, that is a left-wing formula and we can't support it. Let me say something that the left will like. Vlaams Belang would be in favour of multinationals paying their fair share. Some of them don't pay any taxes whatsoever. They need to pay tax of at least 15%. So everyone should pay their fair share, as my grandparents would say.
Thank you, Ms. Rego. Next, please.
Gracias, Presidenta.
Thank you very much. We are aware that the major energy companies in Spain have cranked up their profits by 140% and the banks by 43%. Only yesterday, Banco Santander announced an extra 10 billion, a historical record, and all thanks to the good offices of Ms. Lagarde. While the rise in interest rates is an assault on families just to fatten the accounts of banks. We are aware that there are European companies such as Ferrovial who have spent years and years leeching public money from our country, but when they are called upon to pay a little bit of tax, not even a fair amount of tax, they toddle off to a tax haven outside the EU. We know that this situation of price rises and a situation of crisis, there are winners and losers. The winners are the same old people, the parasites from the multinationals and the banks. Those who lose out are working folk. Now Germany and its crew want to hark back to austerity, so they are suggesting worsening the situation. Therefore, from the left, we are suggesting something quite different. We are encouraging a fair tax model, which means that those who have more fork out more.
Thank you. Ms. Ferrara, next, please. Thank you very much, President. The recent crisis, inflation because of energy costs and speculation on the markets all have concentrated huge amounts of wealth in the hands of the few. We have to look at the increasing disparities and make sure that resources are properly and more fairly redistributed if we want a model that is based on justice, on peace and sustainability. Excess profits and those who benefit most from the wealth shouldn't also mean that we disincentivize work and entrepreneurship. It is important to use resources properly to make sure that we can properly fund welfare, to have healthcare that is accessible to all, to have the green transition, to fight against disequality, inequalities and poverty. Creating fair taxation are essential so that we can ensure that people do proportionally contribute to the good of all, and so that we can here in Europe have better prosperity shared by all. Thank you very much. Ms. Pereira, next, please. Thank you.
Thank you, President. This debate is a perfect reflection of the objective alliance of the socialists with the extreme left. What we have in the Parliament is what we already were familiar with in the Iberian Peninsula, an alliance which is more electoral than anything else. And there is a clear ideological affinity here when we talk about taxes. Inflation is still high and families are grappling with difficulties in paying their debts. We are not creating the jobs we expected and the economy is not growing as we would like it to. Salaries are still low and productivity in the Iberian Peninsula is a lot lower than elsewhere. What is the response from the left? More taxes. They say they want to tax the rich. But who are the rich? This is a prejudice against companies and the middle class, and that means the left is pursuing an overblown approach. This overblown approach is harming all taxpayers. What we really need is an easing of taxes, which frees up resources for families and companies, which helps young people to emancipate themselves and leave home. Families can pay their debts and companies can invest and create jobs. This agenda against those who earn more than the baseline, against those who put their head over the parapet, this will be rejected here. It will be stamped upon in Spain this month and it will be defeated in Portugal sooner or later.
Thank you very much. Mr. Belka, next, please.
Thank you, Commissioner, dear colleagues. Since 2020, so more or less since the beginning of the pandemic, the richest 1% in the world have captured almost 2/3 of all new wealth. I repeat, 1%, 2/3 of new wealth. This year, more than 200 super rich, remember Davos, called on governments around the world writing tax us, the ultra-rich, now, in order to help billions of people struggling with cost of living crisis. I think we should listen to these voices. At the end of the day, it's about fairness and accomplishing our goals: social justice, protection of the environment, and more investment. Let's get it straight. It's not about taxing SMEs or small-town entrepreneurs, or taxing successful, hard-working entrepreneurs. It's about the multimillionaires, billionaires, who just happen to be in the right place in the right moment. They will survive with supporting the less fortunate. More money does not mean more problems, but it should mean more and fairer taxes, to quote a hip-hop. Thank you.
Grazie a lei.
Thank you very much. Ms. Popcheva, next, please.
Commissioner Gentiloni, strategic autonomy, competitiveness, education, high-quality healthcare. These are challenges we need to take up, and we need public spending to do that. It begs the uncomfortable question as to where the money will come from. It's not easy. Do we tax the wealthy more? It is, of course, important that we have progressive taxation, that those that own more pay more, but we can't sell this story to citizens that taxing the wealthy will solve all problems. It's populist and counterproductive. We're demonising the high net worth individuals and companies. That's what the left are doing, and all that will do is backfire on the EU, and that can't be our aim. What we need to do is ensure that individuals and companies pay their fair share. This can be achieved with greater tax harmonisation at EU level. Fragmentation of rules will lead to greater bureaucracy and more opportunity for tax avoidance. There is no point a European company having to comply with 27 different sets of tax rules and filing 27 different tax returns. We need to put an end to the impasse we've been at for some 20 years. We need to move towards harmonisation. The aim of any tax system must be economic growth rather than taking from some to pay others. We need less populism and more growth-fostering policies. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gruffin. Next, please.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, President. Commissioner. The Council Representative. Colleagues, I don't know about you, but I do get the impression that I'm repeating myself. We've held this countless times, every time we talk about taxing the rich, and we get nowhere. The richest 75 households pay less tax than the rest of society, and in France they have shown taxing is regressive, certainly among the very rich. 46% for the for the lower levels and 26% for the very richest. They don't pay their fair amount. And why? Because it's dividends that they have. It's wealth, it's capital. A lot of it isn't taxed at all, or very much, whereas workers, farmers, it isn't true that they contribute less to society than the ultra-rich. Now, we have to call for this justice. There is this feeling of injustice in the suburbs of in France and elsewhere, where people are faced with such injustice and want to be heard. People are talking about reducing taxes for the big companies, but we've got to be serious about this. The only solution is proper taxation on wealth. It is a social justice issue, and you cannot say that you did not know that. Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. Mr. Buxa de Villalba, next, please.
Every time we hear the word tax, you have to put your hand in your pocket. I've still heard nobody from this side of the Parliament talking about lowering taxes. You talk about taxing the rich, but we know at the end of the day, the bill will be footed by families and companies. Billionaires from Davos and multinationals will never pay. They toddle off to tax havens and they get multi-billion profits harvesting our data. They ask more data of the Europeans. There are CCTV and the tolls to enter into cities where people have lived for millions of years. You talk about the rich in the third person, but the European institutions paying 14 million in private jets for high-ranking officials. What about Greta this week? Our 2030 agenda is costing normal people a lot of money. The self-employed people and the working people prefer industry, trades, low taxes, stable jobs and secure borders. That's why you've turned your back. They've turned their back on us. You've made the EU full of taxes and red tape. And we'll see a sea change in Spain come the end of the month.
Thank you very much, Mr. Papadimoulis. Next, please. Floor is yours.
Thank you, President. I'm impressed by the reaction from the right and the far right. Whenever we discuss tax justice, whenever we raise this issue, point out that poorer and those on medium incomes could maybe pay less in taxes, and those that have raked it in recent months could pay more. Well, Mr. Gentiloni, the wealthiest, own 2/3 of all wealth, so they can afford to pay more. We should not confuse tax justice with any other issue. If we don't have harmonisation, that is a problem. Oxfam has suggested this, and if we don't have harmonisation, we won't have tax justice. We need social cohesion. Oxfam has called for progressive taxation for billionaires. 5% alone would yield 250 billion, but steps would have to be taken in the Council and the Commission in favour of tax justice.
Thank you very much. Mr. Bay next, please. Colleagues, endless taxation and at ever higher levels seems to be the only policy that the left is capable of, and they believe anyway that wealth begins in the middle classes. High taxation does not reduce inequalities, but means a very unreasonable burden on those who pay tax and does not make those who don't pay much any richer. Stifling taxation just means that people will leave and invest elsewhere. It is a burden on people, and wealth rarely falls from the sky. It comes from work, it comes from planning, it comes from intelligent choices, and overtaxing certain brackets just is a racket really to compensate for mismanagement by the state and to pay the allowances of those who are often immigrants and who refuse to work. And this is particularly true with inheritance tax. When you have paid throughout your life, paid tax throughout your life, and saved as best you can, when you die, then the tax re-taxes you heavily, shamefully again. It is absolute plunder. So instead of taxing ever more, let us reduce expenditure and waste. Thank you very much.
Mr.
Winzig, Ms. Winzig next, please.
Es ist nichts Neues, immer wenn...
It's always the same. Whenever elections in the offing, then people who are populist clamour for taxes for the rich. In my member state, people ask for a wealth tax, even though we've got one of the best tax systems in the world. Austria has a social democratic minister who introduced a rich person's tax. She's abolished it since it was bad for the country. SMEs paid 80% of the bill. There's an assumption here that we're talking about money which has already been taxed, not hidden money. So our companies would end up paying more. Therefore, let's not hark back to the 70s. That's retrograde thinking. Let's concentrate on beefing up the competitiveness of our economies, because only entrepreneurship will create jobs. Reducing taxes rather than creating them must be our watchword, so that everybody who work and perform a job have the opportunity to build up assets.
Thank you. Ms. Laluc next, please.
Madame la Présidente.
President, Commissioner, State Secretary, honourable members, 67% of Europeans believe that wealth must be taxed. The governor of the ECB has even called for this. Likewise, Joseph Stiglitz-Baker we read that recently in the Financial Times, that well-known left-wing pamphlet. They're all right. The tax rate paid by the wealthier is currently lower than that paid by the middle classes, and this triggers social, economic and democratic difficulties. That is why we launched a European citizens' information for taxation of high net worth individuals so that we can finance the green transition. Well, we've come forward with a proposal. That proposal goes to the European Commission. The Commission deems whether it's legally admissible. We collect 1 million signatures, and if we get those signatures, then the Commission must provide an answer. And so it was with great honour and a great deal of emotion that I can tell you today that the Commission has given the legal green light for those 1 million signatures to be collected. So we have minimum taxation at European level on corporate taxation, and we need to look at taxing wealth. Europe is here for you, citizens, and to promote tax justice. Thank you.
Thank you. With the title of this debate, Tax the Rich, we risk veering into a purely ideological debate. But we should be practical about this, and let's be very logical. Last week, the Commission published its annual report on taxation, which shows a huge over-reliance on labour taxes as a source of revenue. Labour taxes generated over 51% of all revenue. Not only is this very unfair and a burden on working households already grappling with the cost of living, but is also unsustainable. Our ageing population is growing, but our workforce is not. We need to revisit the balance between our sources of revenue. We need to have an open and constructive debate about how we can lighten the burden on the workforce without undermining our competitiveness or attractiveness as the EU entity. Additionally, we need to continue our hard work on identifying and fixing the leaks in our systems and to make sure that assets and profits can't be squirreled away in offshore accounts to avoid paying taxes.
Thank you. Next up, Andresen. Over to you.
Vielen Dank.
Thank you. For 25 years, we've seen extreme poverty and extreme wealth. For many Europeans, they are struggling to make ends meet at the end of the month. At the same time, the wealthier are becoming ever more wealthy. 81% of wealth growth in recent years went to the wealthiest. So the richer are becoming richer, and the hard-working classes are struggling. What about teachers, farmers, when they see that they are struggling with low wages and high taxes? These costs, we've seen 95 different food supply companies double their profits in recent years. This makes no economic sense, and it is a real threat to democracy. And so we need action. We need to look at taxing assets and financial speculation. Those on lower incomes need tax relief, and we need to invest in health infrastructure and education. It's high time for action.
Thank you. Member Soffo, please. Thank you. 50% of world wealth is currently in the hands of 1% of the population, whereas the lowest half only have 2% of wealth. This is due to decades of wildcat liberalism promoted by so-called left-wing parties, and having enriched the rich and impoverished the poor, these left-wing parties have realised there's need for redistribution. Now, we warmly embrace any opposite steps. We are willing to work together to fix this. Just a misgiving. Is there really a will to create a fairer society rather than snatching up European wealth to hand it over to multinationals and people outside Europe's bounds? In some countries, succession taxes have been handed down on the population. The goal of this Tax the Rich campaign stemming from the US, the idea is not to give to the poor, but to finance the green switch, the green transition. In other words, that feeds into the hands of multinationals that would betray the hundreds of millions of poor Europeans who require assistance. They should not be exploited to bolster the pockets of the 1% of the ultra-rich. Thank you.
Nu har jeg lyttet til debatten.
I've been listening to the debate and the politicians on the right. And you know what? I am tired of bad excuses. I am tired of hearing the 1% of rich whining. They have ridiculous amounts of wealth while children are being raised in poverty. It makes me angry. Angry because the money is there. It's just so unjustly distributed. The inequalities are only growing. Rich are getting richer, while others can't afford their medicine. That just isn't fair. If we tax the rich, we could afford it. We could afford better hospitals, afford more welfare. We could afford to protect our climate and nature. So, dear colleagues,
The rich, God knows they can afford it.
Grazie, facoltà ora di...
Next up, Didier.
La gauche a tout...
The left have always liked to delude themselves. They say that we should always be taxing the rich, and ever more so. That is their moral conscience. But they never actually stop to think about this, because it is intellectual laziness, because that is not actually the worst. The worst is that the left, especially the far left, like Jean-Luc Mélenchon in France, are naive and really are very cynic when it comes to using the poorest to get them to believe that all you need to do is get rid of wealth, and that would be the answer to all their ills. They're cynic when they're focusing just on smaller groups and who really who talk against the real values of the Republic. And once again, they are cynical when they, as they have done recently as well, wrapped in the French flag, talking in the name of the people in demonstrations which are banned by law, and saying that everybody hates the police. We know that the left have abandoned the people. They know that they use the people, that they in fact turn their back on people, and finally they insult them. That is the left that we are going to have to, as citizens, as Republicans, fight over the next few years. That extreme left, that selfish and antisocial left.
Next up, Jongerius.
Thank you, Chair, dear Commissioner, dear State Secretary. I think it should be clear that no billionaire should pay lower taxes than a teacher, a nurse, or a supermarket worker. But unfortunately, that is the reality today. People pay more taxes on labor than they do on capital, and that makes inequality grow and poverty increase. The system, I think we should say, is broken, because while the super-rich cut all the profits, wages of workers are lagging behind. And yes, we need a fair distribution of wealth, but it starts with higher wages. Not only the minimum wages should go up, but all wages need to go up immediately, and I think we should say work should pay. We need more decent jobs, we need higher wages, and of course we need higher taxes on capital too. Thank you.
Grazie, grazie a lei.
Thank you. Next up, Börselager.
Grazie, Presidente. I have to say, when I listen to this debate, I'm always amazed by how much tax as a debate is ideologized, like how populist that can become. Because if I listen to the right, it's often about, safeguarding the wealth that is there, not destroying the wealth. On the left side, I often feel that, the rich are the evil people. And I have to say that from my perspective, tax is always an infringement of rights. Yeah? And if I then look at who are we infringing upon, because we do want to have the public goods that we are having and we have to finance them, I would actually also say that we definitely need to radically decrease income tax, labor tax. It's too high. At the moment, it's really hard to afford to buy your own flat, to afford to even come through the month in a good way. And I believe we have to look at the tax revenue. And if we look at it, I mean, even The Economist, which is not seen as a very leftist paper, said that the tax that actually has the least negative incentive is the so-called death tax, inheritance tax. So let's try to really ensure that we don't have generational wealth so much, but that everybody has a new and good chance by decreasing income tax and increasing inheritance tax. Thank you.
Grazie.
Thank you. Next up, Pimenta Lopes.
Obrigado, Sra. Presidente.
Thank you, President, Commissioner. We've seen a worsening of people's lives in Portugal lately. There is not enough money to pay mortgages, utility bills or supermarket bills. In June, Commissioner Schmidt said he estimates that poverty and social deprivation has increased by 5 percentage points due to inflation. At the same time, the major economic blocs have tapped into inflation to increase their profits and are benefiting from tax breaks on their profits. The EU is contributing to these policies which mean there is no progressive taxation, and insists at the same time that interest rates go up. This is handed down by the ECB, which really whips the carpet away from under the feet of workers and deprives SMEs and micro companies of financing. Therefore, we must slam the brake on these interest rate hikes. There must be a fairer and progressive tax policy which does not tax workers but taxes the profits and tax breaks on big capital. Thank you. Next up, Bullmann.
President, honourable members, we see growing inequality in our world, and it is fatal, particularly for poorer countries in the global south, countries that are actually wealthy in resources. And far more importantly, they are wealthy in terms of the number of young people who want to shape their own future, show entrepreneurship, but they don't have the wherewithal to do that. Annually, Africa is losing $80 billion through tax evasion. Council President, Commissioner, we need to breathe fresh impetus into G20 meeting in September. We need a minimum tax level. We need to tackle tax fraud. We need to look at our own tax havens and shut them down so that all people around the world can have a shot at growing their wealth.
Next up, Guzmão.
Obrigado, Presidente.
Thank you, President. For decades now, liberal economic policies have meant that there has been a major transfer of money from the poor to companies. According to the IMF, in recent decades, tax policy has pursued the same path. They are soft on profits and harsher on profits derived from actual work. Now, the billionaires of this world are flaunting obscene fortunes and have announced that they will be toddling off into space, where at the same time in the EU, millions of citizens are living in the most abject poverty. Now, what's more, we've heard right-wing parties coming from companies where there are 2 million poor people whinging about persecution and discrimination against the rich. Darn cheek. Wealth is created by those who work, so it's high time for workers to get a bigger slice of the cake. Thank you. Regner.
Thank you, President. Commissioner, State Secretary. We cannot afford the wealthy or super wealthy anymore. There are some 3,000 billionaires around the world that own 11 billion euro. We're talking about indeed 11 trillion, 12 zeros. So what would be possible if we had that funding available? According to the UN Environmental Programme report, we need 7 billion euro to tackle the humanity's greatest crisis, the climate crisis. We need to tackle that crisis. We must tackle this crisis, and how can we do so? We need to tax the wealthy, and through taxation we can steer society, shape our future and the future of our children. That is why it is appropriate to say tax the wealthy, and that's what we need to do.
Next up, Buttinger.
Merci, Madame.
Thank you, President. I'm always struck here by the fact that when we talk about taxing billionaires, it would appear that they have a ready-made army of MEPs looking to jump into the breach to defend them. The Macron supporters say, no, we shouldn't tax the wealthy. You have a government in France. You could perhaps get things going there. And what about Flams Belang? You talk, whenever we say tax the billionaires, we have some billionaires in Belgium, and Flams Belang say, no, no, never, but we can't finance our schools, our hospitals anymore. And then we have a myth. There are those that say the billionaires are useful, they're important. No, it's not the wealthy, the billionaires that create wealth, it's workers that create value, added value. I think you need to revise your economic textbooks here. We need to ensure a democratic dimension here. We have a concentration of wealth, and those individuals clearly exert an influence in politics, and that is unhealthy, and we need to put an end to it. Thank you.
Next up, Morel.
C'est toujours émouvant.
It's always very moving to hear our colleagues on the right, whether they are Macronist, liberal, conservatives, so consistently defending the privileges of those who get wealth in their name, as François Mitterrand used to say. That's exactly what we're talking about. We've gone back about a century when those who had privilege had considerable tax advantages, but the real truth is that the wealth of those who really hold the capital has absolutely soared ×3 in Germany, ×6 in France. And we've reached a mad situation where today the middle class pay more proportionally in tax than the rich do. And the strange situation of COVID, where we have inflation, which is being fed by profit rather than by salaries. That's the situation Europeans in. And this is why people feel that it is so unfair and feel that today we do have to tax the wealthy. And there are proposals. I think that there should be a one-off tax of those who have profited from crises. I think that we do have to tax dividends more than profits. I think that we've got to move towards social and tax justice. That is something that we have to do together. Thank you.
Next up, Paolo Gentiloni from the Commission.
Grazie, thank you. I think we had a serious debate despite the clear differences. We all know that indeed inequalities are on the rise, also in Europe. Inequalities are increasing much more in other parts of the world, but they are increasing also in Europe. We know also the limits of the treaties to act on this domain for the European institutions. I think there are at least three things that the Commission is committed to. First, we usually use our country recommendation to recommend to several countries two things. First, to have progressive tax system regime. Second, to reduce the taxation of labor. Second, we fight to reduce aggressive tax planning among European member states and to increase the capacity against tax frauds. The representative of the Council referred to the DAC 8 directive, which is, I think, very useful, and we will discuss soon the Unshell directive. And finally, we work on global solutions. I think that nothing will be really effective on taxation if we don't have global solutions. Useful to note that this morning in Paris, we had the announcement of a serious basis for the reallocation of taxing rights, what we call the Pillar 1. It was an agreement on the OECD that we will then discuss next week in the G20. And this progress on reallocation of taxing rights and on minimal taxation for large multinational is also part of this game. Thank you.
Grazie a lei.
Thank you. Now, for our rejoinder from the Council, the Secretary of State for the Spanish Presidency, Navarro Rios.
Señora Presidenta, señor.
Thank you, President. Ladies and gentlemen, Commissioner, thank you very much. Thank you very much for this discussion, and thank you for all the opinions that have been expressed. As I said in my introductory remarks, we have limited competence in this field, but as the Commissioner Gentiloni has just said to us, that should not stop us working together to ensure that our tax systems are fair and balanced. And the Commissioner has mentioned a number of files linked to this. I am absolutely convinced that Member States will carry on working to ensure that they reach their objectives in the Council and during this 6 months of the Spanish presidency. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much. That brings this debate to a close. Thanks to all the colleagues who chipped in to this very interesting and important debate. So let's crack on with our agenda. The Commission's statement on the state of SMEs. Of course, the floor will first go to the Commissioner, Mr. Gentiloni.
Madame la Présidente, Mesdames et Messieurs les députés, je remercie le Parlement européen de nous donner.
Ladies and gentlemen, President, I'd like to thank the members of the European Parliament for allowing us to talk about this topic. It's also an opportunity to look at all the challenges ahead for SMEs, but also to look at the role that we in the European Union can play to ensure that SMEs are prosperous and are able to tackle their difficulties. I think we, after 3 years of crisis, should be pleased that the general situation for PMEs, the general outlook, is improving. When we last looked at the performance of SMEs in 2022, the Commission did see an increase in employment. And this was something that we saw throughout industries, but particularly in micro enterprises, increased 3%, over 3%. And we also saw that around a third of member states were able to see real growth in added value for SMEs. However, these positive trends are very fragile. SMEs are still developing in an economic context that is very tight, and we are seeing inflation dropping slightly, but it is persistent, and that is going to carry on eating into the added value in jobs as well, in particular in supply chain. So, and that is likely to continue in the current geopolitical situation. We must not drop our guard. We have to make sure that there is support so that we can deal with the consequences of energy prices and the situation in Ukraine as well. Also, we have established the filter so that we can identify all those initiatives which will have a consequence on development. And to that, we must add the SME test, which is there to systematically measure the very real impact of all regulation. The Commission services are working on the methodology and implementation of that to ensure that it is more consistent and more precise. I would also like to mention other objectives, such as those announced a few months ago, and that is to reduce by 25% the reporting obligations for SMEs. Access to finance is also a key topic. There are measures that have been put into place to remedy that, including a successful program, and the funds are to be mobilized through various funds. Around the same level, we see other measures, 100 million euros expressly for SMEs. At the same time, the Innovation Council is also there to accompany such measures and the emergence onto the market. And in particular, in the field of digitalization, we want to improve conditions so that SMEs can adapt to future changes, whether it be semiconductors or data, high-performing calculations, where SMEs can respond to calls for tender for projects so that they can test their innovation. And in more general terms, we can also look at digitalization with a view to 2030. 90% of SMEs, we want to ensure that 90% do have a basic standard, at least, of digitalization by then. And then we are looking at those SMEs that do have potential to growth to access funds, this in the space sector, through the Cassini and IRIS as well, which is our third programme of space infrastructure. So finally, members of Parliament, I would like to conclude with a few words on the SME relief package. And this is something we are planning for the 12th of September. It's a number of measures aimed at the uptake of SMEs in the long term. And in this package, we were looking at all the major challenges facing SMEs when it comes to access to financing, administrative burden, or skills. And one of the major lines is in delayed payments. We know perfectly well that late payments are a real problem for SMEs on a daily basis and stifle their future development as well. So we are working on these late payment directive. We have got to make sure that there is that people do follow the code of conduct for late payments, make sure that payment happens quickly, and to ensure that the rules in force are better respected, and that the bad behaviour in this field is penalised as well. This has been a constant in the work of the Commission since the beginning of this mandate, and it is ever more a priority today. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Next up, Giesecke.
Frau Präsidentin.
President, Commissioner Gentiloni, honourable members. It is quite sad, really. In theory, I could give a speech that I gave last year. There's been very little change. Still no tax or burden moratorium. We've been waiting for measures for so long. One in, one out is merely utopia. We see at least 3 new legislative proposals tabled, for one being binned, and this is stifling SMEs. We in the European Parliament have made our demands clear with the resolution. This will be homework for the current and future Commission. This cannot continue in the same direction. If our demands continue to be ignored, then I will become furious. SMEs, farmers, bakers, and all others will just give in rather than being daring. So we need real action. We need as an SME officer at the Commission President level to deal with bureaucratic burdens on SMEs. We need one in, one out to be binding. We've been calling for that for a lot of time to cut down on red tape. We need binding SME tests as part of impact assessment of any new legislative proposals. We need a burden moratorium on the 25 million SMEs in the EU. They're really suffering from administrative burden. We've heard a lot about taxing the rich, but before you can tax the rich, you need to generate wealth, and we need to do that by easing the burden on SMEs, the middle classes. Thank you.
Next up, Haju Saliba, over to you.
Thank you, President. The role of SMEs in Europe is crucial for economic growth, job creation and social cohesion. European SMEs have been very negatively hit due to the pandemic and the war in Ukraine. Even before these two events that we are having to address, SMEs were already facing major difficulties. That meant they were no longer as competitive in innovation growth and in the international arena. SMEs are still facing great difficulties to access financing while acquiring knowledge on all the opportunities that can help them, both on a European market and international level. Many small companies end up being eliminated from the market before they even start operating in their early days, while those that make it have an uphill struggle. It is therefore important that we establish sustainable and resilient models in order to help SMEs, in particular micro companies and the self-employed. It is vital that the package proposed by the Commission includes measures to ensure that these difficulties are addressed, while ensuring fair competition for SMEs to prevent problems in the market, while ensuring the protection and rights of workers and consumers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Liabaova, please.
Gentile Commissario, rok je pryč.
A year has passed and the debate on SMEs is back. I would like to discuss what has changed, but I can't change or leave the impression that we are running in circles. Companies tell us that they wait for too long for assistance, for permissions. And in the US, the processes are much faster. Europe is certainly not America, and our internal market cannot work without regulations. But we will not move forward. The world is running away from us. When are we going to realize that SMEs are a key to our competitiveness? We rather keep burdening them further. Just look at the annual SME report. There it's black on white. Last year's profit level has not reached the 2019 level, and it's not likely to happen anytime soon. We've been waiting for a year for an SME relief package, Mr. Commissioner. That's why the EP is going to take a resolution tomorrow, and I hope the Commission is going to study that pretty well. SMEs have to have better access to Horizon Europe or Invest EU. New legislation cannot be implemented without impact assessment on SMEs, and watch out for cumulative assessments. What's also key is teaching key skills and easing cross-border mobility. And last but not least, let's stop turning in circles and let's show businesses that we are there for them. Let them be proud that they do business in Europe. Thank you.
Han, please.
Ich sage das in aller Klarheit.
I want to be perfectly plain. In the EU, we must enact measures to assist SMEs in remaining competitive and sustainable. And we've had some success here. We don't only want to promote mega projects for semiconductors, but we also wish to provide support to innovative SMEs. And if we use the Green Deal to create sustainable sectors in the future, it will be possible to export our European products elsewhere in the world. And if we make political decisions, then we must bear in mind the knock-on effects of our decisions for companies and SMEs. The Commission's SME strategy is something we welcome, but tangible steps need to be taken. A pan-EU approach can reduce the compliance costs for SMEs and reduce obstacles to the internal market. We require a revision of the Delayed Payments Directive, and we would like very little red tape for SMEs. An entrepreneur should not be drowned in documents. They need to be able to do work. The solution is to work together in Europe in creating a level playing field for entrepreneurs with fair rules for large companies and for smaller ones. It's important that we have better support for SMEs when it comes to implementing new provisions. New provisions might be created, but what about leaving SMEs by the wayside? That can't happen. Advisors can be provided to SMEs, and we must fight against the loss of specialised personnel. We must invest in lifelong learning and training for newcomers, and experts from non-European countries must be brought in. So we welcome a European migration code, a simpler convalidation system for foreign diplomas will create good work, sound jobs in Europe, and will help the climate, among other things.
Thank
you very much. Bilan, please.
Madam President, dear Commissioner, small and medium-sized enterprises, the very backbone of our economy, continue to play a vital role in driving robust economic growth and fostering job creation throughout the EU. However, excessive regulation and bureaucracy hinder SMEs' potential. Recent burdensome specific measures in the Cyber Resilience Act, Product Liability Directive, AI Act, and eco-design regulations further compound the challenges they face. To mitigate these, we must prioritise simplified legislative requirements for SMEs compliance. In this regard, we welcome the upcoming SME relief package designed to alleviate their burdens. In this context, a revised late payments directive will be crucial, providing SMEs with a predictable legal framework to tackle payment delays, a significant threat, especially amidst high inflation and rising energy costs. Together, we should ensure SMEs' continued growth, sustainability, and resilience, relying on them to foster growth in the EU. Thank you.
Grazie.
Thank you. De Borchia, please. Thank you, President. Commissioner, good afternoon, everybody. Today, we have to understand the huge gulf there is between words and the world of work, between thought and deed, and what is happening now. The latest storm that we're having to tackle is taxes earned interest rates, sorry, we know what is happening with the ECB raising the rates to fight interest, but really for the world of business, these raises are really quite frightening, especially when it comes to financing, and business people simply cannot continue. There are concerns about what is happening, but then we hear the European Commission and saying that Mr. Timmermans cannot represent business people and that the objectives are becoming ever more abstract, but there are ever more burdens and obstacles that business people have to deal with. Commissioner, really, we have to look at what analysts, businesses, academics are saying as well. And Commissioner, the reason for this, we have seen all sorts of suggestions made over the past 10 years, but when you leave here, you speak to business people, and you will have to people have to decide whether all these goals that are completely unachievable are to be kept to, or whether you're going to actually help entrepreneurs and business people, help them to achieve their vision and do what you can for them. Mesure, please.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Thank you, President. SMEs account for 99% of businesses in the EU, employ millions, play a key role in society. They are weaponised by the right and far right every day that do nothing to protect them when needed. The main threat facing European SMEs are their electricity bills. Tens of thousands of SMEs went bankrupt in Europe during the energy crisis because there were no caps on electricity prices. That's a result of liberalisation in the sector. How can you explain this to restaurants, bakers and craftspeople, that their bills went up tenfold to the benefit of major companies? And what about privatisation of electricity? The SMEs have picked up the tab. Next week, we'll see a key vote for European SMEs, a reform of the electricity market. Let's protect SMEs. Let's have regulated electricity prices. Let us raise their visibility here and ensure greater competitiveness, an increase in wages. That is the route forward. That's the way we protect European SMEs.
Thank you very much. Furore, next, please.
Grazie, Presidente.
Thank you, President. This is a delicate historical moment. We are called upon to choose between a development model based on big players or to efficiently support a European development model respecting the environment and people. SMEs are at the hub of this development model. Therefore, we must support them, particularly by simplifying the appropriate legislation. Red tape and complex provisions are a significant burden for smaller companies. Secondly, we must promote innovation and the digitalisation of SMEs. It is up to us to provide financial incentives to support SMEs in adopting digital technologies, improving their productivity, competitiveness and sustainability. What's more, we must incentivise SMEs to form so-called business networks. Cooperation between companies can lead to sharing of resources, access to new markets and the creation of useful overlaps. Another important aspect is guaranteeing easier access to credit for SMEs. Smaller companies often find it hard to get funding from traditional banks, and they cannot tap into the funds provided from the EU budget. Finally, we must bolster entrepreneurial and vocational training. These are our goals, and this is the development model we wish to pursue.
Stefanik, please.
Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, SMEs create more than 100 million jobs in the EU, and they create also half of European GDPs. And also we have to recognize that half of them are family businesses. So family, it is not only cornerstone of our social life and our development, but also it is the place of work and growth. However, current state of SMEs is not very positive. European competitiveness is lagging behind other developed economies. European SMEs have faced significant challenges and hardships due to pandemic and Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine. SMEs are facing difficulties in accessing finance, also expressed by declining willingness of banks to lend credit to SMEs. We have to see also that 1 of 4 bankruptcies in the Union are due to invoices not being paid on time. Another challenge is high inflation, unstable energy prices, and lack of skilled work on the market. What can we do? Firstly, we need to revise late payment directive and urge for a quick procedure. Secondly, we have to increase efforts for the Capital Markets Union and unlock access to credit for SMEs and for Europe's growth. And thirdly, last but not least, we need to remove at least 25% of administrative burdens, complete single market, simplify cross-border cooperation, boost participation on public procurement, and improve access to labor-skilled persons and digitalization processes. So, dear colleagues, SMEs play a crucial role in fostering economic growth, job creation, and social cohesion. And that is a key message of this resolution. And I do hope that everybody who take care about our future will support it. Thank you indeed.
Grazie. Facoltà ora di intervenire l'onorevole.
Thank you. Kovasi, please. Thank you very much, President. Commissioner Gentiloni, SMEs are the backbone of the Italian and European economies. They employ over 100 million people, and we have heard that because of the pandemic and the effects of the wars, SMEs in Europe have to tackle interest rates that are really difficult, and making it difficult for them now to have access to credit as well. So there are the measures launched by the European Commission, as explained by Commissioner Gentiloni, to support SMEs, in particular the late payment directive as well. We also have to support SMEs when it comes to innovation, to make them competitive and to help that they can contribute towards the wealth of our societies. Now, there are two words, skills and digitalization, that I would like to make. And we've also got to look at gender equality. This is very much what is at stake. The characteristics of SMEs have to be at the heart of every measure that we adopt. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Vice President Nicolas Baer. President, our SMEs are the lifeblood of our economies. They are a source of jobs, education, innovation, growth. To stay on track, we need to smooth the way forward and promote entrepreneurship, innovation, a willingness to take risk, break the straitjacket. 50% cut in red tape is possible. We need to put an end to the ever-growing burden of reporting obligations. There's enough data that can be digitalized, and we don't need the straitjacket of taxonomy that makes financing for SMEs far more difficult, particularly during a transition. And what about the much heralded von der Leyen SME package? We've just heard, well, it's very disappointing. Will it finally recognise mid-caps? Will it finally tackle the issue of late payments? To ensure greater competitiveness, we need solutions, flexibility, more predictability, not European red tape. Any euro that SMEs don't have to spend on bureaucracy can be spent on innovation and progress. Let us support our SMEs rather than weighing down on them. Let us come up with a genuine European SME policy. Thank you. Our next speaker is Cosmas.
Please.
President, Commissioner, Szanowni Państwo, małe...
Ladies and gentlemen, small and medium-sized companies are the power
the engine of European economy, and they are threatened by barriers to trans-border connections and contacts, and also poor access to financing. The crises that have touched and affected our Union in the most recent years have been especially costly to SMEs. At the same time, the ambitious pace of energy transformations and digital transformations in the EU require constant investment, and entrepreneurs often lack resources to do that. The European Commission should pay more attention to making sure that, as it proposes regulations, it also proposes special conditions for SMEs, especially in the new technologies. The access to the single digital market is a great opportunity to many SMEs, and we need to be consistent in removing any barriers that might make it impossible for them to offer their products and services in member states. Thank you.
Madame Dominique Bild à prendre.
Dominique Bild now.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, President, Commissioner. Our SMEs and tradesmen are under threat. The European Union pretends to worry about the fate of SMEs struggling with inflation and rising energy costs, and yet the EU is placing an ever-growing burden on the sector. In my region, they are struggling hard but the know-how and heritage in the region is really in jeopardy when you look at new EU regulations on lead. Dozens of workshops that produce beautiful stained glass windows are under threat of having to shut up shop, and this is down to dogmatic policies decided by those who don't put in a good day's work. These are people in Brussels signing free trade agreements with countries around the world. We have one with New Zealand. That's the most recent. So in Brussels, we prefer containers of goods coming in from elsewhere rather than enjoying the fruits of the work of our own workers. We see who is responsible. Our SMEs, unfortunately, will be picking up the tab and having to shut up shop.
Papadakis, please.
Για την Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση, μικρομεσαίες επιχειρήσεις θεωρούν.
Thank you very much. For the EU, SMEs are a minority of companies, but a majority of companies in Greece. And this means that sometimes people see there's a problem and they are left out of plans for subsidies, etc. And the taxing of such companies starts at the very first euro that they earn, and very many of them end up leaving. In particular, this happens with larger companies, but there are fines, digital fines imposed on companies. They fall on the smaller ones, and these are burdens that the larger companies can simply sidestep. And workers and smaller companies do actually suffer because of such policies. We do absolutely have to fight together with workers against these huge monopolies and the powers that they have.
Thank you.
99% of all EU companies are small or medium-sized, the SMEs, and they are our economic backbone. This is the backbone that should carry us through transition to true sustainability. They are attached, the muscles of our economy are attached to the backbone. They are what move us. They're the backbones and muscles of our body of health systems, universities, schools, nursing homes, infrastructure, and much else. Not least jobs in private and public sector in constant exchange, where they enrich each other's and make our lives as citizens safe and rich. It makes us trust that we can afford to solve the challenges of the future. That's why the well-being of SMEs is crucial to all of us in the EU. It decides whether we will thrive in the EU, but our backbone isn't doing very well. My home country, Denmark, is the most innovative country in Europe. Not a lot of EU countries are innovative if we look at it globally. The EU is falling behind while international markets are running away from us. The population in the EU is larger than the American. They have 10 million more SMEs than we do. And why? Because they have less rules, better regulations and more carrots for those who can and will run a company. It's not rocket science. Let's create better conditions for European SMEs now.
The floor goes now to Josiane Cutajar, please.
Thank you, Chair. 99% ta' negozji Ewropej huma
99% of businesses in the EU are SMEs, a figure that shows how integral they are to our economy. As a negotiator for the S&D on this report, on the strategy for SMEs in Europe, as well as that of the islands, I have pushed the recognition that SMEs have a huge burden to carry and need a lot of help with regards to access to financing. We have to help them also to have the right competencies in the light of the digital and green transition, even with respect to the cohesion policy. Our union should differentiate between SMEs in the periphery and those more central, so that they will have equal access to the market. It is essential that the European Commission moves forward quickly with respect to the measures, the aid measures, so that that we really have resilient and competitive SMEs.
Speaker is Ms. Susana Solis Perez.
Señor Comisario.
Commissioner, we've seen no progress since our last debate here on SMEs. Our economy, our competitiveness depends on the 25 million SMEs, very often micro companies that generate jobs, wealth and innovation in Europe. We are failing in our endeavours. We need policies. We urgently need to revise the directive on late payments. We need payment on time. But the problem is enforcement of current legislation is not taking place. We need to ease the administrative burden. We're seeing more bureaucracy lumped on SMEs. Whenever we need the one in, one out rule to be applied, and we need simple mechanisms to access European funding. It is a nightmare at the moment, and we need easier access to financing. Commissioner, we need tangible measures in support of SMEs now. Thank you. Our next speaker is Markus Buchheit.
Thanks, President. Ladies and gentlemen, the primacy of SMEs has already been touched upon. So, since we have an agenda point on the state of the SME union, you might think that we are stressing just how important these SMEs are. In preparing this speech, well, I listened to what the Commission had to say. I looked this up on the Commission's internet site, couldn't find anything. So the significance of SMEs is not being acknowledged. Rather than cobbling together an SME package and other packages, maybe the existing packages could be opened up, reducing the red tape. For example, the Green Deal and the delivery, the chain provisions and so on and so forth. Let's give the SMEs the support they really deserve.
Kolakučić, please.
Mala I srednja
The SMEs in the EU have just one major enemy, and that is the European Commission and the majority in this Parliament. False liberals, false left, and even worse, the false centrum, political centre, have been for years now adopting decisions which go against the interests of the European economy. First, the lockdown based on nothing, then sanctions that were supposed to stop the war, and now the war has progressed even further, green policies which impose on the economy conditions that cannot be fulfilled. So where are we now? 10 years ago, we were a tiger, the biggest world's economy, and now where are we now? Where are we going? We are losing competitiveness because we are imposing on our economy all the conditions that the rest of the world is avoiding to impose on their economies. This is impossible. This is leading into disaster and will be eaten by China and the rest.
Markus Pieper, bitte.
Our next speaker, Markus Pieper.
Vielen Dank, Herr Präsident.
Thank you, President. Commissioner, hope springs eternal. We still hope that the SME relief package will ease the burden on SMEs. 90% of German SMEs want more transparency. They want to see an energy transition. They want sustainable production because there is a huge market for green manufacturing. And so we need that SME officer. What you've said is not true. We need an SME officer who works across the board and coordinates on legislation. We often have selfish legislative proposals from the Commission, so we need a single reporting instrument that is geared towards companies, not designed to produce additional reports for each individual DG. Often companies have to report on the same facts in two separate documents just for Brussels. We need a real signal from the Commission, real relief package for SMEs. It needs to be clear that the Commission has understood the issues. Otherwise, support for Europe will be eroded. SMEs are the cornerstone of our economy, a pillar of democracy, and SMEs cannot end up being protest voters. We cannot take that risk. Thank you.
And the next speaker is Ms. Patrizia Toia, please.
Grazie, Presidente.
Thank you very much, President. Good afternoon, Commissioner. Europe has finally come up with a strategy for the SMEs and our production system, and also looking at decarbonisation. But I think that what is missing is something that is cut to the size of the majority of companies, SMEs. They are part of the production. We have this huge world of SMEs. They are such a large part of business in Europe, but we really do need to have a more solid system when it comes to all sorts of different types of businesses that we've seen struggling during COVID as well. And there is the issue of cost and the risk. So sometimes the cost is bearable, but the risk isn't. So what we have to do, Commissioner, with our industrial policy is look at value changes and encourage large companies to pass on a lot of their knowledge and what they do to the smaller companies. I think that is absolutely essential for SME.
Next speaker is our colleague Andrzej Kovařík.
Děkuji, pane předsedající, pane komisaři.
Thank you, Chair, Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen. All of us sitting here will certainly agree that small and medium enterprises and artisans deserve our attention. They play an important part in the European economy. It has been mentioned already that even though we have partially managed to cope with the consequences of COVID pandemic, small and medium enterprises still have lots of obstacles they have to tackle. So we have to do all we can to improve the environment for small and medium enterprises. And it is also a good opportunity to think about what could have been done better. I believe we have managed to prepare an envelope for SMEs within Invest EU. And Commissioner, we should make all we can to further increase funding in this envelope. However, it's only a partial success. We still haven't done enough to help our enterprises. We have adopted lots of new measures and regulations that increase administrative burden and red tape. Therefore, let's send a clear message for the future European Parliament and for the future Commission. You cannot continue like this if you are serious about the future of our businesses.
This Europe is undermining our certain seas. Europe seems to be an enemy rather than a friend. There are systematic assaults on what we took for granted. We are seeing our security undermined on the metro, our products and sectors, agriculture, wines, cars and fish, all under assault. There is an unwarranted policy of high interest rates. There is an ongoing assault on mortgages, undermining the future of our young people who, of course, want to set up a family. We will continue to attack those who speculate so that people can't afford a house. Millions of Italian citizens cannot afford a dwelling. High housing prices, high dwelling prices, the high price of bricks. A brick is a symbol of freedom, a symbol of our resistance to financial speculation.
The next speaker is Madam Enike Giori, please. You have the floor.
Dear colleagues, the coronavirus epidemic, the war and failed sanctions policies have led to an economic crisis, skyrocketing energy and commodity prices and record high inflation. This is posing unprecedented challenges for the SME sector, the backbone of the European economy, which in 2022 provided jobs for nearly 85 million people. A recent Commission report recognizes that the situation is dangerous. There are fine words and promises from Brussels about how they would support SMEs, but the Commission is only, or Brussels is only pro-SME on paper. They are imposing a whole range of administrative burdens on businesses with the help of the left here. If they want to comply with all the rules, they simply do not have the time to produce or provide services. The Commission should finally provide real help and come up with an SME facilitation package we have been waiting for since 2022 and start putting into practice the think small first or the one in, one out principles. Without a strong European SME sector, there is no European economy, no European competitiveness, and no European prosperity.
Warborn.
Thank you, President. Commissioner. Europe is grappling with a growth crisis. Business leaders are facing ever tougher global competition. This is nothing new. The European Union has been struggling for decades. It is high time that we take urgent action. Otherwise, Europe will become a poor continent. We need greater competitiveness. It is one of the challenges of our time, like climate change. We need to focus on growth. Companies need to enjoy the right conditions to generate growth and prosperity. Incentives to companies must be bolstered. We need to put an end to constantly churning out ever more regulations, cut down on red tape. SMEs in Europe need to know that the European Union is promoting its interests rather than working against SMEs. We need to see the administrative burden ease. We need better framework conditions for SMEs. We need a genuine policy that fosters growth and a stable economy for the future. Citizens are entitled to expect this of us. It is the duty incumbent upon us as elected representatives.
Lina Penkova, please.
Dear President, dear Commissioner, colleagues, in a world driven by innovation and rapid change, SMEs play a crucial role in our economy. They create jobs, they foster growth, and they drive entrepreneurship. Yet they still face numerous challenges, from access to finance, through access to markets, to regulatory burdens. In that case, we need to do three important things. First, we need to continue providing appropriate guidance for the implementation of the existing legislative initiatives and to provide targeted policies that smoothen some of those existing regulatory burdens. Second, we need to facilitate the networking opportunities, knowledge sharing and sharing of expertise and experience among the European SMEs. Third, we need to build an SME environment with no boundaries for growth, where the European businesses have access to the global market. And last but not least, I will take this opportunity to remind you that we should not have the startups left behind. They're as important as the SMEs to guarantee one innovative and growing European economy. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, dear colleague. And the next speaker is Ms. Abir Al-Sahlani. Please, the floor is yours.
Herr talman, herr kommissionär.
Thank you very much, President, Commissioner, colleagues. If I need clothes, well, I just open my wardrobe. I can see what I've got in my cupboard, see what I feel like wearing, see what I haven't worn for a while. I can make a choice, and I think that in our policy and our politics we can do the same. Let us look at what we already have, see whether it is still okay or whether we need to throw it out. We need to assess and apply and monitor our policies. I know that's not particularly sexy as an idea, but if we really want to create possibilities for economic growth in the EU, if we want to strengthen our competitiveness in the world, then that is exactly what we have to do. Less is more, and that goes for my wardrobe and it goes for European legislation as well.
Please.
Mr. President, Mr. Commissioners, SMEs, they are the backbone of our economy as they make up 99% of all businesses in Europe. Europe must be a place that encourages entrepreneurship, innovating and growing businesses. To make this possible, we need an SME-friendly regulatory framework. The double transition in the field of digitalization and green transition creates opportunities for our SMEs, but also red tape. I have to say that I have been disappointed that despite its promises, the Commission has not seriously implemented the one-in, one-out principle. Also, for years now, the EPP has demanded that the Commission appoint an SME envoy to the Commission to coordinate SME matters, which the Commission has promised. This has not happened, and it's very hard to understand why this is so difficult. However, we are satisfied that in the fall the President of the Commission promised a competitiveness check for all legislation, which would be used to evaluate the effects of the legislation on industry and competitiveness. But we are waiting concrete steps also on that. The Commission has also promised to reduce the administrative burden and reporting obligations on companies, but these promises have not progressed as hoped. The Commission must now take this important topic seriously and develop a better regulation agenda that aims to reduce the regulatory burden of SMEs by at least 30% in order to decrease cost pressures and promote competitiveness of Europe.
Thank you very much. And the next speaker is Mr. Victor Negrescu, please.
Domnule președinte, domnule comisar, dragi colegi.
Thank you, Commissioner, honourable members. The European economy relies on SMEs. Over 91% of European businesses are SMEs and generate 60% of GDP, a source of thousands of jobs. But we are abandoning small companies to struggle alone. For small local businesses to succeed, well, they're facing a tough challenge. It's far harder for them to succeed than larger businesses, particularly if you belong to a small community or a vulnerable minority. And that is why we need to support SMEs, help them to enjoy the benefits of the single market, foster networking between successful businesses across Europe. We need education from SMEs. We need to facilitate access to financing, and we need a fund for European startups. Those are my proposals.
Bao Barandika, please, the floor is yours.
Commissioner, European SMEs are crucial for the competitiveness of the Union. They create wealth and jobs and are the fabric of what make Europe attractive for other companies. Now, inflation and interest rates and the lack of critical raw materials make it essential that we have a fair framework, and we must make administrative burdens less burdensome and make sure that SMEs can have access to programs. Now, I've got three ideas that I want to stress. We've got to support SMEs when it comes to digitalisation, decarbonisation. We've got to redouble our efforts when it comes to vocational training, make sure that we have fluid labour movements as well, because professions that we thought were in the future are actually here with us today, and they are, as I say, part and parcel of our productive fabric. And we've got to think about technology, because if we also have innovation in marketing and organisation, we increase the effect thereof. Thank you very much.
Ms. Maria de Graça Carvalho, please.
Caro Presidente.
Dear President, dear Commissioner, dear colleagues, small and medium-sized companies are the very backbone of our European economy. They employ millions of people and make up more than half of the GDP of the EU. Most of these companies are small family-run companies, companies which are facing administrative barriers and costs, and also tax rates which are higher than equivalent rates elsewhere in the world. Small and medium companies in Europe are called upon to fulfill a double transition, the green transition and the digital switch. However, there is little support and few incentives are provided. Therefore, 17% of SMEs, only 17% successfully incorporate new technologies. The EU cannot be internationally competitive without its SMEs. Therefore, it behooves us to create the framework conditions for a successful switch for SMEs to ensure that they have equal access to digital technologies with due regard to AI and so forth. We must see to it that the competitive edge is included in our legislative activities.
Very much. Next speaker is Mr. Billy Kelleher, please.
It is often said that SMEs are the backbone of the European economy. They represent 99% of all businesses in Europe. They should be described as the entire skeleton, would be a better analogy. And so we must protect them and strengthen them. The SME Union is a crucial strategy that has been making good progress since its inception and has cemented SMEs as a key consideration in the development of all policies. In recent months, I've worked on the European Single Access Point. My econ colleagues are currently working hard on the Listings Acts, and we're also highly anticipating the Late Payments Directive. But I still fear we are just tinkering around the edges and not addressing the big obstacles to the SME Union, in particular the Capital Markets Union. Yesterday I spoke in this chamber of the European Investment Bank, and in 2022 the EIB issued over 16 billion in support for small and medium-sized enterprises. This support is then supposed to crowd in private investments and unlock further investments for SMEs. However, the obstacles in the Capital Markets Union continuously arise, meaning the potential for further investment cannot be fully unlocked. So, Commission, we do need to move on the Capital Markets Union to ensure there is adequate capital and investment for small and medium-sized enterprises. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Mr. Klemen Groschel, please.
Spoštovani, mala in srednja podjetja oziroma MSP.
Honourable members, SMEs generate just under 2/3 of European GDP and over 2/3 of jobs in the private sector. Our economies could not exist without SMEs. We need to ease the administrative burden, but we're seeing more and more proposals coming forward, more of a regulatory burden on SMEs to access projects with $1 million in EU funding. SMEs need easier access. This is particularly important at a time of high interest rates. They shouldn't have to fill in a mountain of paperwork. And what should count here are the results achieved. We should not have excessive inspections and checks. We need to assess the impact of any funds spent, and we need to ensure compliance with the EU goals.
With Maria Grapini, please.
Mulțumesc, domnule președinte, domnule comisar, am să vă vorbesc nu ca europarlamentar, ci ca un...
I'm not speaking as an MEP, but rather as an ex-entrepreneur. I ran a small company and I was the minister for SMEs in my country. To put it supply, for SMEs, we've got as many rules as you would if you were driving a juggernaut, a big truck on the road. I was a minister 10 years back. We already had the 10th directive on late payments. We had to make tweaks to something which wasn't working. We keep praising the SMEs as being the backbone of our economy, but if we do nothing tangible for these small companies, how can they master how can they master the red tape? How can they access European investment on the same footing as large companies? You're not doing enough, Commissioner. We need specific provisions for SMEs. We want them to survive and in a stronger manner.
Miss Sandra Pereira, sorry.
Travelling around the country, we've contacted many SMEs, particularly small traders. Their businesses are threatened by a lack of purchasing power among the general population. There are increasing energy costs, bank rates, rates on loans. There is too much red tape, and the companies think the taxes are too high compared to the multinationals. And of course, an important role is played by local businesses in helping vulnerable people who live close by. There are many costs to be grappled with by SMEs, loans, utility rates and so on, and the ECB interest rate hike hasn't helped. Let's create the framework conditions to whittle down these expenditures. Let us promote these companies and also help the workers with the salaries, because they are our dynamo for our economy. Let us stand up for our national manufacturing sector, providing support for SMEs in carrying out their business.
To the Commissioner Paolo Gentiloni to conclude this debate. Commissioner, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. I think it was an important debate and largely convergent. The word I've heard more frequently has been backbone. The SMEs as a backbone of our economy. And this was not so obvious in the recent decades. There was a time when maybe some skepticism was around in Europe, and it was a wrong one, on the possibility for SMEs to be fit for a competitiveness in a more globalized world. I think we discovered in recent years, how important they are. The fact that the point of view of SMEs was made so strong this afternoon in the European Parliament is also important. I've heard very, very well the different calls on financing, on reducing red tape, on digitization, on delayed payments, and I'm sure that the coming SME relief package will provide some answer to this concern. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. I have to announce you that I have received 4 motions for resolution to wind up this debate. The debate is now closed, and the vote will be held tomorrow. And now we come to the next item on the agenda, which is the Council and Commission statements with the title, Putting the European Economy at the Service of the Middle Class. And we start this debate with Minister Pascual Navarro Rios. The floor is yours, please.
Señor Presidente.
President, honourable members, Commissioner, I am delighted to be here to participate in this debate, a timely debate, particularly given the current economic outlook in Europe. A mere 4 months ago in March, the European Parliament, in this same hemicycle, talked about how to craft a competitive economy for the future in the interests of all. The resolution adopted by this plenary on the EU strategy to promote industrial competitiveness, trade and high-quality jobs underlines the importance of this matter for European citizens and in particular for the middle classes. Now, in turn, the European Council in June last identified priority areas for action: deepening the single market, protecting its integrity, shaping a regulatory framework to foster growth and reduce the administrative burden, strengthening the industrial policy and reducing any strategic dependencies. These priorities are the central plank of the work programme adopted by the Spanish presidency for the next 6 months. Additionally, at an economic level, we are grappling with key issues that affect families and businesses in Europe. Now, thankfully, thanks to decisive action taken by EU governments, we have prevented energy shortages and reined in energy prices. However, inflation is still too high, and this in turn has sapped the purchasing power for citizens. We need decisive action, collective action, to resolve this problem. Now, as far as Council is concerned, Member States firmly believe that we must ensure a particularly sustained level of coordination of economic policies. And so, given in this way, we will see stabilisation in the economic context and see fewer reasons for companies to raise prices, the prices borne by consumers. We have historically high levels of employment in the EU, but we have a shortage of qualified workers, and that is stifling growth in an ever more growing number of companies in the EU. So we need to double down and do more to promote skills, vocational training and education. We need to do this to maintain the competitiveness of our companies and to cater for all sectors across the economy, and so we need sufficient skills, the right skills for the labour market. In this way, we can foster innovation, attract fresh investment, reduce our reliance on imported energy, and support strategic value chains, create new high-caliber jobs in the EU. We need a dynamic economy in the EU, one that is sustainable and competitive, an economy that makes the most of the new opportunities offered by the European Green Deal, an economy based on innovation and high-quality jobs, the right policies tailored for each sector in the economy. That is our goal over the coming months, and we will work with the Parliament to achieve that goal. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister. And the floor goes now to the Commission, to Commissioner Paolo Gentiloni, please.
Thank you, Chair. Council, honourable members, we need to invest in the resilience of our middle class as a pillar of our economy and society. This means empowering every European to gain the skills needed to get ahead in a fast-changing world. It means ensuring equal opportunities, fostering active inclusion into labour markets, and protecting vulnerable individuals and households, particularly in times of crisis. We need to deliver an inclusive growth that offers opportunity and social mobility. We need to be aware that growth slowdowns lead to slower improvement of living standards, to less opportunities, to risk of social divergences. We need, therefore, a holistic approach to policy making, delivering access to high-quality public services to all with adequate redistribution policies and growth-friendly tax systems. All these factors are key for overcoming challenges for our economy and the middle class in particular. Economic research and social studies point to the fact that the relationship between skill levels and income classes have changed over the years. Labour markets have been polarizing as a tendency, whereby new technologies have replaced many middle-skilled routine jobs with low-skilled jobs. To overcome the economic and social consequences of crises such as the global pandemics, and to preserve and innovate the European social market economy, this Commission has launched transformational programmes like the European Green Deal, Next Generation EU, the Action Plan on the European Pillar of Social Rights. We have then weathered last year's energy shock far better than almost anyone imagined. Thanks to our coordinated response, the prediction of bankruptcies and blackouts did not come to pass. What happens today? Today, inflation is still high, 5.5%. It has already fallen by almost half compared to its peak in October. It was 10.6%. But inflation acts like a hidden tax which hits hardest the low and middle income households, especially when it affects goods like energy and foods. Efforts to stamp out inflation must continue. At the same time, we need to be mindful of the broader impact on growth and financial stability. Labour markets remain exceptionally strong. The EU unemployment rate in June has fallen to a new historic low, 5.9%. And the employment rate now stands at a record 75.3%. This means we are making good progress on the goal that, you remember, was set in the Porto summit to reach 78% by the end of the decade. But we need to make sure that these are future-proofed and well-paying jobs. This is necessary to keep on broadening and strengthening the middle class. Increased automation, digitization, and the rapid rise in artificial intelligence are putting pressure on labour markets prospects. Estimates suggest that 1 in 6 middle-income workers are in jobs at high risks of automation. Middle-skilled workers are no more likely to be in the lower income class and less likely to be middle income. Yet, at the same time, different labour market needs and even new professions in green and digital technologies are emerging strongly, but tend to experience a shortage of skilled staff. So the challenge today is to adapt our education and labour market institutions to enable all citizens to take part in and benefit from the ongoing transitions. By 2030, we want to have at least 60% of all adults in training every year. That is why we have made 2023 the European Year of Skills. We are helping to match companies' needs with the right training for workers to help millions of Europeans to upskill and reskill. And let me recall finally that under the RRF, Member States have earmarked about 63 billion euros for measures targeting education and adult learning. An additional €61.4 billion is channeled through the European Social Fund Plus to continue to put our economy at the service of broader and stronger middle class. So it is crucial that Member States continue implementing their recovery and resilience plans. We know there are challenges in implementation. We are working closely with all Member States and with the Spanish presidency to help speed up. But with the RRF, we have not only the vision, but also concrete plans and the resources to put our economies on a more sustained and sustainable growth path, one that ensures our economies grow not from the top down, but from the bottom up and the middle out. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. We're now starting the debate, and the first speaker is Ms. Lidia Pereira. Please.
Thank you, President. This Parliament is rightly talking about people who are suffering hardships throughout Europe due to loans, a higher living cost, and high tax rates, which are eating away at their financial freedom. Throughout the years, it's always been the middle class, particularly SMEs, who footed the bill for the various crises. The recklessness of some government in terms of tax policy and irresponsible pricing policies have penalised the middle classes who've always paid more taxes. Their real salaries have gone down and the money has been frittered away on useless projects. The middle class and the SMEs are the dynamo of our economy. Therefore, they warrant responses from the EU and particularly from their national governments, rather than looking towards the next generation, or in fact are looking for the election that was in the pipeline. So the government is handing out money on a preferential basis, and I know that from experience in Portugal. We need fairer and competitive tax systems, which mean that people are in a position to save and invest. We need more streamlined public administrations and a legislative framework which is less top-heavy for those who want to create their own opportunities. Now we are talking to people. Let's make decisions on behalf of these people we are talking to.
Next speaker is Mr. Jonas Fernandez, please.
Presidente.
President, Commissioner, and a special greeting to the Spanish presidency. Welcome, and it is a pleasure to have this July plenary with a Spanish presidency that will be with us for the rest of this year. And as has been said by the presidency, it's a pleasure to hear the success here in the EU recently, the fight against the pandemic, the response to the invasion of Putin into Ukraine, with community policies that have helped member states a lot, but have actually helped people, have helped the middle class, the working class as well, to overcome very difficult and uncertain times, and to do so successfully. And at the moment, it would seem that the situation shouldn't really be as difficult as times in 20 and 21 and 22, because there are support measures for the middle classes. We are reviewing the tax and regimes and looking at social programs as well. There is commitment to do that, and I am sure that the presidency will do that and will be very successful in the next few months. Thank you.
Jordi Cañas, please.
Gracias, Presidente.
Thank you, President. If we stop to listen, if we really listen very carefully, we can hear rage, pissed-offedness, discontent, insecurity, uncertainty, misgivings, and fear. And that's the sound being made by the middle classes. these middle classes have seen their wealth whittled away. These middle classes are stifled by rising food prices, rising energy crisis, rising housing prices. They really can't make it to the next month. The middle class has more and more debts, and the future of jobs in the middle class is very uncertain. There is uncertainty and fear prevalent throughout most of our middle classes. They are being subject to more and more things and are enjoying less and less rights. These middle classes have lost status, they've lost identity, they've lost security, they've lost their future. So the time is right for the middle classes. So the majority of our societies, they really ought to be at the forefront of our political debate, not only in economic terms. Sometimes you listen, but you don't understand because people aren't. You need to speak to people plainly and in a forthright manner. These people belong at the forefront of our political debate. This is the house of our citizens. That's what the EP is. Listen to us, but you're not listening to us. The middle class does not see their needs reflected in what we're doing. So it's high time we let that sink in. There's a need for us to be in a position to grapple with the uncertainties, preoccupations, misgivings and fears of the middle class. In listening, we will provide certainty and hope. Therefore, we require an action plan for the middle class, which puts them at the very forefront of the political debate, so that rather... this fear is a time bomb. The middle class needs certainty.
Our next speaker, Mr. Munir Satouri. 2 billion cuts in taxes for the middle classes. That was the promise made by Emmanuel Macron last May. Most people felt that they would be affected. He was talking to the French people working hard, raising a family, those struggling to make ends meet. They are crushed by income tax burden. The middle classes are facing unfairness, and we were told that this was all down to laziness on the part of the poor, those that weren't doing a good job raising their children. But it's liberal thinking over time that has exacerbated the erosion of the middle classes in Europe. We have atypical jobs, flexible jobs. You have to work part-time to keep your job. You're seeing real pressure on wages, and that is why we're seeing a deterioration in working conditions and poverty in the middle classes. Populism is being used by the liberals in these arguments. The middle classes struggle to find a job with fair pay, and they are struggling to find accommodation. There is poverty, of course, in the working classes. They are the first victims of our economic model. Let's not forget that. We are seeing war declared on the most vulnerable, and we are seeing the middle classes descending into poverty, and their anger is leading them to vote for the far right. And so we need a social democracy throughout Europe. I expect Europe to move away from its liberal dogma to make real social progress. Europe needs to shore up labour rights and protections. Europe needs greater social protection, fight against poverty, ensure genuine dignity. Europe needs to equip itself with the wherewithal to meet those ambitious goals, and that is the only way in which we can put an end to impoverishment of various classes. We need a safety net that is vital for our societies. Thank you. Thank you. Jorge Bouchardey Villalba.
Thank you, President. Commissioner, we are a year away from the European elections, but you cannot come and tell us that you've got a magical plan for the middle classes. Nobody knowing about that pact is going to be voting, and you are turning against people and selling them a pig in a poke. And then we are talking about climate change and all sorts of taxes on various forms of energy. But the walls are not just going to be protecting people, but there is a wall that has been built within citizens, a wall of taxes and penalties that stop Europeans from going into cities if they can't afford an electric car. It's an absolute scandal. You can't talk to us about protecting the middle class when you are talking about the nature restoration legislation that has been voted on, and the same week where we've been talking about industry that will put the emissions directive that will put an end to livestock farms, when we have seen issues happening in France as well against the middle class there too. So stop printing money for the climate move back when it comes to banning combustion engines. What about nuclear? Why don't we look at that? Why don't we lower taxes as well, especially those that affect families? Let's stop uncontrolled migration instead of destroying people's lives and lowering their salaries. And I'm not going to say that you should pay attention to us. Just let us now, on the 23rd of July, along with so many other countries in Europe, the Dutch and Finns and Hungarians and many others, we're going to make things very clear at the ballot box on the 23rd of July, and that will be that we are going to restore everything that you have destroyed. Thank you.
Please.
Thank you. Gunnar Beck.
Früher war die Inflation.
Thank you. Inflation in the south of Europe used to be high, and it was low in north of Europe, with 1.6% in Spain and almost 7% in Germany. Inflation in 2021 was about 160 destroyed savings of German savers. 200 billion euro savings destroyed last year. This is down to disastrous climate and energy policies, sanctions against Russia, cutting us off from cheap sources of energy. The upshot is that savers are losing out because of about 4 to 8% of their savings because of the difference between interest rates and inflation. 1 in 4 Germans is at risk of poverty, according to Commission data. The EU and the federal German government is destroying the German middle classes and has been doing so since the war, and that is why well, really, should we fear Russia more than the EU or our own government?
Ms. Sandra Pereira, please.
Thank you, President. As time goes by, the inequalities and social injustices get worse. Workers and the people are getting poorer, and speculators are raking in profits. Some people say this is the right way of slapping the brakes on inflation, but workers would disagree when they go to the supermarket, when they get their utilities or phone bill, or when they have to pay their rent or mortgage. Lost purchasing power will only be restored by a sweeping general rise in wages and a cut in prices. Increasing interest rates, which was blindly handed down by the ECB, compels families to tighten the belt even further. We must reverse this trend to assist families, and we sent a letter out on this. Currently, investment in showing up the role of the state as essential. Health, housing and education are rights we cannot forsake. Only in keeping these rights can we reverse the worsening social situation of workers and families. Only in so doing can we contribute to improving people's living conditions.
Next speaker is Mr. Ivan Vilibor Sinčić, please.
Hvala.
Thank you very much. If you want to strengthen the middle class, which has been destroyed by the laws helping corporations, we need to support arts and crafts and small trades so that people own their businesses and are not employees, so that they can live on the market independent of corporations. And taxes on such small businesses have to be reduced to the smallest level and also remove administrative burdens, because we need to understand that people need to do their core business and not paperwork. Through the education system, we need to implement financial literacy for children instead of creating workers who work for others without thinking and creating richness for others. Of course, this is not going in the line of those from Davos, but still, the only right way is, as I have said, otherwise we'll have funds like BlackRock, which will own everything, while our middle classes will disappear and most people will sink down into poverty and not being able to come out of this wicked circle.
Niedermayer.
Dear colleagues, just a few minutes ago we talked about SMEs being backbone of the economy, and we still have to say that that middle class should be backbone of our society. But these days the middle class is under pressure, under economic pressure and under risk. High fiscal deficit, high debt, this all increase the risk that the middle class will be taxed more. Changes in the economy are putting a lot of well-paid jobs under jeopardy. And at the same time, inflation is bad for middle class. It is eating into income, it is reducing saving and pushing up the cost of real estate. That is especially bad for the middle class. I guess here, especially in the European Parliament, we made a big effort to protect the most vulnerable, low-income people from changes in the economy and different risks. It's much more difficult to come with something like that for the middle class. Nevertheless, keeping the government expenditures under control, collect taxes better, reduce the tax evasion and find a way how to tax better high income is the only way how to protect middle income people from increase of taxation. Making economic work, assure the stable economic growth is the way how to create the jobs, including the jobs that are well paid, that are good for people to shifting to the middle class. So we are at the same topic as always. If we make our economy work, the middle class will benefit. If not, there are no shortcuts. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And next speaker is our colleague Agnes Jongerius, please.
Thank you, President. Wages have declined, labour quality, working conditions have deteriorated, and the middle classes are shrinking. So what has happened and why? The Liberals in this debate want to talk only about the middle classes. Well, let's do that. The best way to protect the middle class is to ensure that all workers have a living wage. In the European law on minimum wage, we talked about the fact that 80% of workers need a living wage. To have a living wage, to guarantee a living wage, you need to ensure that more workers have a permanent contract and that trade unions are strengthened. So please, my appeal to you is to implement the directive on minimum wages. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Thank you.
President Dita Harantsova, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Middle class is an important victim of current economic crisis. The data from the national banks, including the Czech National Bank, speak clearly. Wealthy stay wealthy, but the middle class, the motor of our economy, has been getting poorer due to extreme inflation and high prices. Last year, the incomes of the Czech middle-class households dropped of 7.5%, and the costs between 2020 and 2023 rose to extreme 33%. Commodities like food, water, heat, or clothes even to 40%. Also, recently the prices have stabilized. The effect mainly on Czech middle class, the employees, small entrepreneurs, has not appeared. Therefore, I ask our governments to refocus on economic policies that support the small and medium-sized businesses, individuals, to limit the red tape, make sure that government supports those in the middle. This is where our government funds and resources must work. Without a focus on building the middle class, we might lose it altogether. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And the next speaker is Ms. Isabella Tovaglieri, please.
Con una sola entrata.
With just one wage, our parents were able to buy a house. They were able to get to the end of the month with some money left over. Now, a couple with two wages find it's very difficult to have one mortgage, and in a number of cases, they simply can't pay their bills. And then raising interest rates to fight inflation, which has not come because of demand, but because of an increase in prices, because of the energy crisis, is a very short-sighted way of looking at things. And it will mean that Europe goes into recession, and the middle classes will also be affected by other policies from Europe as well. And it'll be the middle classes who pay 80% of taxes, and the social fabric and the economy of Europe risk implosion. Is that what it is that the Parliament want? And we've got to do something about this, or it'll be a step backwards. Thank you.
Ms. Tatiana Stanoka.
Thank you. Chair, I think the title of our discussion should be modified. Putting the European economy at the service of the middle class? No, just putting new priorities on the service of all people. Middle class is disappearing. At present, the market, like sultanas from a band, chooses a few in-demand specialists who are generously rewarded, while the rest of the band is finally crumbled. Serious reforms are needed concerning the ways in which society, not just economy, is working. There is a terrible lack of understanding of the complexity of the crisis. We are not at all in front of a linear crisis or a cyclic recession. We are facing an unprecedented structural recession. First of all, we have to understand this, and secondly, manage. New priorities should come in place of the dominant and uncontrolled power of market forces.
Thank you. And the next speaker is Mr. José Manuel Fernandes, please.
Thank you, President. Dear colleagues, the EU is heading towards strategic autonomy, promoting competitiveness and productivity and entrepreneurship by dint of joint projects. And you have to look at how rigorously this is rolled out, what work is being done. There are some member states who are doing things quicker because they have more money. Other member states are engaged in joint projects which have fallen by the wayside. And everybody has to do their homework. At home in Portugal, the tax burden on income is 41%. And that snatches away salary resources. We have very low wages. We have to ensure social mobility, and that's in the hands of member states. What's not acceptable is that there is a levelling down. Minimum salaries are low, but many people are saying, look, average salaries should get closer to the minimum wage, and that's completely unpalatable. But that's the predominant ideology we're hearing from people in this House. What's more, we must whittle away red tape, tap into European funds, ensure a fiscal predictability, support SMEs, and in so doing, we will guarantee a future for a strong working class and obviously kindle hope for our young people, which they certainly deserve.
Mr. Kostas Mavridis, please.
Thank you, President. The middle class is key for our economies and a stable democracy, and that is why the middle class has fallen victim to various crises at EU level. We have seen rising poverty, real wages have declined. We don't have European measures in place to tackle these problems, and as a result, the European middle classes are struggling to make ends meet. That is certainly the case in Cyprus. The economy in Cyprus really relies on SMEs, and it has been hit hard by a slew of crises, and so the middle classes are really coming under heavy pressure. We need a policy to promote the middle classes, targeted measures at EU level. And one final comment. In Cyprus, the right measures were taken, but some of those measures were not appropriate. And this is what I can say about the austerity policies implemented by the bank. I've been saying this for years to the Commission. The European Union needs to do more to get our democracy on the right track.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, Monsieur le Commissaire, chers collègues. Aujourd'hui, en 2020.
Thank you, President. Dear colleagues. Faced with the risk of poverty and social exclusion, which is on the rise, and the crises that are weakening Europe, the middle classes are hit as well. And I'm rather shocked when I see how afraid people are of slipping into poverty and how worried people are about their purchasing power. And faced with all the crises that we're seeing in the labour market, automation and the impact on work, we see that now more than ever, we need to defend a Europe that is inclusive and social, based on social rights and decent work, decent salaries, well-negotiated agreements, and ensuring that we don't have energy poverty. We need to think about all the opportunities that we voted on, the recovery plan, the Green Deal, the Social Climate Fund, and the reindustrialization of the European Union and professional development. In this year of skills, we need now more than ever to invest in skills so that citizens can adapt to the world of work of tomorrow.
Angela Danzi.
Thank you. I now give the floor to Maria Angela Danzi.
Commissario, io penso che una delle cose che non abbiamo affrontato.
Thank you very much indeed, Commissioner. I do think we need to remember this is about fundamental rights that's being called into question, and that's on the line.
Everyone needs decent housing, and I think that something we have to look at as the European Parliament decided in a resolution on the 21st of January this year, is to make sure that everyone has access to decent housing. And then, of course, there's the issue of a health strategy, because healthcare is going up, and in so many member states, people aren't guaranteed this right. So we have to tackle all of this. And I'd like to urge the European Commission to follow up this resolution. And I would like to make sure that you look at the issue of services of general interest, extending them not only to the right to housing for those who are in a difficult situation, but for all those young couples that can no longer get a mortgage and who can no longer get loans. So let us harness the tools that are available so that we can make sure that these funds also encourage those who can make housing available at an affordable price.
Thank you very much. Now Mrs. Vinsig has the floor. Thank you, President. I'm very happy that we can address the middle class in the center of our political discussions. As political decision makers, it's our responsibility to support middle class companies with the necessary measures in order that they fully can fulfill their potential. And I think this has only been done in part. With the many legislative proposals, we have created a bureaucratic monster which really hinders the companies in their daily work. Well, above all, we can thank the left here in this House. But the Commission has also had some proposals which are distant from reality and added more bureaucracy for middle-class companies. For example, including the SMEs in this new legislation on supplier chains. In this era of transformation, we have to take into account the special qualities of SMEs, especially in the area of digitalization. We need them. We need to fully support them. We have a European Union's Green Deal. These are very high goals. However, to achieve them, we need a very strong, competitive economy. Thank you.
Vielen Dank.
Thank you very much.
Madam Margarida Marques.
Margarida Marques is the next speaker. President, thank you. Secretary of State, welcome to you, and all the best for the Spanish presidency. Commissioner. Well, we know that the European Union cannot exist without a strong and stable middle class that can believe in the framework of the European. Now, we know that the middle class was particularly badly hit over the past few years with the crisis. The cost of living, unstable living conditions and incomes, the challenges that young people face, they're all having an impact. The climate transition and the digital transition imply reconversion of workers and managing our access to jobs. Tax systems need to ensure that the wealthiest shares of society are paying fair taxes so that everyone can afford to access quality public services. The Charter for Social Rights and the multi-annual financial framework, the revision of economic governance rules are three opportunities that we have to place European economies at the service of the battle against inequality and at the service of the middle class. Thank you.
Ivars Japs.
Godātais prezidenta kungs, godātais Gentiloni kungs, ir skaidrs, ka pēdējie gadi Eiropas vidusslānim noteikti nav bijuši viegli.
Yes, thank you very much. It's not very easy for the middle class in recent times. Inflation has meant cost of living has...
Mēs varam darīt Eiropas līmenī, lai atbalstītu šo vidusslāni, ir pabeigt Eiropas patiesi vienota tirgus izveidi. Tāda tirgus ar godīgiem visām valstīm vienādiem noteikumiem.
What can we do to address the problems they're suffering? Sometimes it's the case that there are some companies some countries support their enterprises during the time of crisis, but some do not. So we can't allow this unlevel playing field. We have to complete our banking union, our capital union, and also in Latvia, we see that the taxation on work performed is much too high. And that kind of tax burden, in fact, has to be reduced. It's a very important job for us in the future.
Furore. Grazie, Presidente.
Thank you very much. Lately, we've seen the situation of the middle classes deteriorate progressively, not only when it comes to purchasing power, but also investment and savings. And this is mainly due to globalization. So we see two extremes, those who are working but who might still be living in poverty. But on the other, we have seen those who have capital and their revenue that has gone up exponentially. So we have to think about our policies for the future. We want a digital and green transition, but we're going to have to achieve this by making sure that the middle classes can adapt. We have to make sure that we actively support the middle classes in the EU. We need innovative public policies linked to training, sustainable development and support in order to reduce inequalities and insecurity with growth policies against the backdrop of a society and others that need to remain interdependent. Thank you.
Kelly, please.
Inflation and the cost of living crisis is leading to widespread hardship, affecting populations across Europe. Rising energy costs, access to healthcare and housing, for young people in particular, are also areas of significant concern in people's day-to-day lives. In Ireland, while GDP has grown year on year, we hear legitimate concerns raised by our citizens that the real benefit of these economic advances is not felt in their pockets. For example, young people who have worked hard, studied well and found jobs are still finding it challenging to receive a mortgage and buy their first home. Meaningful steps are being taken to address challenges at government level, such as housing and healthcare, at a national level in Ireland. As an MEP, I welcome this debate as an opportunity to highlight what measures can be taken at European level to highlight and address these difficulties. As a union of 27, we should use our collective power to counteract inflation, for example, by taking steps to deepen our energy union to tackle rising energy costs. We should also progress on a European health union and also ensure that women and men have equal opportunities in remuneration on the labour market. While many of the bread and butter issues that citizens face can seem beyond the reach of this chamber, we should be creative here in Europe and consider what steps can be taken in order to ensure that the European economy works for everybody in the European Union.
Thank you very much. And the next speaker is Mr. Paul Tang.
Dank u wel, voorzitter.
Thank you very much, President. The 5% of the richest Europeans, they own 40% of our wealth. And that 5%, that's not you and that's not me either. These are the Europeans who get richer while sleeping, while millions of others remain poor while they're working. They don't feel the inflation. This 5% doesn't have to save. And they use their letterbox companies. And their wealth is rarely taxed. And this is the world as it is now. But it doesn't have to be that way. We need to save the workers, and that's why we need to have a tax on the richest, a progressive wealth tax on assets from at least 2 million. And that would at least generate 100 billion euros. And we could take that money and invest that in a middle class who's working. We can invest that in a green economy. And then the sleeping rich can wake up.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President, Mr. Minister, Commissioner. We talk about how European legislation needs to support the middle class. But before that, we need to define the middle class. As far as I'm concerned, middle class includes everyone who works, who making an effort to take care of their family, pays their taxes to support the EU economy, whether they're in the cities or in the countryside, in rich or poor regions. The middle class has been hit the worst by the recent crises, the COVID crisis, the ensuing economic crisis, the rise in prices, and these restrictions that are brought about by the climate agreement, because the middle class doesn't have tax breaks or preferential policies a priority for EU funding. And yet, all of our legislation should be aimed at the middle class, to protect their interests, to support the middle class, because without the middle class, without a prospering middle class, the European Union cannot exist. Thank you very much.
And our next speaker is Ms. Isabel Benjumea. Por favor.
Gracias, President. Thank you very much, President. Commissioner, Council representatives, representatives of the Spanish presidency, let me wish you the best of success over the next few months. During the last 15 years, we have had economic crises that have dealt a particular blow to families, SMEs, and the self-employed. And there are no doubt about the fact that they are all the driving engine of the European economy. They foster investment, saving the economy. They inject dynamism into our economy. So the middle class is facing the cost of living crisis and rampant inflation. But we also have to add a constant tax pressure that they feel in their pockets, and it makes it very difficult for them to make ends meet. And I know full well what I'm talking about, bearing in mind what's going on in Spain. If we really want to help them, we've got to lower taxes. We have this culture of subsidies and grants and endless EU funds that don't trickle down to the pockets of families and the real economy. Lowering taxation is the most efficient and effective way of injecting health into our economy and helping these households and businesses. And we need to make sure that the recovery funds are implemented quickly, Commissioner, because as we've said, there are huge delays with the implementation, VAT on basic goods and other taxes that are piled on and lead to higher utility bills and so on. So if we did what I'm suggesting, then households would really feel the benefits, and so would businesses. And this would breathe new life into the economy, and this would help the whole of society. This is the only way that the economy can serve the middle class, and this is the only way that we'll be able to achieve the ambitious goals of the Recovery Fund.
Ms. Monika Beňová.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne, pán predsedajúci, kolegyne a kolegovia. Dlhé roky platilo, že...
Thank you. For many years, we were able to say that there was a thriving middle class in our society. But all of that has changed due to various factors. Inflation, on the one hand, which is driving up prices. It becomes ever more difficult for people to pay their mortgages and loans, and all of this means that the middle class is feeling the strain, and it's middle class that we really need. Now, women are badly hit. And I'm not talking here only about Slovak women, but women across the board, because women are pillars of our societies and they are hit even harder. Quite often they are occupying jobs and carrying out professions such as nursing, teaching and other professions where the sectors are badly hit due to lack of funding. Many of these women have a second job on top of that because they fulfill caring roles in the household, and they're not able to change any of that. So I turn to the Commission when I ask them to consider the situation of women.
Onat, please.
Tisztelt képviselőtársaim, súlyos válság.
Dear colleagues, Hungary is plagued by a number of crises. And in fact, it's gotten so far that the middle class is disappearing. Most families have difficulties to have enough money to go on vacation or replace their old refrigerator. People who previously had no problems with everyday shopping can hardly go into the stores. And this is a mistake that you made in 2008 with the decision, which is we should not be supporting the elite, but rather the middle class. And we shouldn't at least keep the standard of living of middle class. A strong Europe can only be built with a strong middle class.
President, thank you for giving me the floor, ladies and gentlemen. As we face a series of crises with far-reaching consequences for our everyday lives, we must finally do away with the taboos of taxing the rich. We also have to improve the rules on working conditions, employment, and the functioning of the economy so that it can become fairer and truly at the service of the people. The consequences of inflation and the rise in living costs after the pandemic and the war in Ukraine is felt for everyone apart from a few of the wealthiest. And the middle class has been the most severely affected. They have paid the steepest price and are most vulnerable to new shocks. Humanitarian organizations since last year have seen an increase of more than 40% in requests for assistance, including those from thousands of the new working poor who can't afford basic necessities, quality food, housing, or essential services for themselves and their families, such as early childhood care and education. In the light of this situation, I am critical of the EU budget because we keep insisting on prioritizing economic growth instead of talking about a sustainable, socially responsible European economy with a decent minimum wage and working conditions and strengthened child guarantees as well as a care guarantee. Thank you.
Much. We have no colleagues asked for the catch the eye procedure, so we can come back to the Commission, and I invite Commissioner Paolo Gentiloni to take the floor.
Well, thank you very much for this debate. I think the three debates that we had this afternoon are, of course, very much connected. I don't think that the middle class is disappearing, honestly. I've heard this in a few decades in my political activity. I've heard many times. Maybe 30 years ago, many sociologists were calling this the proletarization of the middle class, if some of you remember this. I think that the middle class is still and remains still, as many of you had said, the backbone of our societies and of the European project. Of course, it was very much affected by the crisis that we went through, and so the task for us to put the protection of our middle class at the center of our interest, I think, is very much justified. What should we do? Of course, it's our overall economic program which is involved in this. We need, first of all, to curb inflation, starting from the fact that we were able to address the crisis in a quite effective way. We should never forget this, that we had a very good growth last year, and we were able, with our response to the crisis, to avoid more severe social consequences. And also on the energetic crisis, we were able to avoid the more difficult economic consequences. But the consequences are there. So first of all, we need to curb inflation, which is very much affecting the middle class. We have to protect SMEs, as we were discussing just in the previous discussion. We need fair taxation system. There is no way, if we don't have a fair taxation system, progressive and addressing tax avoidance and tax fraud, we will not be able to support our middle class. And finally, we need growth, and we need sustainable growth. There is no way, in my view, to protect middle class affected by this crisis without sustainable growth. And sustainable growth means also to be able to address the enormous transformation that we are in. We can't dream of the fact that we keep our middle class protected from the digital transition, the green transformation in the world. This is completely impossible. What is needed is to seize the opportunities that those transitions are giving to the middle class, to avoid that the middle class goes down towards low quality and low income jobs, which is a real risk with all the transformation that are going on. And this is why I think the Commission is giving such an importance to upskilling and reskilling, which is one of the main instruments that we have to be able to address these challenges. So I think we have a lot of opportunities, but we have to strengthen our commitment to keep the opportunity of the new form of sustainable growth and to give to our middle class the role that it has already in our society. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. And I call Minister Pascual Navarro Rios to take the floor.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, President. Honourable members, Commissioner. Thank you very much for today's debate. It comes at a time that it's very timely, at a time when businesses and citizens are going through difficult times, as we heard from some of the members of this House. Let me begin by saying that many of these issues are very much on the forefront of the Council programme. In these difficult times, we need to show determination and innovation and appropriate policy. So we have to find the right balance to try and tackle the different challenges that we face and that our citizens face. The Council is determined to maintain a good pace of work, especially when it comes to the proposals that will have a direct impact on our businesses and citizens. We also count on this Parliament to come forward with the correct solutions and to adopt the relevant legislative proposals on competitiveness that are currently being discussed by both institutions. Thank you once again.
Minister, this debate is also now closed, and we're passing to the next item of the agenda, which is also statements of the Council and the Commission, with the title, Need to adopt the Unshell Directive on rules to prevent the misuse of shell entities for tax purposes. And we start the discussion again with the Minister, Rios Navarro Pascual. The floor is yours to open this debate. Take your time, no worries. No, don't worry. Please, Minister.
Señor Presidente.
President, ladies and gentlemen, Commissioner Gentiloni, I'd like to thank you very much for the opportunity to contribute to this debate on the on shell companies. Fighting against tax avoidance and tax evasion are objectives that both the Council and the Parliament share because they are extremely relevant as issues for our citizens. That is why we believe that the directive on rules to prevent the misuse of shell entities are extremely important in order to make sure that we have fair and efficient taxation, and in order to make sure that those businesses in the EU that don't fulfill minimum substance indicators cannot have tax benefits. So I'm fully aware of the fact that the European Parliament is in favor of this, and then the EU has to make sure that it has the necessary tools in order to fight against tax evasion. The Council has taken due note of this request to move forward. Now, this is a file that is politically sensitive, but the Spanish presidency is committed to it. In fact, one of our objectives is to make sure that we have more social and economic justice. Now, let me take advantage of this opportunity in order to give you a little bit more information on what's happening with the file in the Council. As you know, the debates in the Council started last year under different presidencies. The overall assessment is that the Member States do support the objectives of the proposal, but there are complex technical and legal issues that we have to tackle before we can clinch a feasible deal. We have had substantive debates in the Council on the tax consequences that, of course, also have to be legally valid. Now, when it comes to the scope, technical problem. Now, when it comes to scope, we also asked for more information on the national measures that are currently applicable and the provisions in the future directive on shell entities. In the Council, we've also looked at the minimum substance indicators to make sure that they're stringent but also easy to explain and apply. But the Member States talked about real problems because the unshell directive would lead to red tape and huge administrative burden for the tax authorities and businesses. Ladies and gentlemen, this is an important issue, and I think that we see eye to eye on this, and I know that this has been reflected in the debate on the previous directive. We also want to tackle the issue of shell companies, and we need more technical work in the Council. I'm going to take advantage of the work that's been done by the previous presidencies, and the Spanish presidency will harness all this technical work, and we've already had the first meeting of the working group on tax matters, and they've been looking at this file. The Spanish presidency will work very intensely on this in order to try and reach an agreement on this ambitious file. We want to have a political agreement on this directive in the Council, in the ECOFIN Council that will take place in November. Thank you very much.
Herzlichen Dank. Thank you very much. And now the representative of the Commission, Mr. Paolo Gentiloni. You have the floor.
President, honourable members, the unshell is a response to a clear risk of tax abuse in the single market. It will ensure that entities in the EU without a minimum degree of economic substance cannot benefit from any tax advantages and do not place any financial burden on taxpayers. Let me recall that the Commission adopted this proposal in December 21. We had hoped Member States could reach an agreement and finalise this proposal in a shorter time framework. The proposal itself envisages that national rules transposing the directive would enter into force in 2024. But regrettably, this has not been the case, despite the Swedish presidency's efforts to move the file forward. Discussions in the councils are still ongoing. It is true that unshell is an ambitious initiative and technically complex. Setting out as a common approach across the EU a check-the-box test to determine substantial presence of legal entities for tax purposes is not an easy task. However, this proposal is much needed, and it is important to find an ambitious agreement, even more so in a context in which fairness in the area of taxation is perceived as a priority by many citizens, and we discussed this also in another point this afternoon. They expect the citizen determination and swift action from the European institutions. It is our collective responsibility to live up to these expectations. In other words, an ambition which is not linked to timely delivering increases frustration and remains unfulfilled. We all need to do our part to overcome divergences and show concrete unity on this matter. We need the Unshell Directive, and we need it soon. I'm sure you share with me this sense of urgency, and this is the reason why we are here today. This is the reason why we will remain engaged and determined together on this issue as on other ones. In this respect, we very much welcome the Spanish Presidency's intention that you reiterated, State Secretary, to expedite files in the field of corporate taxation with a view to combating tax evasion and avoidance, as indicated in the Presidency's programme. And let me stress here how relevant this is for our collective work. Last week, we had a first meeting under the Spanish Presidency, and I understand that there has been good discussion in that occasion. I hope we can rapidly build on that. As the State Secretary said, we will continue to work with the Spanish Presidency and all Member States to clarify the text and ensure that the administrative burden is appropriate, since this seems to be a concern. I am positive on the possibility to overcome all doubts and move forward. On our side, we remain at the full disposal of the Presidency to provide assistance and help finalise the directive. Let me also take this opportunity to thank the European Parliament for your continued support on Unshell and for your clear position on the proposal. This opinion was adopted with an overwhelming majority of 637 votes in favour and only 2 against. The political support of the Parliament was and remains crucial, as I also said in the January plenary debate on Unshell. I share the key points made by the European Parliament in its opinion, and the Commission can accept many of these, and let me thank also the rapporteur. I would also like to thank the European Parliament for the initiative of this debate aimed at supporting the adoption of our proposal. It's a very important contribution to raise awareness, and I think the Spanish Presidency commitment is very important. In conclusion, we must not lose sight of the bigger picture. We are waging a fight against tax abuse to address some of the intolerable disparities and distortions in our economic system. Concluding an agreement on the Unshell proposal is an essential element of this broader effort. It is a step in the right direction, and we should not hesitate any longer to take it. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Wir kommen.
Thank you. And now, on behalf of the political groups, we start with Mrs. Lydia Pereira for the EPP.
Muito obrigada, Sr.
Thank you very much, President. Combating tax avoidance and tax evasion is something that we talk about a lot in our speeches, but the words that we use don't always get translated into real action. And the reason we're here today is because the Council is insisting on not deciding on the directive on shell companies. The national governments, in other words, are not interested in regulating the misuse of these entities by companies which are seeking to avoid a tax burden. Now, when it comes to tax legislation, it's overburdening citizens in Europe, and they're saddled with ever more bureaucracy and costs. When we have initiative on simplification of taxation, that's just been filed away in a drawer. When it comes to the shell entities, we at least have a proposal. Well, this Parliament approved its position with an overwhelming majority 6 months ago. So the question directed to Council is whether will you reject the proposal and take the political consequences, or will you once and for all move forward on the file that we're discussing here? What we cannot have is this this veto being kept in the drawer. Really, it's time for the member states to show leadership on this. Thank you.
Thank you. An Wort ist nun der Vorsitzende.
Next, Mr. Bolton, his responsible committee. Thank you very much.
A whopping majority in the European Parliament, 99.7%, it's a North Korean number, voted in favor of the Shell proposal. An unprecedented united stance against harmful tax practices through Shell companies. And it shows that tackling tax avoidance and tax evasion is not, I repeat, not a controversial issue. Indeed, it's part of our social contract that everyone needs to pay a fair share, especially the very rich and the big corporates. Yet the near unanimity fall on deaf ears. The Council seemed impenetrable for the clear political signal from the European Parliament, and I'm glad to hear that the Spanish EU Council presidency is willing to prioritize the Shell directive. Let's put it high on the agenda of the finance minister meetings and live stream. I urge you, live stream that session, because we demand to witness firsthand why the prospect of gaining 60 billion euro in revenue fails to prompt swift action from the minister. So don't hide behind the walls, Council. Let us rise together to fight tax avoidance and evasion. Thank you.
Danke vielmals.
Thank you very much. Next is Mr. Boyer.
Mes chers collègues,
Ladies and gentlemen, we face the double challenge of tax avoidance and evasion, and the EU has to show leadership on the world stage. It has to act, and therefore it has to be irreproachable at home and make sure it has the resources to do so. Shell companies for tax avoidance is a challenge that Pandora Papers shed light on. We're talking about billions of euro that the EU loses, and it saps trust in this. And we need to adopt common rules. At the end of 2021, as you said, the European Commission presented a relevant and ambitious directive. The European Parliament overwhelmingly said it was in favour in January, and for the last year and a half, there's been considerable technical work carried out in the Council. All the conditions are there to move forward. So now we urge the Council to discuss this text on a political level and to reach an agreement in order to adopt this text unanimously. We can't continue to have the tax scandals that we've had. This is undermining trust in the EU. It's about fairness and justice. Thank you.
Merci. Ich sehe uns.
Thank you. I don't see the next speaker, so I will give the floor directly Mr. Hurven.
Dank u, voorzitter.
Thank you very much, President. Every year, 20 billion euros are given by the EU. We simply lose them because of tax avoidance. And who's responsible for this? This is very clear from the Pandora Papers, and it's the SMEs pay their honest share. So they have to keep meeting rules that it gets stricter and stricter. However, these large enterprises can simply avoid these rules. 20 billion euros every year we're losing. We could have wonderful things with that. For example, we could reduce taxes for citizens and smaller companies. So we welcome this directive. It would mean that the single market would be less fragmented and it would function better.
Now, the floor is yours, Mr. Griffin.
Merci, Président. Désolé pour.
President, thank you very much, and apologies for the delay. Commissioner, good afternoon once again. shell companies are the key instrument used by businesses and multinationals and the super rich to try and avoid taxes. Each scandal reveals this time and again. And we know that there is a duty to contribute equitably to society. And they avoid this when citizens are paying their fair share, even in times of hardship, even in times of crisis and inflation. The rich and large businesses continue to use these shell companies to shirk their responsibility. In December 2021, the proposal was first put forward, and today, in 2023, we still don't have an agreement. Even a very watered-down version of this isn't getting approved. And we had an 98.7% majority voting in favour of this House. And it's part of tax legislation. The cost is 60 billion euros annually for the European Union. We're asking for the Council and the European Commission to make this proposal on shell entities a priority. We are planning to have a public exchange of views, and people need to speak out honestly about this and be held accountable. Citizens have a right to hear why this directive is being blocked and why this battle against tax evasion is being avoided. Tax evasion has been here for far too long. The Parliament wants to end it. Citizens wants to end it. And we just need this last piece to make it happen.
Is Mr. Gunnar Beck.
Thank you very much. Steuerhinterziehung.
Tax evasion, tax avoidance are problems in European cooperation would actually make sense, because this is one of the reasons why the EU doesn't take any action. Letterbox companies are vehicles that don't have any economic purpose other than tax avoidance. That costs the taxpayers at least 60 billion euro per year. However, there's no political will to do anything about this. And that is because bureaucrats and MEPs, in part, actually benefit from such constructions. For example, they also have advantages because they have a lot of contact with lobbyists and wealthy third country sources. And the Pandora Papers, for example, and according to that, the head of companies have sent billions to the Caribbean islands. And even Mr. Zelensky, via his wife, has at least 50 million in offshore accounts that most people refuse to talk about it. It's because the majority of you want it to be this way, and that's the case. Now, Mr. José Guzmão is next.
Thank you, President. We're here to discuss the directive on the inappropriate use of shell companies. But I get the impression that does that mean that there is a good use, a proper use of these entities? Well, that doesn't exist. These entities exist in order to avoid taxation, sometimes even worse things. And so what we should be discussing here should be something much stronger, a proposal that's much stronger that can actually do away with this instrument, which is a key part of tax evasion. Sadly, in the European Union, we still have governments and political groups that are opposed to the battle against tax evasion because of interested parties in their own governments sometimes. And this is why we have such a weakened version of the directive going through Parliament and an even weaker version coming from the Commission and something even worse, that is to say nothing at all, from the Council, with Member States not wanting anything at all. Now, some will say that something is better than nothing, but really we have to be honest and say what we need is much more.
Jerzy Pospíšil, the floor is yours.
Thank you, President, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for this opportunity to take on this very important point. I have carefully listened to this debate and I am pleased to see that this topic is important for the Spanish presidency and also for the Commission, and that you want to work intensely on this new proposal. We all agree that we have to fight tax evasion. However, it is important to know what the final version of the directive will look like, because in such a proposal, the devil is in details, so we will need to find a wording which would not bully decent businesses. We need efficient regulation aiming at those who want to bypass tax legislation and taxes. Also, we want to make sure that we do not bring in excessive administrative burden for SMEs. This is a huge problem for them and discourages them. From what I know, this directive goes in the right direction. Still, we need to have more discussions on it. I hope the Spanish presidency is going to move this proposal further, and we will be able to talk about details very soon.
Mr. Jonas Fernandez.
Gracias, Presidente.
Thank you very much, President. Commissioner, Presidency of the Council. It's true that in this Parliament we have made considerable progress in the field of taxation, both here in the EU and on the international stage. The higher public debts that we've had to get into in order to deal with the COVID crisis and then the war, to some extent have raised the debate on the need to collect more and better, and it's put this on the table. So we've made progress when it comes to corporate taxation, but when it comes to wealth tax, income tax, and the whole issue of shell entities that we're discussing today, we've only just starting down the path. We can look at the situation as a glass half empty or half full, but there's no doubt about the fact that the Council cannot drag its heels any longer, because we have to make sure that the argument of red tape is not what throws a spanner in the works and stops us from taking a quick decision.
Dear colleagues, we have the pleasure to welcome in the diplomatic gallery a delegation of parliamentarians from Malaysia, led by the Speaker of the Parliament, who are here for the 10th EU-Malaysian Interparliamentary meeting. Welcome in the hemicycle. Enjoy your time in the European Parliament. Nun hat Herr Martin.
Yeah, the next speaker is Mr. Lavacek.
Pane komisaři, zajištění spravedlivé.
Mr. Commissioner, an effective tax system is a priority for all of us, but we must support what makes sense. The Commission has a bad habit. If something doesn't work properly, then Commission suggests something else instead of thinking about what's wrong and how to repair the system that we have. This leads to too many rules and too little efficiency and effectivity. So I'm not sure, should we also add another initiative which will bring more red tape for those who pay their taxes properly? In my opinion, we should rather focus on more efficiency of the instruments that we have in place now, and we don't think that new rules will really stop tax evasion. Thank you.
The next speaker is Mrs. Laluc.
Monsieur le Président.
President, Commissioner, Secretary of State, last January, the European Parliament adopted by overwhelming majority of 99% the Unshell Directive in order to fight against shell companies. This was mentioned, and this is a huge step forward against tax avoidance because through their structures, the shell companies lead to money laundering and tax avoidance. We have 60 billion euro that they cost the taxpayer every year. But apart from that, shell companies are linked to human trafficking, drug trafficking, and therefore they're pernicious. This directive was blocked by the Council, and it's not even on the negotiations agenda. So I turn to you, Minister, because we need the Council to break the stalemate, and we're counting on you. We trust you. And Commissioner Gentiloni, there's also the issue of unanimity. This kind of directive raises this issue once again, and we hope that the European Commission will take action. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll now give the floor to Mr. Niels Fuglsang. All of you have heard speeches today. All of you who've heard that. We want to fight these shell companies. We can't accept that a few wealthy people hide their wealth in these shell companies. We want a law that addresses this system. We've seen with the Panama Papers, with the Paradise Papers, and the Pandora Papers, we've seen these huge tax paradises, tax havens, and how individual wealthy people hide huge sums of money in these shell companies offshore. There's a researcher who says that $7.8 million in these constructions. So we have to have a law that addresses these shell companies. We support this with an overwhelming majority. There are a few member states who block this, and that, dear member states, please adopt this law to fight shell companies.
Danke, Herr Kollege. Wir kommen zum
Thank you very much. We've reached the Catch the Eye. And I will give the floor to Mrs. Claire Daly now.
Dankeschön, President. I think it's great to see this directive being discussed. Tax evasion and avoidance is a blight across Europe, and coming from Ireland as I do, that is absolutely the case, where Ireland has been correctly labelled as a tax haven. But of course we are not on our own in that regard, and I'd like to highlight and recall the terrible plight of Michael Power from Waterford, the former chief financial officer of T-Cell, the mobile phone operator in Tajikistan, 60% owned by Telia, largely owned by the Swedish state. Now, this company was previously involved in tax corruption in Uzbekistan, and when Power exposed to them serious tax fraud and bribery in their organisation, as he was legally obliged to do, he was victimised, threatened and dismissed. Now, protective disclosure legislation is supposed to out wrongdoing in the public interest. But for Michael Power, the legal process is being used to subvert his protective disclosure. He's locked in procedural legal matters. If we want to deal with tax evasion, we have to protect people in protected disclosures.
Mick Wallace.
Mick Wallace is the next speaker.
Well, it's well established that shell companies are used by corporations to shift and hide billions in wealth and profits every year within the EU, costing EU taxpayers over 60 billion every year. Now, the Parliament has already voted overwhelmingly in favour of implementing the Unshell Directive. And despite the Swedish presidency watering down the text to near non-recognition, it is still blocked at Council level. So what's the hold-up? Who is actually holding it up? We have a text that's supposed to bring transparency to financial secrecy. Where's the transparency from the Council? As Paul Tang said, we have a fair idea which countries are supporting the directive, but which ones are not. We need this text adopted as a matter of urgency. Will the Spanish presidency put Unshell on the agenda at the next meeting of the finance ministers? Any chance they'll have it live streamed? Or will the Council continue to operate like a secret society?
Danke. Wir kommen.
Thank you very much. Now we're going to have the concluding remarks from Commissioner Gentiloni.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I think that the case is very clear. Of course, we are all aware that there are some technical aspects to be finalized, but I'm sure that the State Secretary rarely saw such a broad support and consensus, and I'm sure that the Spanish presidency will take this forward, and for sure the Commission will give all the possible support to this. We will not solve with this all the tax fraud and tax evasion issues in the EU, but we will make a significant step forward. Thank you.
In diesem Sinne sind wir gespannt auf die.
Okay, for that case, we're very much looking forward to hearing what the representative of the Council says.
Gracias, Presidente. Señoría.
Thank you, President, honourable members, Commissioner. Thank you for this debate. I have listened and noted the call from this House and from the Commissioner to move forward in this regard. Having heard you, I am convinced that we have a shared interest in promoting systems in the member state taxation system that are both equitable and socially just. And the purpose here is to discuss shell companies. We need to look for solutions that are effective in this regard. The member states, the Council, will continue to work on achieving a result that is acceptable to all, and we will use the Spanish presidency in the coming 6-month term to follow the programme of activities as proposed and set out by me at the start of this debate. Thank you once again.
Thank you very much. That concludes the debate. Before we move on to the next point of the agenda, I would like to give you some information. The EPP group has sent the President changes in committees and delegation, and these decisions are going to be included in the minutes of today's meeting, and they enter into force today. We're going to interrupt the meeting for 1 minute before we continue with the next point on the agenda.
Ich nehme die unterbrochene Sitzung wieder.
We can resume the sitting, and we move to the next item on our agenda, the Commission statement on the delivering on the Green Deal. We've discussed both today and yesterday this issue and the risk of compromising the EU path to the green transition and its international commitments. Now, I wish to give Vice President Timmermans the floor on this point.
Mr. President, honourable members, today has been a good day for nature and the European Green Deal. I think it's been a good day for citizens, for cities, for businesses across every possible sector: finance, renewables, extractives, food, consumer goods. We've urged to move forward with the nature restoration law. I also believe it's a good day for farmers, for foresters and fishers, whose livelihoods are threatened by a continued loss of biodiversity. A good day for 6,000 scientists who keep asking politicians to act, given the realities and the scale of the challenge we face. And it's been a good day for the many, many young people demonstrating outside this House, asking us to take responsibility for their future. Climate change and biodiversity loss are existential threats. Our future, our health, our wealth, and our security depend on nature. Our efforts to fight the climate crisis depend on nature. It's very simple. Resilient soils absorb more carbon. Leafy trees provide natural air conditioning to increasingly hot cities. Healthy nature retains more water during droughts. Last week, we experienced the 4 hottest days ever recorded. Time is running out to fix the mess that has been created on our planet. This is why your vote on the nature restoration law today is so crucial. It will set the EU on a path to restore nature, a path to make nature our ally in our efforts to tackle climate change and to show our international partners, those in COP28 as well as in COP15, that Europe means business and that we mean to lead. Getting where we need to be will still require a tremendous amount of work and political courage, but I'm confident that we will succeed, because together we've already achieved a number of huge successes in the Green Deal. This is clearly evident in our climate policies already, where we're catapulting Europe ahead of other major emitters and leading global climate action, and doing this in a way that is good for our economy. Getting Fit for 55 adopted, getting REPowerEU over the line, cutting back on Russian fossil fuels, saving energy, expanding renewables, putting cleaner cars on our roads, and getting it all done in the time we did, while there is a war on our continent, has been a remarkable feat, and I really, really want to thank Parliament for making it possible. We have likewise made great progress on circular economy, clearly illustrated by your vote this morning to make all products in the European market sustainable. And through our international cooperation and our diplomatic outreach, we took our international partners along. The United States has returned to the Paris Agreement and is fast transforming its economy, and we have to be sure that they don't overtake us. Thanks to our strong push and leadership, the world agreed on the most ambitious global biodiversity agreement at Kunming, Montreal last year, and I want to thank the members of Parliament who took part in the deliberations. We're paving the way to halt deforestation. We're working with new partners in Africa, Asia and Latin America, and we're exporting our knowledge of carbon pricing to help others drive down their emissions faster than before. So why did we achieve so much? Because of the core of our work. These past 3 years has been an understanding that the green transition is not a left or a right issue, that it is not an issue of political ideology, but a matter of science, of survival, of societal well-being. It has been the case since the start of this mandate back in 2019. We set out with a clear sense of purpose and shared vision. Europe would become the first climate-neutral continent with the Green Deal as its roadmap. This vision is for a fair, green, healthy and competitive future still stands strong today. Our success stories have showed businesses in Europe that we can deliver them certainty, stability and prospects for growth and profit in a green economy. We have shown young Europeans increasingly anxious about their futures that we will take the responsibility. We want to be good ancestors. Yes, of course we can be proud of what we've achieved, but the work is far from done. Now that this House has come to a majority position on the nature restoration law, we can move forward with the negotiations with Council. The Commission stands ready to support the co-legislators and come to a swift agreement. But let me take a moment to acknowledge an important part of our democratic process in Europe. Majority rule does not mean that you ignore the minority view. I've listened to every voice in this debate for the past months. I may have challenged the political consequences that some have drawn, but I've never questioned the sentiment that is felt by farmers, fishers and foresters, by our citizens and in our cities. They have many legitimate questions and concerns, and they cannot be expected to make this transition alone. That is the next step for the Green Deal, I believe, to reassure, to support, to guide, to facilitate the transition. We have set our sights on the horizon. We know where we need to go, but we also know that there will be obstacles to negotiate along the way. We must ensure that our policies, our support instruments and our financial resources match the challenge. That is the next step we must take together, to move from green targets to green tools. We cannot afford to lose political momentum or to lose different parts of society along the way. We cannot afford to go from consensus to conflict on tackling climate change. There is no time to start from scratch and try again. We all need to negotiate and compromise to keep moving forward step by step. Time is of the essence. We need the nature restoration law as much as we need the climate law. The European Green Deal is a comprehensive package, one plan, for the one planet that we call home. As responsible politicians, we have to face the facts. Planetary boundaries are defined, and we cannot ensure a livable planet without restoring nature. So I'll say it again. We have the responsibility to be good ancestors. We have the responsibility, yes, of course, we're all looking at the next election. But more importantly, we should all be looking at the next generation. If we look at the next generation and make plans for them, then I believe the next election will be less of a problem. Thank you.
Kommen nun zu den Sprechern der Fraktion.
Thank you. We now move to the speakers on behalf of the political groups. François Bellamy is the next speaker.
Monsieur le Président, Monsieur le Commissaire.
President, Commissioner, yes, we have to say it clearly. In order to take up the title that the Greens wanted to give to this debate, yes, Europe could jeopardize the whole issue of the environment and not fulfill its commitments, but it's not because the EPP is against protecting the environment. So we're talking about a 12-vote difference, and with that, the European Parliament is pushing forward denying reality. The so-called nature restoration law is extremely worrying for all those who produce in our countries, but also for nature itself that the law wants to restore. The equation is pretty simple. By imposing more constraints, rules, administrative complexities, the law is going to reduce the production of what we need. Despite the information spread by those who defended it, it's a fact that the text says that 10% of arable land cannot be used for farming. So this will mean that our fishers can't fish in certain areas, the food production in our countries will go down, and even the Commission impact assessment confirms this, Commissioner. Has the Parliament not learned anything from what happened? We had a lack of masks during COVID, a lack of energy during the war in Ukraine, and what will it take for our institutions to realize that a drop in food production is extremely serious? This has also led to higher food prices. That is a problem for households. But what is even more acceptable is that by reducing our production, we won't have helped the environment. We have farmers that meet the most stringent environmental rules and standards. And if we reduce production here, we will give a competitive edge to those outside the EU. And it's that production that is destroying the environment. Should we do more? Yes. Should we do less? No. Doing less now or producing less now is jeopardizing the environment that we want to protect. This challenge won't be dealt with by just stabbing the economy. Thank you.
Is Mr. Mohamed Shaheen.
Thank you, Chair. Where should I start? I really think there's a difference in vision. we have between how our industry looks like, let's say in a decade or two. I think that's the crucial difference between our political groups. I envision an industry that's decarbonized, most efficient worldwide, leading production worldwide. Another industry that needs heavy subsidies to survive. And I see that globally, we're not leading in every sector. Other sectors outside the EU produce with a smaller footprint. For that, we have the Critical Raw Materials Act. For that, we have the Net Zero Industry Act. The train of decarbonization is running, and the question is, are we going to catch it, or are we going to wait and hope that it comes back so we can step on it again? Let's stick to the facts. Let's cooperate. Let's work on good compromises to strengthen our industry, to give a better future perspective for our farmers. Let's sit at the table, work together in honoring Europe and helping Europe also for the green transition. Thank you very much.
Danke. Und das Wort hat nun Frau.
Thank you. Ms. Gammon now has the floor. Thank you.
The European People's Party has decided to launch an all-out assault on our common fight against climate change, and at least in today's fight for nature restoration, it's good to say that they lost. It was really a high-risk bet on our common future, actually, and the EPP has shown that, if anything, they are not fit to lead this House. To quote one great political mind, Cersei Lannister, when you play the Game of Thrones, you win or you die. There is no middle ground. And today they lost. The political play, I believe, was very cynical and a completely irresponsible way of handling the power given to them by European voters. Some initiatives do need intense deliberation in order to make them better. What I could not understand was the EPP leaving the negotiating table, refusing to do the job they were elected to do. To stand against the Green Deal is to stand against a livable future on our European continent. And to stand against the Green Deal is to stand against the sustainable industrial future of the European Union, because that is the way that we are going to. At least today, reason prevailed and the institutions can finally do their job, which is to finish working on nature restoration and to continue working on the European Green Deal for the future of the Europeans. Thank you.
Danke. Am Wort ist Herr Bas Eickhout.
Mr. Bas Eickhout has the floor.
I think this is a good debate, and let's maybe try to calm down and lower our voices, right? So maybe not only on the nature restoration law. I think every one of us in this room, and certainly in the Council, have subscribed to the Green Deal. And we have all agreed we want our economy in 2050 to be climate neutral, to be fully circular, and to be clean. That has all been part of the Green Deal that every head of state has subscribed to, and that has also been supported by a big majority in this Parliament. But then let's be honest to each other. These are fundamental goals. This means a total shift of our economy in 25 years. Anyone that can do and can pretend to say, we subscribe to those 2050 targets, but then for the rest it will be all fine and sweet and no problem, is lying. And let's at least agree here that we should not be lying to our voters. This is a challenge. This is a challenge. This is a challenge for all of us. But we need to do it. We want to do it, but then we need to see how we're doing it. And I think sometimes we have a totally different narrative, and we saw that very much in CO2 in cars, where some are saying you are putting a policy in place that is promoting Chinese cars. But I would say no, by not doing any policy, by pretending that our car industry can stick to what they used to do, they will lose internationally, and then in the future it will be us importing Chinese cars. So for our competitiveness, we need the policy, instead of saying because of the competitiveness we don't want the policy. That is the debate that we need to have. But for that we need a dialogue. For that we need to talk to each other, we need to listen to each other. And this is really a plea to the EPP. You had your campaign on the nature restoration law. Can we now conclude that is over, And can we now please sit back and come back at the table and discuss these things on our narratives, on our visions, on the contents, and not on Santa Claus tweets anymore? Thank you. That would be very welcome.
Herr Alexandre Vondra, the floor is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, today's vote on the nature restoration provides us a very useful lesson. Those of us who love nature, who wants to protect the birds and the bees, were very glad that it passed through, but with a very narrow margin. I think it's obvious that the Green Deal faces its limit. The elections are close, and the people are tired. The text which went through the Council and the Parliament are more realistic than what has proposed the Commission. I still remember in the past Commission as a guardian of the fairness. Today is trying to lead us, but sometimes is taking almost extreme position. This historic decarbonization just makes the lives of our people in Europe more expensive. It provides an advantage to China, and globally it does not generate any effect. The EU is traveling around the summits in the global arena, lecturing others, but the others are either smiling into our eyes or doing this in a more capitalistic way like the United States. We still can't change it, but to do something for nature now and locally here, that we older would see some result during our lifetime. Because, you know, if you ask the people to sacrifice something, they must be offered also some redemption. Thank you.
Danke, Frau Kollegin Paola.
Thank you. Ms. Guidoni has the floor.
Buongiorno, Presidente Tim.
Good afternoon, Commissioner Timmermans. Ladies and gentlemen, the European Commission has clearly explained its position. The goals of the Green Deal will have to be achieved at any cost. We heard this position just a few days ago when we read the results of the added impact assessment on the impact of phytosanitary products on wine growing. Yes, we were told the impact will be devastating. It will destroy the whole wine growing sector of the EU. But that is the price that the peoples of the EU have to pay, because the 2030 agenda cannot be tweaked and mustn't be delayed. The approach that the end justifies the means, that there's never too high a price to pay, is the definition of fanaticism. Every violent and dramatic page in the history of our continent actually stems from that approach. And that is why we all say yes to environmentalism, but we can never say yes to fanaticism. Another way of defending the planet is possible.
Danke, Frau Silvia Modig.
Thank you. Sylvia Modig has the floor.
Mr. Chair. Yes, Franz, this is a good day. We must, at some point, also stop and be happy, because we have done a great job. And I think, personally, the Green Deal has been a success. Even if our targets are still below scientific advice, even though we still don't fully respect our planet's boundaries, the Green Deal has been a success. We have been able to put this ship that is the EU on a completely new course, and that is significant. And also this message we must give to the Europeans who are feeling anxiety about the climate change. They are feeling that progress is not fast enough. We must also show progress happens all the time, sometimes with baby steps, but we are going forward. I'm quite sure that the next Parliament will have to revise our targets, but they also get to collect on the positive side. They can take the circular economy forward, create new jobs, create sustainable and economical growth. But essential for the next Parliament and the next Commission, I believe, is that we have to put the social aspect in the centre of it all, because we need the EPP along, but more we need the people to trust in us and what we're doing. So, social fairness, Franz, leave that as a testimony for the new Commission. Thank you.
Danke vielmals. Ich darf nun unserer Kollegin.
Thank you very much. I now give the floor to Ms. Vincig. Thank you. The European Green Deal is the largest legislative package that the European Parliament has ever negotiated, so it makes perfect sense that the European Union would stumble along the way to climate measures. Well, the problem is that sometimes we've set objectives where we haven't even developed the necessary technology to enable us to meet the objectives. For example, heat pumps springs to mind. And when it comes to the European Green Deals from Mr. Timmermans, we still don't have the part of the deal that's going to work for the economy, so that we as businesses still don't know how we're going to manage and cope with this transition. And by the way, when it comes to the fleeing of businesses, that's taking place at an ever faster pace. And that's why we have to have European standards in place. We have to have incentives for businesses so that we're not saddling them with burdens. We do have the right ideas with the SME strategy and the strategies, but the implementation is lacking. It's only through these instruments that we will really help businesses to adapt and make the necessary investments that will help us to shift the obstacles that stand in the way of a transition to the green. And I wish to welcome a group of visitors, business leaders from Europe. Thank you. Ms. Maria Arena is the next speaker.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Alors,
Thank you very much. The Green Deal isn't contested, and this shows that the European Commission has really got its head around the enormous challenge linked to pollution, biodiversity and climate change. It was vital to show citizens that that Europe can protect them and can make sure there will be a viable future for them. And I'm very pleased with the result of the vote on the nature restoration law that took place today. We have made great progress on the climate package, and I'd like to thank you, Mr. Timmermans. But most of the other goals and strategies are either delayed or they're not reflected in binding texts, and yet we're being told that we need a regulatory break. And then, of course, there's the overhaul of REACH that was announced in 2019, and yet studies show us that the savings that we could make in healthcare would be 10 times higher than the cost to industry. So we would benefit, we would be winners if we went for this overhaul. The same applies to pesticides. We'd say we'd whittle it down by 50% by 2030. We've got to adopt these measures. We have to. It is our responsibility, and we need to do it if citizens are to trust us.
The floor is yours.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, President. We have a clear ambition to fight this battle for the climate, and we to do this together and in a responsible way. And together with the EPP, we were able to set the climate law, and we could be the first climate-neutral continent in the world. We have a duty to act together in a responsible way. And for all those in Europe who are suffering from extreme heat, drought, flooding, and rising water levels, Commissioner, we all stand to win if we can act in a multilateral way and in a coherent way. And our external policies must be aligned with the Green Deal. And our trade policy must also be greened. As you know, the Paris Agreement is a key clause in our future trade agreements, but we have to go further. We need to make sure that this is in all trade agreements. We have sustainable development chapters that will include sanctions in the event of non-respect of the provisions. It shouldn't be a variable that you can adjust. And so we have to also work at the heart of the WTO to make progress there as well. Thank you.
Das Wort gebeten hat Frau Anna de.
Thank you. Ms. Depernay-Grunenberg now has the floor.
Thank you, President. Ladies and gentlemen, today we're celebrating a victory for nature conservation. We have a majority for restoring nature, and now we should use this momentum and have some planned legislation for 2024. For example, make a proposal on the forest monitoring law. We need this law. Our forests are our biggest allies fighting climate change. So uniform monitoring will mean that we'll be able to have comparable data on the situation in the forests. We can see how strong or weak, sick or well the trees are throughout different forests. We can see what the humidity is like and other indicators, and then we can protect these forests together with the forest sector. So protecting our forests and protecting the soil, this is 40% of our continent. This is absolutely fundamental in order to rescue our climate. Thank you.
Anna Zalewska, Sie sind die nächste Rednerin.
Thank you. Anna Zalewska is the next speaker, please.
Panie Przewodniczący.
President, Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen, maybe a few words about facts. Last week, we had a report of the EU showing how its entire climate policy depends on the rest of the world that is outside of the EU, especially on China, and it's China that will be the main beneficiary of our Fit for 55 package. Secondly, Fit for 55 is outdated because it was developed before the pandemic and before the war and before the energy crisis. It needs to be revised. Financial systems do not contain the money that would suffice to satisfy all these algorithms. So the impact assessment is just untrue. And thirdly, it's a package that is against humans, against mankind. The idea itself is good because we want to protect the environment, but we are actually acting against people. People, in our opinion, are just there to pay money. They are not our partners. And we were not able to convince them to the Green Deal. This is a bad omen. Thank you very much.
Herr André Roger, the floor is yours.
Monsieur le Président, chers collègues, la politique.
Ladies and gentlemen, we can sum up what the EU is doing, and that is it's not aware of its choices. It's making the wrong choices. We're talking about militant ecology, and it's not being pragmatic. It prefers the agitprop of a young activist who should be in school instead of eminent scientists. We're talking about contradictions. It has implemented restrictive and punitive policies, meaning that farmers don't know what to do. The EU is challenging free trade agreements, and it means that products are exported through containers, supertankers, planes from other parts. It's not thinking about its image. We're talking about a punitive green approach. This approach takes away any hope or hope for innovation. We have to put an end to this tragicomedy. This religion of free trade has to come to an end, and we have to stop importing products that member states can produce themselves and of a better quality. As the National Rally has been saying, we have to really focus on this.
Herr Petros Kokalis, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Mr. Timmermans, we created the European Green Deal in order to protect future generations and in order to make sure that everyone can access public goods. This is a truly humanitarian approach. The nature restoration law and other laws have shown us that moving towards a human-friendly and social-friendly approach is something that the progressives want. The Green Deal cannot be put on ice. Scientists and our very eyes are telling us that human beings are part of biological systems that we cannot fully control, but unfortunately we are jeopardizing them. Whether we accept it or not, having this vision means that we have to harness new technologies, but we also have to make sure that there's public investment, redistribution of resources, and grassroots participation. If we don't have a fair transition, there won't be a transition, and therefore we won't have any choices in the future. And democratic socialism or barbarism, there is no alternative. Thank you.
Nun hat Frau Hildegard Bentele das Wort gebeten. Ich erteile.
Ms. Bentele has the floor now.
Sehr geehrter Herr Kommissar, liebe
Commissioner, colleagues, when it comes to the path to climate neutrality, we have to ask as politicians, environmentalists, and as Christian Democrats, we have to ask what we're doing for business. We don't want this to become a business case. When it comes to investments and not paying off in the long term, and if businesses cannot keep up with international competition, then we will see deindustrialization on a massive scale, and no one will be willing to follow our high standards anymore. It's not only about money, but there's a real risk that businesses are going to be saddled with unrealistic and overburdensome regulations and with major impacts for industrial sites and jobs. And the further risk is that we're going to be too radical and too demanding for citizens, those who can't afford an electric car, who can't afford new appliances and other products. They'll be excluded. And even those who are environmentalists will start to rebel, and farmers and others. And with the BBB, you'll be able to see in your own country, in the Netherlands, what's going on. A technocrat-led climate protection policy is not the way forward. Please listen to us who represent peoples, and we have the right answers. Now, we would achieve the best possible outcomes if we were to follow market systems and ensure that we act in the most efficient and effective way to save CO2 emissions. That's what the European Commission should pursue, and not try and set up some kind of European climate tax.
to Delara Burkhardt.
Now, it's really very strong to say, as the EPP, that our climate policy is the right one, when it was the votes of the AfD was blocking the votes. So luckily that didn't happen. So in Montreal, when the Biodiversity Convention was adopted, there were many people in this parliament who said this was historic. And quite rightly, what people didn't realize that global would also apply to the EU, because in the EU, nature is in a difficult position. And of course, that negatively impacts the future of a sustainable agriculture. And then the EPP said, yes, we want to see Montreal Convention implemented everywhere, but here, when it concerns us, then it's blocked. And so that they wanted, implied that Timmermans would ban the Santa Claus from the Finnish forests. No, that's not going to be the case. We have to do our homework, and we're going to do it now.
The floor to Dacian Cioloș.
Thank you. Domnule vicepreședinte.
Mr. Executive Vice President, the European Parliament, from the beginning, as its mandate, has supported the Green Deal because we can't hide our head in the sand and ignore the environmental problems that we're now dealing with, affecting our economy and our lives. But we need a realistic approach. We should not fall prey to ideology with these talks. This week's votes in plenary have shown us that we need to be brave. We also need to be pragmatic. We need to take decisions that can be applied on the ground. The Commission's proposals are ambitious, but somewhat unrealistic. Sometimes they don't go hand in hand with other European decisions, and this has stirred things up in the Parliament. But we can correct things so that the final text can be applicable. This is what we did today with the NATO restoration law. We need to move forward with the green transition, but our decisions need to look at the realities on the ground and on the impact that they have, not only an environmental impact, but also economic and social impact, especially on those who will need to bear the brunt of applying this legislation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And now the floor goes to Mr. Thomas Weitz.
Madam President, Mr. Commissioner, unfortunately, Mr. Bellamy is not here anymore, but colleagues from EPP, look, for today the show is over.
Could you please return to factual basis in your argumentation? I mean, Mr. Bellamy just said 10% of the agricultural landscape should be, I don't know, renaturalized. No, it's about having a climate and environmental friendly agriculture on the 10%, changing this agricultural model there. That's what it's about. This is the reality. So by creating, alternative truth, this is something we've seen coming from Trump. This is something we're used to from the right wing here in the House. Is this really the standard you want to form your politics upon? I really urge you, come back to the negotiation table. Yes, your concerns have to be taken serious, and we have to work on compromises together. I don't know why you have started the campaign mode already. I think citizens expect from us to work to deliver solutions, to deliver compromises until, I would say, at least into the winter times. For campaign, we have enough time after that. So please return to the table, return to the group of constructive parties here in the European Parliament. I would be very thankful for that.
Thank you very much. And now I give the floor to Madam Isabella Helena Klotz.
Szanowni Państwo, najwyższy czas zadać sobie.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is high time to ask ourselves the question, does the Green Deal strengthen Europe? Let's look at the truth. The European Green Deal weakens the European industry and accelerates the marginalization of the European economy. It deepens Europe's marginalization in global geopolitical competition. Most of the countries we trade with have much lower or no carbon emission fees. CBAM will not change this. The EU's climate ambitions have no real impact on global warming, but they do have a very real impact on the competitiveness of the European economy and its lowering, at the rising prices and the heating up of the political climate, not just our climate, the political climate in our countries. Despite the ongoing constitutional climate emergency campaign, our societies do not understand and do not share the fanatical approach to achieving climate goals. People have had enough of gentlemen driven to work in S-Class Mercedes, shifting the cost of their ideas to those who don't have enough to pay their bills. These people will soon vote in the European elections, and their vote will be justified. It will be a vote of protest, and it will most likely lead to a necessary readjustment of EU policy. So reducing the competitiveness of enterprises, lowering the standard of living of societies, rising energy, food, and overall living costs of European families, this is unfortunately the Green Deal.
Our next speaker is Alessandro Panza. Please.
Grazie Presidente, colleghi.
Thank you very much, President, ladies and gentlemen. Commissioner, now you led to huge clashes around the nature restoration law, and that shows that many people don't feel represented in this. The sacrifices won't help everyone. This is a distorted project. You want to start building a house from the roof based on partial science instead of stimulating a debate, and these choices are purely political. The Green Deal will fail because you have decided to sacrifice the middle class, agriculture on the altar of the environment, and there's the whole issue of China as well. And now the winds change direction, and I'm not just saying it because of the Dutch tractors and what happened with the former Prime Minister Rutte, but because people are clamoring to be at the heart of the green transition and not to find themselves under it. There's the whole issue of achieving the final goal, but maybe you don't understand this. Next year, European citizens will explain what the situation is democratically, and finally we'll be able to put this nightmare behind us, because you've made us experience it for too long.
Our next speaker is Madam Sunčana Glavak.
Hvala lijepa. Thank you, President, dear colleagues. The key aspects of our road towards a green transition lies in the reduction of greenhouse gases and, of course, the transition to renewables. But we face the risk of compromising this road to a sustainable society, because this would require us to change every sector of our society. The policies that we adopt must be geared towards sustainable growth, but have to take into account the need for real economic growth and social justice. We have to be responsible. We have to set aside short-term interests which might lead to delays or reductions in the level of ambition of our goals. We have to set our goals, but we also have to have adequate mechanisms to monitor just how we are implementing those goals in practice. We must not be divorced from reality. We have to face reality, and we have to face the real needs of our societies. And our efforts must be geared towards dealing with the biggest challenges of our world, of our planet, because we're facing a number of different crises, and this strategic framework will make it possible for us to take into account all the societal changes, but we must not miss this opportunity. We also have to take into account our international obligations. We must not be triumphant today. We have to all work together to find the best road forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And our next speaker is Javi Lopez.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, President. President Timmermans. Now, we had the warmest days recorded ever on the 3rd, 4th and 5th of July. And this is proof that we are seeing climate change today. It's a threat, it's an existential threat almost to our way of lives, to our economies, ecosystems and farming. And for this reason, right from the start of this Parliament, we've been working on the European Green Deal. We've been trying to work on renewables and a roadmap towards decarbonisation. And sadly, over the past few months, we have seen this strange turn towards negationist policies from the EPP, policies that the far right have been defending, which threaten the European Green Deal and threaten the rise of a new alliance between the EPP and the far right. And we saw that strategy being broken today on the nature restoration law. Please set this straight, because you will be defeated not only in elections, but history will judge you too.
Very much. And now the floor goes to Grace O'Sullivan.
Colleagues, there has never been a more significant moment for this House. Today we approved a historic nature restoration law. And with this law, we can protect our oceans, restore our peatlands, and we can make our towns and cities more livable and healthy places for people and for nature. In the meantime, we must reflect on the campaign that has been waged in this House against the nature restoration law. The leader of the largest political group in the European Parliament has brought his group to the far right. He has overseen a mass campaign of disinformation, and he has lost the respect of this House. It is time for him to reconsider his leadership position. But for now, let's celebrate a victory for nature restoration, for climate justice, and for honest politics. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now it is up to Mazali Aguilar to speak to us.
I'm going to speak in Spanish. Señora Presidente.
President, esteemed colleagues, when we talk in this House about the European Green Deal, everything becomes ideological, even when we talk about Mr. Timmermans claiming that Europe will either be green or not. Well, let's get back to facts. There was research by the European Commission, which issued a report in 2021, the JRC, and some people didn't like the outcomes of the report. It talked about the European Green Deal, and it talked about farming, and it talked about the impact on operational costs and the profitability of farms being put at risk. It talked about drop in yields and farmers having to pay the price for that drop. And this would lead to indiscriminate increase in imports of foods. Now, in spite of this damning report, the European Union kept going with the European Green Deal, as farming communities across Europe don't understand why this is happening at a time when we talk about food sovereignty in Europe. And we're simply doing away with the primary sector of our economies. And this will do nothing to help. It'll do the opposite.
Mr. Markus Buchheit.
Thank you, Madam President. Mr. Timmermans, I mean, you don't know this, but I really like people, and I give free election tips, and I looked at your voting support right now. I think you're about 6%, right? We're at 20%, and you're talking about the problems of the Green Deal, and Mr. Lopez just came up with the crazy idea that it's because of the right wing that we can't implement. No, that's not it. It's reality. It's life. That you've promised us wonderful future, but we've ending up in the hell of inflation, price increases, and then today further reducing the amount of land that can be used for agriculture, which is going to be more food cost inflation. So we have to face this actual reality. And it's not questioning the Green Deal. Just let me help you with the election.
Our next speaker is Francesca Pepucci. Please.
Signor Commissario.
Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen, the future of our children and grandchildren and future generations will depend on our planet being in good health. We're all aware of this. There isn't one political force that is more aware of the importance of this than others, even though some are trying to prove that it's the opposite. Climate change is definitely the biggest challenge that our generation has to tackle, both in economic and social terms. And we have to be ready for this future challenge, and citizens outside the Parliament have to be ready too. Generally speaking, Europe has a positive agenda on change, and no matter what is being said, the EPP has always been a force behind adopting the Green Deal. We'll never be indifferent to provisions that set common goals in order to help communities and businesses, but we don't want objectives that aren't clear and that are difficult to implement. The goal is shared, but if in order to achieve that goal we become blind and ideology jeopardizes whole sectors, then that goal won't be understood by European citizens and they won't be able to attain the goal. So we have all these clashes between citizens that have been taking place over the last few weeks and days and today, and that needs to make us think about future policies. We have to implement smartly without being demagogues, but by being specific. Thank you.
Thank you. And our next speaker is Paul Tang.
Thank you, Chair, Commissioner. Change needs money. And for the biggest change since the Industrial Revolution, we need a lot of it, 1 trillion by 2030. Governments can fund part of it, but we'll need the private sector too. The Commission, including EPP commissioners, have done great work mobilizing this, with a definition of sustainability and disclosures for financial products. But one key aspect is still missing: data. Without companies disclosing their impact on people and planet, investors cannot take this impact into account. A new law was meant to get this data flowing, but right-wing pressure made the Commission backtrack. They give corporates a get-out-of-jail-free card called materiality assessments. Companies can decide themselves whether something is worth disclosing, and if they don't, no questions asked. So I ask the Commission, don't undermine sustainable finance, don't undermine the legacy of Ms. McInnes and Dombrovskis, and get corporate reporting going. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now I give straight away the word to Anna Julia Donat.
Commissioner, dear members, last week the global heat record was broken 3 times. We can actually feel this on our skin, that this is a serious problem, but we're not the only victims on the effects of climate change. We, the decision makers for Europe, are responsible for for preventing droughts and floods that would then threaten the food supply. We are responsible to save Europe from the pollution of large industrial emitters. And we see the consequences of the climate catastrophe. So that's why we can't let the extreme right, together with the EPP, derail the climate protection program of the green transition. The majority in the European Parliament was very clear. Therefore, I urge the Commission to be more decisive and courageous to fight climate change. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Martin Häusling, you're the next speaker, please.
Dear colleagues, today's a good day, and I think many agree on this. It's not just a good day for the environment, but finally we can actually meet our Montreal commitments, and Europe is once again in the lead. And let's say one thing very clear. EPP once again made the environment a battlefield, but really farming is the most affected by climate change, most affected by nature. And so how can you actually pit the two against each other? We need to reduce pesticide use by 25% and to protect biodiversity. Anyone who believes you can do this just with GMOs is on the wrong path. We need agricultural techniques that are adapted. And Mr. Timmermans, we can't just back down on many of this. We need an ambitious law when it comes to animal protection. We have to also rework existing legislation. Let's not back down. Let's be ambitious in the way we implement the Green Deal. This is one of the key tasks for the European Union.
And now the floor goes to Mr. Grzegorz Tobiszowski.
Madam President, Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen, since 2020, we've had an energy crisis heavily increased by Russia's assault on Ukraine. And in the meantime, we increased the climate fees, generating huge costs for the European economy. Introducing the Fit for 55 package will be 50% more expensive than estimated. According to Polish bank experts, the cost of this package for Poland within the next years, up until 2030, will be over 500 billion euros. Experts are saying clearly that these costs do and will impact a further lowering of the standard of living of Europeans, and it will restrict the possibilities of developing new technologies. And the Scientific Advisory Committee on Climate Change has recently recommended that the EU should reduce its emissions by 90 to 95% by 2040 compared to 1990. I do hope that the Commission will not take this report and these suggestions into consideration. Thank you very much.
To Sylvia Limer.
Everyone has to be in the lefty green lockstep to the green marathon of prohibition. Otherwise, according to Mr. Timmermans, we lack the necessary solidarity to force the rest of the world to commit mass green suicide. And allegedly, this resistance from Manfred Weber against the president of the Commission. This was only formal opposition because the EPP is really a party of the Green Deal, but they were only fearing losing their majority. So they want to have have the citizen frog cooked a little slower so he can't flee the pot prematurely. So all of you in Brussels see that quite right that in the interest of our citizens, you're based on objective facts. We categorically reject your anti-freedom, anti-democratic, inhumane, green ideology. You want to protect the climate. However, your Green Deal ideology of fear is completely against freedom, democracy, and it's against our citizens.
Next speaker is Mr. Juan Ignacio Zoido Alvarez.
Presidenta, señor.
Thank you, President, Commissioner. Hundreds of livestock breeders and farmers coming from all corners of Europe came here. They weren't asking for aid. They weren't asking for funds. They weren't even asking for laws that would help farms. They were just simply asking us not to impose more restrictions and to allow them to get on with what they do to produce affordable food for all Europeans. In 3 years, they've had to deal with a pandemic, a war, rampant inflation, and one of the most serious droughts in the last decade. But there are still those who think that we need to burden them with more. We need to ask them to make more of an effort. And some socialist MEPs turned their back to them and supported the nature restoration law, while those farmers outside were fearing for their future and economic survival. Socialists in here were actually applauding and shouting for joy. If what you want to do is make those in rural areas look the other way and fall into the hands of the populism, you're on the right track now. We have to make sure that we continue fighting against climate change, and we have to, of course, fight for environmental sustainability, but it mustn't come at the cost of anyone. We need a consensus-based environment policy that will make sure that everyone can grow, including rural areas. Thank you.
Sorry, before I give the floor, I would like to give the floor to Cyrus Engera, but there is a blue card, Mr. Zoido Alvarez. Are you willing to accept the blue card from Petros Kokalis? No? Okay. Then the floor goes straight to Cyrus Engera, please.
Today was a very good day for our European citizens. However, it wasn't a good day for our EPP. It was shown clearly today that the politics of the nationalists is based on greenwashing. They say that they believe and they protect the environment, but in every opportunity they go against the laws that protect our environment and go against the protection and stopping climate change. So they are against the protection of human health, because you cannot vote against all of the amendments to stop laws like today's. We've seen this crucial vote today, and we've seen how the nationalists were against each other. Weber against Metsola, Metsola against von der Leyen, and they stopped using neutrality, and they were talking against Financial Times, that we are imposing laws on our citizens. We have spoken to our citizens, and we are going to continue speaking to them and discussing on how to improve our environment for our health. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now the floor goes to Ulrike Müller.
Thank you, honourable colleagues. Vice President Timmermans, I welcomed the European Green Deal right from the outset. However, when it comes to transitioning our economy, we need to turn it into a growth strategy, because future wealth will depend on that. What we have, however, is a patchwork, a puzzle with 1,000 parts and no instructions. And your job is to put all the pieces together, but nothing seems to fit together. And that's why we're seeing all key players being burdened, and understanding for EU policies is being lost, and there's a threat of ever more democracy on supply chains and emissions. And we know that many will be lost. We risk losing many citizens. When it comes to the loss of industry, that's not something they're willing to forgive. And when it comes to heating and the Energy Efficiency Directive, that's a risk. And if we forget citizens, then we will pay the price very soon.
Now the floor goes to Francisco Guerreiro, please.
Perfect spelling. Olá, boa noite. Caro
Good evening, Commissioner, President. We're talking about transition towards decarbonization, and that's why we have to talk about farming. It's fundamental, because farming was used as a weapon in this nature restoration law debate. And I think there's some false ideas that we have to debunk here. We need to bear in mind all the waste. Food waste is a major problem that we have to tackle. It's not, we need to make sure that food that would otherwise be waste goes to those who most need it, but also that food producers can get a decent income. Now, there's going to be a proposal from the Commission coming forward very soon, and we're going to need to move towards more plant-based food and more environmentally friendly systems that are going to be respectful of the environment, respectful also of those who produce food, and ensure that everyone can have healthy and wholesome foods, more plant-based and less animal protein-based. And so this Commission proposal will be key part of that, and we will contribute to that debate as well.
Thank you very much. And now, Mr. Johan van Overtveld, the floor is yours.
Voorzitter, commissaris.
President, Commissioner, dear colleagues, sustainable transition and the reduction of carbon emissions, it's absolutely necessary. However, extreme positions or extreme approaches or even dogmas from any side don't advance the realization of these objectives. Green Deal focuses too much on ideology. We have to ask, what are we going to achieve, and if more regulation is necessary to meet every new challenge. This debate begs for realistic approach from the very start, on the basis of data, on the basis of science. We have to carry out the transition that way in order to keep our prosperity or even strengthen it. We can't have any sky-high ambitions, and they would, at the end of the day, make the society uncertain. It's important that everyone concerned has an environment that's good for investment and that we don't drown in regulations. This has to be realistic, and we have to have realistic timing.
The floor goes to Mr. Philippe Olivier.
Merci, Madame la Présidente, mes chers collègues.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, no one is indifferent to the fate of our planet, and we're all aware of the fact that we've got to overhaul a system that is based on unbridled consumption. Europe and the EU want to be the best pupil in the world class. We've got the Green Deal, and we've got radical environmentalists that have set the rules, stages and targets. Your approach isn't pragmatic, it's ideological. We've gone from sustainable development to zero growth and to degrowth, energy degrowth, industrial degrowth, at a time when humanity needs to feed billions of mouths. And the Netherlands has become a lab that shows how you destroy crops. And this is inspiration in anti-humanist ideology. Now, what happened today is a warning, and if you don't heed this warning, you'll see that the people won't follow you in this green madness. Europe believes in science and the future. Thank you.
Thank you. And now the floor goes to Lyudmila Novak.
Spoštovani gospod, dear Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen. One of the risk factors to not have a successful Green Deal is also fear, fear of the unknown, fear that Europe is a lone wolf when trying to ensure our green fight, that Europe will not be competitive enough, that our people will be poorer. The politicians fear losing their votes, and because of all this fear, the policies are not implemented correctly. Industry sectors are fighting, farmers are fighting against it. The citizens believe that measures are being thought of, thought by the Brussels bureaucrats who don't know the reality. So we need to listen to our citizens. We need to find reasonable solutions, and we need to make sure the citizens understand the benefits. For that, we need courage and vision that were shown by the founding fathers of the EU. Now is the time to fight the fears and act together when implementing the Green Deal. Time, however, will show whether fear was actually based on something concrete or whether our measures are appropriate. That will show what was right.
Etelina Penkova.
Thank you, Madam President, Commissioner. Implementing the Green Pact objectives cannot be achieved without a change of the economic model of the EU. But this should not happen by deepening the inequality between the member states and creating risks and hazards so that clean technology is concentrated in some rich countries. Our priority as regards the zero emission is that we have financing and we have more jobs. And this regulation has to be adopted very soon. We understand that renewables will not be enough to meet the energy needs of Europe. We need also basic loads energy sources, and we need to continue working where our companies are global leaders. We need specialists, and they should be qualified. Thank you.
Please.
Madam President, Commissioner. It must be very hard to be a conservative during an emergency. The EPP has not really covered itself in glory over the last few weeks, with its very obvious attempts to kill the nature restoration law, with its infantile tweets and intimidation of MEPs. The Parliament sent out a very clear message today, and a very important message, a shot that was heard around the world. The message is that we can deliver for nature restoration and biodiversity. We can do the right thing by our citizens, as we have done so many times with the Green Deal in all its parts. We can pass into law the will of the people who voted for environmental considerations in 2019. We can deliver on the Green Deal, and most importantly, we can do it without the EPP. It is clear that a climate emergency is not a place for Conservatives. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now the floor goes to Mr. Krasnodębski Zdzisław.
Dziękuję, Pani Przewodnicząca. Panie Przewodniczący.
Thank you. Mr. President, Commissioner, the debates shows us that we are on different levels of creating the Green New Deal. Now we are translating the aims to legislative decisions, and the citizens are starting to feel their effects. We knew in theory that this transformation will be costly and it will require sacrifice from our citizens. But How long should it be paid by a Polish miner and not by a Danish farmer, for example? For that long, you were calm about it. But now it turns out that also many voters in France, Germany, or the Netherlands are not ready to sacrifice their well-being. They want to keep their car, they want to keep their boiler, they don't want to change their voting ideas. That's why now our colleagues are less enthusiastic about the Green New Deal. And I think this tendency will just spread in the future. Thank you.
And I give the floor to Mr. Tomislav Sokol.
Težnja da Europa postane prvi klimatski neutralan kontinent.
The will to reach Europe as the first one for the Green Deal in the world should not be followed by less industrialization. Unfortunately, Europe is now losing the pace, and investments are made in other parts of the world. If we continue like this, we are going to destroy European civilization, which had been built for centuries. And also, if for the implementation of such a Green Deal, we'll have less standards, living standards, and we are not going only to do that, but with products from third countries, we will raise emissions. It is an illusion to think that in third countries, the standards of the European Union will be followed. So we should keep in the industry in Europe. When it comes to the CO2 emissions, the main way to solve the problem should not be less industrialization and destroying the European way of life.
Please.
Madam President, thank you for giving me the floor. Dear Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen, when we have adopted the European Green Deal, we have also adopted a new European social contract. And that is a contract that is basically our fight with the climate and environmental challenges. We have put at the forefront our economy, which has to serve first and foremost the interests of society and environment, and secondly, the capital. But the main precondition for doing that is bringing together the stakeholders in all their variety. And for that, we need to ensure also a sustainable and socially responsible economic development if we want to ensure the well-being and health of our citizens. The health and energy crisis have now deepened the social distress of the most vulnerable individuals and groups and have shown that we need to do more when ensuring a sustainable development that is stated in the Green Deal. And now we need to be bold if we want to ensure that the future generations will prosper.
Herman Terch.
Gracias. Sí, buenas tardes.
Good evening, Commissioner. Well, this Green Deal we keep hearing is moving slowly. Well, this is an social engineering plan that runs against the people of Europe. And the people of Europe are suffering. They're suffering very badly at the hands of this Green Deal. The totalitarian arrogance from the people who want to impose the pace and the conditions on people who are not ready for it, who simply can't cope, and who, in some cases, they're going to suffer very negative impacts. It's a dramatic situation, and this Parliament is sanctioning it. Today is a serious day because the nature restoration law shows that there is ideology behind this, an ideology that runs counter to the interests of the peoples of Europe. This nature restoration is going to bring about misery and destruction of the economy in Europe, and that's apparently what people want. Well, what Europe really needs is to have a return to common sense. July 2024 will be when the people of Europe, interests of Europe, will stand up, rise up against this madness of the Green Deal and the nature restoration law.
Thank you. And now I give the floor to Mr. Sean Kelly, please.
Commissioner, climate change is flexing its muscles in the form of floods, droughts, tornadoes and hurricanes, and striking indiscriminately. The threat of climate change requires changes in the ways in which we produce, consume and organise our societies. Having said that, I am very pleased with the outcome of today's vote, which is a positive one for nature restoration. Aimed at protecting natural resources, the law is a fundamental pillar of the Green Deal. Today's vote now gives us the opportunity to improve the text of the Commission in line with what we need to make it work for everybody. Over-intensive land use, climate change, pollution, over-exploitation and other human pressures are rapidly degrading our natural resources. We need to act. We must ensure that the path we take is ambitious, but it must also be rooted in practicality. Hopefully, the outcome of the trilogues will achieve this.
Thank you very much. And now I give the floor to our newest member in the European Parliament. Welcome to the plenary, Mr. Christophe Clergeau.
Merci, Madame la Vice-Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice President. Frans Timmermans, thanks to the vote this morning, the Green Deal is moving forward, and this is good news. Now, we need an agri-Green Deal. The current stalemate cannot continue. This morning, all the agricultural aspect of the law was rejected, and that's not a good idea. We don't want the agricultural world to push this aside because their future depends on it. It is our obligation to use all means, including financial means, in order to flank this whole procedure. And today, the right threw out the option of mobilizing the CAP and any new tool. So how can we reopen the debate? How can we restore trust and confidence? How can we have an agri-Green Deal? I firmly believe that this is going to be based on a new common agriculture and food policy, radically different to the current one, to restore nature and make sure that we have food sovereignty. Thank you.
We come to the catch-the-eye procedure. We have two members of the European Parliament who wish to take the floor. I start with Madame Susanna Ceccardi.
Presidente.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Timmermans, I'm wondering, how are we moving forward with masochistic policies in the EU? They are dealing a blow to jobs. I come from Tuscany, from Pontedera. Pontedera, we have the Vespa plant. It's a mythical scooter, and we have electric scooters that are being produced, and there were visitors who went, and there was hardly anywhere there on the assembly line. Everyone thought that they were on strike. That's because when it comes to electric scooters, you only need 1/3 of the workers than you need for combustion ones, and the combustion engine was born in Tuscany, in Pietrasanta. So I'm wondering what the big businessmen Enzo Ferrari, Ferruccio Lamborghini and Enrico Piaggio would have thought. They created millions of jobs together with other European businessmen. They actually wrote the history of the global economy, the European economy. They were creating jobs. You are from the Workers' Party. I think you need to change party because you are just creating unemployment. Thank you.
The floor goes to Mick Wallace.
Commissioner, I'd like to commend you for your good work on the nature restoration law. God knows it's not easy making progress on climate and environmental ambition in this place. To start, the 55% net reduction target in the EU climate law the Parliament passed 2 years ago is too low given the EU's historical contribution to global rising temperatures and the EU's capacity to reduce its emissions. Global temperatures simply cannot be limited to 1.5 degree increase if this remains the ceiling of EU's ambition. Today we passed the nature restoration law. I'm delighted that the regulation lives to fight another day. In that sense, it's a good day for the people of the EU, for nature and for farmers in particular. But the text passed by Parliament today as you know, has been gutted. It's a shell of the Commission's proposal. The Parliament voted to delete the entire article on agricultural ecosystems. It voted to restrict restoration measures for terrestrial ecosystems to Nature 2000 protected areas only. Let's hope we can fix some of these problems in trialogue. It will be a big challenge.
Thank you very much. And now, Frans Timmermans, Executive Vice President. A lot of input, so we're looking very much forward how you sum up. So, please.
Thank you, Madam President. Honourable members, let me share with you a couple of reflections after having listened to you and after a very, very eventful day. First of all, the system works. What I mean by that is that with all the falsehoods, the manipulative way of presenting issues, etc., that were done, and we tried to debunk them, it mobilized society in an incredible way. Look at all the debunking done by NGOs. Look at the 6,000 scientists mobilized to plead for the natural restoration law. Look at the more than 1,000 leaders of industries coming out and saying we need this law. Look at the wind industry saying those people who are saying that you cannot build wind farms with the nature restoration law are wrong. On the contrary, with the nature restoration law, it will become easier to combine wind farms and nature restoration, etc., etc., etc. So my first point is, if we are active and if we involve civil society in all of this, when nonsense is put on the table, we are not the only ones who can debunk it. It will be done by people who understand this in society. And today, my main message is thank you. Thank you to the young people who went into the streets. Thank you to the NGOs who mobilized to tell the truth. Thank you to the 6,000 scientists who took the trouble to write a letter. Thank you to the more than 1,000 entrepreneurs who spoke out in favor of the nature restoration law. I think they helped us get a majority in this Parliament because it led to people thinking about this and perhaps reconsidering their vote. My second comment is personal attacks don't work. They just don't work. If you don't take the bait, if you don't react, if you don't sling mud back, it doesn't work. And I'm so happy to have heard this afternoon Manfred Weber say in the press conference, I so deplore the personal attacks. Good. Good. So we don't have to get into a pot and kettle situation. Let's not do it. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. You always get back to the facts if you just don't take the bait. And this is my experience, and I wanted to share it with you. So if they start attacking you personally, don't take the bait. It will go away. My third point is when you don't take the bait, when you have the outside world helping you, you will always come back to the content of the proposals. And I think after today's vote, we're back at the content of the proposals. And I implore our colleagues from the EPP to take the content, tell us what they want to change. And the Commission is open to negotiate, to find consensus in the Parliament, because it is not winner takes all in this Parliament. It is also respect for the minorities that have lost a vote, and their ideas could help make the law, the legislation better. So my offer to the EPP is let's continue, let's negotiate. And I do believe that a democracy depends on respect for facts. I want to underline that so much. Listen to the scientists. And I've heard people here say, and it's very funny, people who used to be deniers, and it's very difficult to be a climate denier today, I think, they are now changing track. Climate policy is an ideology. Well, I think following science is not an ideology. Denying science is an ideology. Or they say it's a totalitarian approach. You know, I was listening to it just now, and I was thinking of Orwell in 1984, where he writes, war is peace, freedom is slavery, ignorance is strength, and especially the last phrase stuck in my mind. So, colleagues, don't fall into that trap, and especially if the temptation is to gang up on the right side of the political spectrum, don't fall for the temptation if that means it forces you to deny the facts. Dutch politics were mentioned. The Christian Democrats in the Netherlands at some point tried to set up a cooperation with the extreme right. They're still recovering from it. They won't do it again, they learned that, but they're still trying to recover from it. You know, it's dangerous if you think you can invite the fox into the coop, chicken's coop, and expect that then the fox will turn into a vegetarian. I would not take that risk. In the end, employment, and I want to take that point seriously. This is about creating future sustainable jobs for Europeans. There are more jobs in the energy transition in the new economy than in the old economy. Don't sell the people the fallacy that by tying them to the past, you offer them a future. What would we have done at a time when the combustion engine was invented and we said, oh no, we can't have that. We need horse and carriage because otherwise too many grooms will lose their jobs. Would that have slowed down the introduction of combustion engines? No. I was in China recently. 1 of every 2nd car sold in China now is electric. And they're making better and better electric cars. The car industry for Europe is an essential element of our industry, an essential element of our economy. But to be vibrant in the future, it has to see that the Chinese and the Americans and others are moving really quickly to electric mobility. And our car manufacturers know this. There are so many jobs in wind turbine building, in heat pump building, in solar panel building, in installing them, etc., etc. All the facts, if you want to follow the facts, point to more jobs in the new economy. But, and there we have to have a discussion here in the Parliament, how do people who have the old jobs today go to the new jobs of tomorrow? They need to be skilled, they need to be reskilled. That's a tremendous effort. And why don't we concentrate our collective political force into this, into how we get Europe's workers of today into the jobs of tomorrow? That is, for me, what is being a social democrat. Social democrats look to the future, knowing the past, because you can't find the future without knowing the past. You have to live with the past, but not in the past. We have to be good ancestors, and for that we have to create the jobs of the future. Thank you.
Frans Timmermans, thank you very much for wrapping up this way. So thanks to everybody who has been participating in the debate. A lot of work ahead of us. The debate is closed. We come with this to the next item on the agenda, and that is the report of Mr. Bilčík and Madame Loiseau, recommendations for reform of the European Parliament's rules on transparency, integrity, accountability, and anti-corruption. And the floor goes directly to Vladimír Bilčík, the rapporteur. Please.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne za slovo. Pani predsedajúca, pani podpredsednička.
Thank you very much for the floor. Madam Chair, colleagues. The circumstances that led to this report were not the happiest. We all remember the events of a few months ago and the serious allegations of corruption by some MPs that hit our parliament. Third countries were very likely buying the opinions of a few of our colleagues. Let me first of all make a small comment on a side note. I'm convinced that's only a minority of our colleagues who are dishonest and cannot resist the rules that do not belong to them. I'm proud of the vast majority of our members who do their work with honesty, integrity, and good intention. It's a sign of a healthy institution and a healthy environment that they can tackle the problems that exist. Qatargate was therefore also a chance to make our parliament a more open and a safer place. I think it's obvious from the text you see in front of you that we decided to take advantage of this opportunity. everyone will forget about Qatargate in a moment. But what we know, and we know it particularly painfully from February 2022, and that's Russia's aggression against our neighbor and further future member, Ukraine, our enemies will not stop at anything. We must work with this knowledge and behave accordingly. The period of innocence, when we tolerated a lot, is behind us. What does the protection of institutions actually mean? The answer is simple. It means ensuring that members make the decisions according to their own conscience, that Parliament is more open and accessible to our citizens, that our citizens make their informed choices about their representatives, and that our elections and electoral processes are secure and informed as possible. What are we going to do about it? We will be more vigilant in the security checks of our officials. This means that if they are working with sensitive material, such as information from Ukraine, we will know that this information is in safe hands. Better working with service providers. It mustn't be the case that we are paying for CCTV or for security for someone whose interests are not entirely pure and clear. We need comprehensive control of all technologies used in institutions and absolute exclusion of service providers from autocratic states. Simply, we will not pay those who are suspected of being a threat to us. Ladies and gentlemen, Parliament must have clear rules when it sends members to represent us abroad. Official missions must have clearer rules. Any member can say whatever they like. But if they are to represent our institutions, to be the face of it externally, they can only do so in accordance with our agreed positions. If a member state agrees to be paid for a foreign trip by a third country or other entity, right, but it must be done openly, without obfuscation. Let the voter make up their own mind. There is much more in the report, and I'll be happy if you read it. I'll also be happy for us all to take away from it what is essential. If we make mistakes, we need to learn from them. Corrupt behavior has no place in a free democratic society. Our institutions need to match the security environment in which we are, even after the invasion of the Russian invasion to Ukraine. We must also change. We must change the way we operate. I'll be glad if the member states will be inspired. It is important for our institutions to adapt to new realities. I would like to thank all of you, Madame Loiseau, for a great cooperation, and Chairman of our committee, Mr. Glucksmann, and all those who worked in this report. I believe we are bringing solid, realistic, and correct solution. And I'm really pleased that in this committee we worked over our political identities. We all fought together, and I believe we will get support of a majority of this Parliament. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And now the floor goes to the co-rapporteur, Nathalie Loiseau.
Madame la Présidente,
Madam President, Vice President, colleagues. The report that we're presenting today is an opportunity to learn the lessons of what has been termed Qatargate and to change the culture of our Parliament profoundly. I'd like to thank my colleague and co-rapporteur Vladimir Bilčík. He and myself have been fully committed to a series of recommendations which go beyond what the Parliament has adopted so far and go beyond what the Commission proposed. I know that in his political group there were some concerns. I would like to tell the EPP that they should trust their co-rapporteur and vote in favour of all of the recommendations of our joint report. These recommendations have one objective, and it's fundamental. We want to restore the trust that European voters put in us, and to do that we need to fundamentally change the way we work and put in place more transparency for our practices and more protection for our work. What we're facing, colleagues, is the citizens' doubts about our integrity and interference by malevolent foreign actors in our decision-making processes. Reiterating the principle of a free mandate, which is very important for me as well, will not be enough if we do not combat these two threats with the same force. This is what we are proposing, and I would like to thank the other rapporteurs who helped draft this text, especially those who improved it with their suggestions. It's regrettable that the far right of this Parliament did not rise to the occasion. Let's be frank, it's regrettable and not surprising. They make no proposal apart from the desire to lead us believe that everybody here is a rotten egg, denouncing and lambasting. They know how to do that, but when it comes to working, don't expect anything from them. This reminds me of a fable by La Fontaine, the council held by the rats. To argue or refute, wise counsellors abound. The man to execute is harder to find. Would you like an example? The funding of Islamist associations by the European Union. A scandal? Yes. Easy to denounce. Well, I myself did so, but afterwards, what happens? Well, afterwards, you have to work. I did it, the French government did it, and the European Commission has done it. We reacted together, and I'd like to thank you, Ms. Jourova, as well, and I'd like to thank Margarita Schinas as well, for being so resolute in reserving European funding for associations that respect European values. Now, to come back to our report and our recommendations, because we don't want to be a council held by rats here. Transparency, ethics, integrity. This means declaring our assets, our additional income, our meetings, our trips. We owe this to our citizens. Introducing a truly independent ethics body with powers of inquiry and investigation, we owe this to them. Sanctioning unethical behaviour, we owe that to our voters, and we also owe it to the vast majority, overwhelming majority of MEPs in this Parliament who feel unjustly tarnished by the behaviour of certain people. But we also propose that we protect our work against the curiosity of malevolent foreign actors who want to influence the Parliament and its decisions. It's time to establish a culture in Parliament which is severely lacking, a culture of security. No, foreign interest representatives should not be able to wander around Parliament without checks or without restrictions, as they've become accustomed to do. Yes, and NGOs need to make the same efforts to be transparent as we do, and those working on sensitive issues, helping us on those, need to go through security clearance. We can't just allow anybody to access this Parliament at any time unless we want to lose our credibility. So what I'm calling for is a cultural revolution. The world in which we are living is forcing us to do so. It's time to stop being naive. A few years ago, the daughter of a Kremlin spokesperson was working in this Parliament. Do we really believe that she wanted to become more familiar with European law? Every day, representatives of the People's Mujahideen of Iran are wandering around the building. Is it enough for them to be hostile to the terrible regime of the mullah? Is it enough to forget who they are, the blood they have on their hands, their alliance with Saddam Hussein, or their sectarian ways? Regularly, our Parliament is targeted by cyber attacks. Should we continue to sign contracts with Chinese companies because they are less expensive than others to the detriment of our security? In 1 year, we will have European elections. And preparing for these elections means setting up an exemplary parliament in transparency, integrity, ethics and security. And that is what this report is proposing. And I would like to ask you to support it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madame la Rapporteure. And now I invite Vice President Věra Jourová to speak on behalf of the Commission.
Madam President, honourable members, first of all, I would like to congratulate the rapporteurs, Mr. Bilčík and Madame Loiseau, and indeed the whole INGE 2 committee with the chair, Mr. Glixman, for the timely work done only half a year after a Qatargate scandal was brought to light. This was a very damaging scandal. It exposed the vulnerabilities of the EU and its institutions to foreign interference and corrupt practices. We need to restore citizens' trust and give them guarantees that our democracy is not open to covert foreign interference. I am very pleased that today, 1 year before the European Parliament elections, we are meeting to discuss the ways to address these vulnerabilities and to reform the Parliament's rules on ethics and anti-corruption. It is vital for the credibility of the EU that all our institutions follow the highest standards when it comes to integrity, transparency and accountability. Let me briefly mention a number of closely linked steps the Commission has already taken in the area of transparency, ethics and anti-corruption. In 2021, the Parliament, Council and Commission reached a major milestone in fostering a common transparency culture with the adoption of the agreement on the mandatory transparency register. I think Katarina Bali remembers it very well. Not easy, but after all done. The transparency register aims to increase the transparency of interest representation activities carried out at union level. It does cover activities of foreign influence when carried out by entities without diplomatic status and intermediaries that lobby the EU institutions on behalf of third countries. Interest representatives are expected to register and provide information on their activities, on whose behalf they are lobbying, and on their funding sources. Since 2021, intermediaries such as consultancies and law firms are required to declare on the register their clients, including any foreign governments or public authorities, and the associated revenue. The Commission will look at further measures to increase transparency. At the same time, the Commission has already taken decisive action to respond to the risk of foreign interference, from new tools to counter the use of economic coercion by third countries to rules of screening foreign directive investments to the imposition of restrictive measures under the EU sanctions regime. But there is a need to step up EU action to shine a light on foreign interference as part of the arsenal to defend democracy. This is why the Commission is continuing its work on the Defence of Democracy package with the aim of tackling foreign interference while building resilience from within. It is important that we find the right balance for this tool, also in the light of intensifying geopolitical tensions. That is why, as announced in June in this House, work on a closer assessment of the impact of the package is underway. Another step we undertook to make our institutions more transparent and resilient towards undue influence is the proposal for the interinstitutional agreement on an ethics body. While keeping fully conscious of the autonomous role of each institution under the treaties, this body would develop common ethical standards for all institutions to implement in their internal ethics rules for their members. I am 1 minute beyond time. Can I have 1 more minute? Oh, I don't like not to keep the time, but what can I do? I have so much to say. I will skip the text regarding the ethics body because I think now you know the proposal of the Commission well. I'd like to turn shortly to the fight against corruption. The Commission takes it very seriously. Only last week the Commission adopted the annual rule of law report, with corruption again one of the 4 pillars of the exercise. In May, we presented the legislative proposal to update the criminal law approach to corruption in member states. Also, of course, it refers to EU institutions. Currently, the definitions and penalties related to corruption differ too much among. This makes cross-border investigations more difficult and creates loopholes. Our proposal on combating corruption would close the gaps so that all kinds of corruption are criminalized, including trading in influence, abuse of power and obstruction of justice. And of course, EU politicians and officials are covered by this proposal. The proposal aims to provide law enforcement, prosecution and judiciary with the tools they need to combat corruption, such as resources, investigative tools and a sufficiently long statute of limitations to bring proceedings to an end. It will also ensure that immunity or privileges from prosecution can be lifted by an effective and transparent process. in a reasonable period. At the same time, our package is aimed at the prevention of corruption, because prevention helps to create a culture of integrity in which corruption and impunity are not tolerated. It has wider benefits in promoting public trust and managing the conduct of public officials. Dear President, honourable members, transparency and prevention of corruption are essential to the credibility of the EU, and I am very much looking forward to the debate which follows now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Vice President. We come to the speakers on behalf of the political group, and Lucas Mandl is speaking for PPE.
Thank you very much, Madam President, Ms. Regner, Commissioner, colleagues. We're deciding on new rules for the European Parliament, for parliamentarian work and for members. And this is important. There have been rules so far. The rules were partly broken, which was the reason for thinking about new rules. And it's important to have rules because protecting parliamentarianism means protecting democracy. Laws are made for Europe here. The population of Europe is represented vis-à-vis the world. It's important that's in the name of the citizens, not acting on members' own behalf and not on behalf of individual interests. Rather, the common interest is the focus. And to be able to represent that on the basis of election law and democracy and our parliamentary system, that is our privilege and our task. As Karl Popper says, it's time limited and everything is reset and then we decide what we do after that. And we have to say in this connection that the best rules are the second best protection for parliamentarianism. Is important is integrity and personal integrity and character and an understanding what the job description is for a parliamentarian. And in a democracy, that comes up to the party and at the end of the day, the electors, and that is to say, the whole of Europe.
And now on behalf of the S&D Group, Andreas Schieder, please.
Thank you very much, Madam President, Commissioner. Qatar-gate and Morocco-gate have brought out very clearly that the European Parliament is not immune to external foreign influence. Members could possibly allow themselves to be corrupted. And the only way to stop that is more and stronger transparency rules. Socialists and Democrats in this House, from the very beginning of this situation, have called for ambitious reforms to be undertaken to prevent future corruption cases. And now, half a year on, there is an ambitious package of measures that we, as a committee, are in a position to present. We need stronger ethical rules and sanctions, penalties that an ethics body would be able to enforce. But these rules also have to apply to the Commission and the Council. All of the European institutions have to be pulling in the same direction. The Defence of Democracy package is overdue. We hope to see that arriving on our desk soon. It's urgent. What about the catalogue of measures that we are presenting and would like to vote on tomorrow? We need to ensure that all meetings leave a footprint. We need an expanded transparency register. We need new conditions for members to say that they declare interest before their parliamentary term and afterwards. And what about side jobs? Who does what, when, and for how much? And we also need cooling off rules. But what I could also say is that we as socialists and Democrats want more. We want more. We think that 6 months of cooling off is too short. It should be up to 24 months. So that in future we can more strictly prevent corruption. What about those side jobs? when those companies are listed in the transparency register, then we need to have a declaration. You can't be a member of this House and a lobbyist at the same time. You have to decide what side you want to be on. And how many members in this House really have time to have a serious side job or to do any lobbying work? I just wanted to mention that anyway. But I'd also like to thank the committee chairman, Mr. Glucksmann, the rapporteurs, Mrs. Loiseau and Mr. Bilcik. But I wanted to stress how urgent it is for our democracy, for a strong European Parliament, to work on these subjects that our committee has been working on. We need to ensure that these are transformed into institutional reality within this House.
Thank you very much. And now on behalf of Renew Group, Pagasao Tundua Maite. Please, the floor is yours.
Muchas gracias, Presidenta.
Thank you very much, President, and thank you very much, Commissioner. The political and legislative power of this Parliament has increased, but so has our vulnerability when it comes to integrity and security. The corruption scandal has laid bare our naivety and has highlighted the danger of harmful interference from high-risk third countries and improper lobbying. And this is what we're going to fight by adopting this report. We're going to invest in a culture of security and by investing in transparency and integrity. Over the last 3 years, we've seen many things in the committee. The Milov report showed us cooperation at the highest level. We saw Qatargate has shown that the corruption is very different levels. We need to ensure that there is no MEP that is corrupted by companies that depend on dictatorships such as Russia, China, or other autocracies. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now on behalf of the group of the Greens, Vice President Heidi Hautala, please.
Colleagues, I want to thank the two rapporteurs for creating a very good platform to continue and deepen the debates that we have had since the Qatargate became to our awareness. And I believe that with this broadened mandate that the committee got, we have been able to make important proposals both on domestic and foreign influence. What I would like to emphasize is that an elected member is responsible to the people who voted for him or her. And there is a difference. An interest representative, a lobbyist, is responsible to the organization who pays for him or her. And there's a fundamental difference. That's why we need a clear rule that members should not be allowed to have a side job whose purpose is to influence the EU policy and decision making. And this could be added to the very good report tomorrow through an amendment. Also, I agree very much with the S&D that we need to broaden and lengthen the period of transitional allowance up to 24 months in case the member gets transitional allowance. So it's also very important that we take into account the precarious situation of NGOs while we call for transparency and accountability of all stakeholders, because we know that those who work under the authoritarian regimes are in danger if there will be excessive demands on transparency. So indeed, we can do more, and this report is an important step towards making the European Parliament safer and stronger against interference, both foreign and domestic. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now for the ECR group, Beata Szydło.
Pani Przewodnicząca, Szanowni Państwo, Pani Komisarz.
Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, Madam Commissioner, we must strengthen the European institutions against influence from outside. That must be our priority. The electors expect that the Parliament and all bodies respect transparency and are honest. And we, the members, officials, commissioners, have the duty to do that for citizens. That is why we were elected, and that's why we have this task. The trust in the European Parliament was undermined by Qatargate. And this report has come to light because of that. I would like to thank the authors of this report and all those who have worked on it in our committee to strengthen our rules, to make them more secure, because what this is about is re-establishing this trust in the European Parliament. And I'd like to say the following. If you can buy somebody and their views, and evidently there are members of the Parliament, in particular from one group, who were open to such possibilities, and we have seen a person who was possibly present today. And I'd like to say, if perhaps, on the other hand, we can buy an unfavorable opinion from somebody, that applies to the doubts on the rule of law vis-à-vis certain countries, for example, Poland. So the question is whether the ideas here are worth what they are on paper.
Bonfrisco for the ID group.
Grazie, Presidente.
Thank you, President. Colleagues, after Qatargate, which is the biggest political scandal that we've seen in the history of the European institutions, let's hope that there has been some serious thought about the democratic future of the European Parliament. I'd like to thank the chairman, Mr. Glucksmann, for his work and for his balanced approach. All of us are working hard. We are strongly committed to ensuring that the European Parliament, the House of Europe's people, can be a genuine standard bearer for democracy, and will continue to do so even more in the future. But the Council of the Rats, Mrs. Loiseau, has been used to try and hide this scandal from being found out within the socialist group. This text should be about defending the institutions after Qatargate, but for many of us in this House, this has been a chance to open up old polemical ideas. Matteo Salvini's the leader of the Lega, was in trouble through the courts in a country like Italy, but on the basis of a journalistic report, the left tried to capitalize on this, but at the same time, they pretty much disappeared from the radar when Qatargate popped up. That's what Simone Veil talked about, the pluralistic nature of this House. It seems that when it's an issue of their own behavior, then they look the other way. Look at the financing of Qatar for mosques in Europe. No one has asked for excuses for what they've got wrong in the past. But the Europe citizens ask for accountability. We haven't succeeded so far. But Europe's people and history, well, will not always absolve you.
And now we come to the left group. Claire Daly, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Sean, President. It's only 7 months since the Qatargate scandal broke in the Parliament. We had MEPs in jail, bags of cash seized, Brussels in uproar, everyone running around screaming, enough is enough, no more messing around, we're going to really make this place accountable this time. Well, this was our chance to show the public that we're serious. This report is supposed to be our main response to that scandal. But I have to say, from the left's point of view, while undoubtedly there are some very good elements in the report, overall it's a disappointment. Most people would be expecting that this report would put the Qatar scandal front and centre. It's there in the title, after all: transparency, integrity, accountability and anti-corruption. So it's really weird when you open it and find out that it's not so much about Qatar and corruption, but more about the usual favourite subjects: Russia, China, security threats, Reds under the bed and all the usual stuff, where we should be talking about influence such as revolving doors. The report calls for safeguards against interference through revolving doors by high-risk non-EU countries. Why only high risk? Before December, most MEPs wouldn't have even considered Qatar a high-risk country. If someone is interfering, surely that's wrong, whoever they may be. Why do we qualify it? We couldn't get an answer to that in the negotiations. It's a double standard regarding corruption and interference. In February, we had 2 resolutions of this Parliament passed calling on a ban on paid side jobs. Yet in negotiations, we couldn't achieve that. Now, in this report, all we have is stricter rules. What does that look like to people outside here? We're watering down the commitment that we gave previously. It really isn't good enough. Now, we have an amendment along with the Socialists and the Greens to restore that ban, and I'm really appealing to colleagues to support Amendment 23 and restore the ban. We need high standards, not double standards.
Thank you very much. And now the floor goes to Laura Ferrara.
Grazie, Presidente.
Thank you, President. The proposals from the Special Committee Inga Dewey are the starting point for reforming the internal rules of the European Parliament to try and ensure more transparency and integrity in its operations, and also ensure that there is proper democratic scrutiny from citizens and prevent corruption. As a delegation for the Italian 5-Star movement, we have supported this process with a number of amendments. We're calling for extending the standard of protection provided by the Whistleblowers Directive to employees of the European institutions, particularly to protect them from vengeful actions towards them. The transparency register should be bolstered. The code of conduct should be stronger when there are violations, including the loss of benefits linked to the mandate, including pensions. These are important interventions to try and prevent conflicts of interest from emerging. With foreign interference and corruption, these are quite widespread, and we need to be intransigent in combating them. We need to do that by reinforcing our decision-making processes. Thank you.
Paljon kiitokset.
Thank you very much. Ms. Ferrara. The next speaker is Sven Simon.
Madam President, colleagues, Benjamin Franklin is often credited with the quote, "Those who would give up liberty to purchase a little temporary safety deserve neither liberty nor safety." The same applies to the functioning of this House. Those who disregard the freedom of the mandate, those who aim to severely restrict it in order to have waterproof security against illegitimate influence, will ultimately harm this institution, this Parliament, parliamentarism. This resolution before us today has a serious impact on the functioning of the House. Members of Parliament should disclose their assets, and open source checks will be introduced for employees. All this is suggested against a backdrop of very different political cultures within the EU. The disclosure of assets is common practice in some member states. In others, it constitutes an unthinkable infringement on fundamental rights. The resolution does not sufficiently take this into account. I fear that in practice, its proposals will not lead to concrete improvements, but rather plenty of opportunities for cheap headlines. What we always must keep in mind and take into account that the Kylie case, a colleague, a network, infringed intentionally criminal law. We will not hinder that with any kind of the proposals in this resolution.
Thank Thank you, Mr. Simon. The next speaker is Raphael Glucksmann, Chairman of the Committee. You have the floor.
Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam President, Madam Vice President, colleagues. The corruption isn't just about sacks of cash in a hotel. It's about conflicts of interest. It's about working for an oil group. Corruption is sharing your Rolodex with interests which are hostile to our democracy. Corruption, it's not just an ethical or moral issue. It's a question of public health for our democracy. Colleagues, the words of Spinelli should guide us. We should shrug off the burden. Laxity and old habits. That's why we should show courage, change the rules, and find the strength to head up to these foreign actors which attacks our hospitals, finance our anti-European parties, and buy off old leaders. This is the last report that I have from the committee that I've had the honour to chair. Work over 3 years has looked at the threats and the vulnerability of the Union and to make specific recommendations to support democracy. Foreign interference won't end. We should make sure that the fight against foreign influence shouldn't disappear down a black hole. We look forward, Madam Vice President, the presentation on the defence of democracy announced by President von der Leyen. This has been deferred twice, and the majority of Parliament looks towards that. We citizens want to know that we've turned the page and we won't allow foreign influence to affect our sovereignty. Before leaving the presidency of the Commission, the presidency of the committee, I'd like to thank all those who've contributed to this work. Defence of our democracy and is the combat of my life, and I will continue it here without letting up, everywhere, every day, with you. You can't be a democrat by inertia. Let's be democrats of conviction. Thank you, Mr. Glucksmann, Chair of the Committee. The next speaker is Abi Al-Sahlani.
Thank you, Madam President, Madam Commissioner. My dream is for Europe to be a real Northern Star for democracy, a light that shines so brightly for the whole world to see that it is possible to build a union of democracy that is built on freedoms, that is built on everyone's equal value. My dream is for Europe to step onto the global stage and finally show that human rights, transparency, democracy, rule of law, they matter everywhere and not only in the EU. I am so proud to represent the people in our house of European democracy, and I know that for us to properly take on the global moral compass, we have to start at home. Yes, that means fighting illiberalism, but also protect our democracy in action in this House from foreign interference, punish officials and staff when they cross over to the dark side, strong rules on transparency for members of parliament and for lobbyists. Let's not give anyone an excuse to question our commitment, the EU commitment to the rule of law. My dream is a Europe that is an example for the whole world. Now let's make sure that that Northern Star is shining so brightly for the whole world to see. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Al-Sahlani. The next speaker is Damian Berselager.
Chair, I just want to remind us of what happened exactly 6 months ago. 6 months ago, in a small household in Portugal or in Bulgaria, every child on their phone, on Instagram and so on, heard about the European Parliament. That's really cool, no? We bridged the communication gap really to everyone. Sadly, what they heard is that we have bags of cash in our pockets and we have not been able to win back that trust that we lost back then. We have not been able. And this report is going in the right direction, but it's not going to do that either. So the key question for us has to be, what can we do to win back trust, especially since in 1 year we have elections again, and if we don't win back that trust, people don't go to vote, or they vote for the radical people who say, oh, they're all evil anyways, they're all corrupt. So for me, the key question is, what can we do? We can show who we meet publicly, because we don't have anything to hide. We can show how we spend our public funds that are given to us, because we don't have anything to hide. Let's be transparent about the way how we work, and then we can maybe win back some of the trust. Thank you.
Kiitokset kollega.
Thank you, Mr. Böselager. The next speaker is Pirkko Ruohonen-Lerner.
Kiitos, rouva puhemies.
Thank you, Madam President. The only free cheese is in the mousetrap, as an old Russian saying goes. Russia has, since 2014, secretly directed hundreds of millions of euros to foreign political parties and candidates in its attempt to affect the content of politics. Evidently, Russia has achieved its objectives. An effective way to prevent corruption in politics is to make election financing fully transparent. If election donations are over 150 euros, donors should be named by name to the Election Finance Authority, which keeps a public register of candidates' income and expenses in election financing. Then media representatives would be able to follow whose interests politicians are primarily representing when they make decisions. There should also be a ceiling on the size of election campaigns so that the temptation to rake in large amounts of money wouldn't be so big. Thank you.
Kiitokset, kollega.
Thank you, Ms. Ruohonen-Lerner. The next speaker is Patricia Chagnon.
Nous sommes face à un système de corruption.
We are facing a corruption system inside the European Parliament, and they dare to talk to us about transparency. You denounce the presumed corruptors from Qatar, but why don't you go to the end of this? Set up a proper committee of inquiry that we have been calling for. What about investigations into European funds that are given to the regions? Who actually benefits? Who is actually employed by these associations? When you talk about transparency, there's the European Asylum Agency in Malta. I visited them 3 weeks ago. They produce reports which are never rendered public. They collect data that they do not even share with MEPs. On top of all of that, they use their secrecy rules to influence member states and impose penalties. No, I mean, this is hypocrisy that is just totally in our face. Inside the European Parliament, the reality that's being hidden here is truly dramatic.
Thank you, Ms. Chagnon. The next speaker is Ivan Sinčić.
Thank you very much. A direct cause for this report on transparency is, of course, the situation with the bags of money that ended up with our MEPs. We in Croatia have better standards for the detection of corruption among parliamentarians. We have something which is called the property card. Our judiciary is paralyzed, though, so this doesn't help. But better than the statement of financial interests, you have to also name in this property card what your spouse owns. It is an instrument of prevention. If a candidate knows that they need to say what they own and what their family owns, they will think twice. This is also the case for a number of different official duties to have these property cards. But I don't know whether there is a sincere wish to do things properly in this House. And so I think that this is only something by which we want to show that we do something, but we actually don't. And this is also a debate that is non-transparent because no one talks about the connection between von der Leyen and BioNTech Pfizer.
Sorry, I'm waiting for the interpretation to come to an end. Ja sitten seuraava puhuja.
The next speaker is Maria Walsh.
Our political integrity cannot exist without transparency. Without transparency, integrity and accountability, our ability to lead is questionable. The laws that we can pass can be picked apart, and the laws to protect the human rights of citizens are questioned, and rightly so. We can never be complacent as policymakers with the trust of our citizens. We are accountable to those we represent, which is why I, along with many others, were incredibly disappointed after scandals brought our democratic institution into disarray. We must rebuild the trust of our citizens, and I welcome the Special Committee's work on behalf of this House to pinpoint any and all issues. As MEPs, we need to ensure our transparency records are updated and public. As MEPs, we need to ensure our financial records are in compliance with the requirements set by this House. As MEPs, we need to ensure we are not a driver of misinformation or disinformation, especially online. We need to ensure the culture in this House reflects what we broadcast outside of this House. I will continue to demand and defend that transparency, integrity and accountability are at the centre of our European Union, for our citizens most importantly. Gurmil Malga, thank you very much.
Thank you. Kiitos, kollega Walsh.
Thank you, Ms. Walsh. The next speaker is Nacho Sanchez Amor.
Gracias, Presidenta.
Thank you very much, President, and thank you very much to Vlad and Natalie as well, and to Rafael as well, on behalf of the committee. This report says many interesting things on protecting Parliament's image, especially how we need to adapt to interference and also false election observations or unofficial election observations. This is also very important to consider. And I think that the report highlights the progress that has been made by this House, and this has been protected by the European Court of Justice. And it's good that organisations linked to Parliament publish their funding, where their funding comes from. But in many cases, if an NGO may fall under the scope, and the report that we're presenting today establishes precautions so that this won't happen. And many officers, agents working in liberal countries could be put at risk. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sanchez Amor. The next speaker is Samira Rafaela.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So in this House, we are very fierce when it comes to upholding democratic values. In our urgency resolutions, our reports and our debates, we condemn those who undermine democratic principles and the rule of law. We demand the strengthening of democratic values and institutions from our partners in the world and our allies, and we enshrine these values in our treaties and even in our trade agreements. Therefore, we must also demand the same care for the integrity of democracy in our own House. Currently, undemocratic extremist organizations can just walk in and lobby for the undermining of women's rights and LGBTIQ rights. And these anti-gender movements are using democratic rights to take away the democratic rights of others. And they are doing this while funded by foreign oligarchs and transnational extremist groups. So in order to protect our democratic institution and the human rights of our citizens, we must reform the rules concerning transparency in this Parliament. We need an independent ethics body with teeth. with ambition and the right to initiate and proactively investigate cases. Because the people of Europe trust us to protect them and their fundamental rights, so we should do exactly that. Thank you.
Kiitokset kollega.
Thank you, Ms. Raffaella. Gwendoline Delbos-Corfield is the next speaker.
As our House is currently working on modifications to the rules of procedures to fight against corruption and strengthen transparency after Qatargate, I would like us to take inspiration from other bodies and parliaments to come up with stronger rules and to better be able to implement them. When we went on a mission to the UK Parliament last month, I was quite amazed by the strict rules that are implemented there to increase integrity and accountability, especially in such a conservative parliament. And it's not often that we can hold the UK up as a good example these days, but let's take this opportunity to learn from our neighbours and make sure that there is a real role carved out for our independent experts working on conflict of interest and on harassment as full members in our advisory committees. We must put in place clear, strict rules on MEPs' interest, with sanctions for those who decide not to respect them, as well as making these sanctions public, visible on the web page of the European Parliament. And finally, since this world is evolving fast and our standards need to constantly progress, let's review our rules on a regular basis to see what is working and what isn't.
Paljon kiitos.
Thank you. Ms. Delbos-Corfield. Beata Kempa is the next speaker.
Pani Przewodnicząca, Pani Komisarz, Szanowni Państwo, transparentność, działania antykorupcyjne.
Thank you very much, President. Transparency, anti-corruption. These are values that are fundamental, that must be fundamental in the European Union. For years now, the EU institutions have been corrupted, and it's very regrettable to see that MEPs and staff members have been corrupted. And the whole suitcases case has really shown that we are not uncorruptible. A transparency register is a good idea, but the condition is that all of the measures that are proposed are really implemented. Unfortunately, some MEPs have not been able to explain their enrichment, for example, when they have spoken at paid conferences or have taken roles as consultants outside the EU. Some of these speaking engagements are paid, allow these members to be paid at 2 or 3 times the rate of other MEPs. And what is particularly curious is the fact that some MEPs, which the media have accused of having acted on behalf of foreign bodies, continue to sit in our assembly and even vote on files and measures linked to the countries that are concerned. I'm particularly thinking of my own country, Poland, when we have functioning institutions for many years now.
Thank you, Ms. Kemper. André Rouget is the next speaker. Colleagues, the wish to reform the rules of Parliament to fight corruption isn't just a communication effort. Mr. Kyla and Mr. Tarabella were caught red-handed, but they're back as if Qatargate had never happened. Mr. Glucksmann would like to overwhelm his adversary, but he didn't see members of his own group coming, and he's still the committee chair. I see that the suspicion about his ex-wife questioned in the Kiev airport with $4 million in cash. Mr. Glucksmann, he said that this was not true. If that's the case, you should remove all doubts about that. This recent scandal isn't just the tip of the iceberg, a corruption which involves more so-called defenders of the common good.
Excuse me. Colleague, I think you have made a very unreasonable claim about the chairman of the committee of the report that we're dealing with, so I would like to give him the possibility to intervene and then this exchange is finished. It's like a...
Vous avez honte de vous.
Well, are you ashamed or not? You are what you've always been in history. What you have said will have legal consequences, first of all, and secondly, these websites based on conspiracy theories, this proves you have never changed. You're the same type of person. You are always able to slander. You are always able to behave like this. You should be ashamed of yourself. This body, it should be ashamed to hear such slander in this House.
Excuse me, colleague. Now, it's enough. Now, this was a blue card from Mr. Glucksmann to colleague Rouget, and for the time being, we will not continue this exchange. It can be dealt with afterwards. Okay, we continue the debate. So I would like to invite colleague Jiri Pospisil to take the floor.
Děkuji pěkně, paní předsedkyně. Dovolte.
Thank you, Chair, colleagues. Let me go back to the topic at hand. I'm very happy that today we are reacting to the impact of Qatargate. We know that the perception of the European Parliament was negatively impacted by Qatargate. What can we do? There's one aspect which we cannot influence, and that's the quick reaction of the justice. The affair has to be investigated properly so that it is clear that there's justice for European politicians as well if there are appropriate proofs. That's the adequate reaction of the justice system. And then there's another aspect, what we can do. And that's also this report. Thank you very much for preparing this report, because this report provides for rules for transparency and fight against corruption in the European Parliament. I believe that the rules are balanced, even though they are not completely sufficient. I, together with my political group, will try to ensure that in the future we will reduce the risk of corruption and intervention. Of course, we will probably not be able to bring it to zero, but we will try to diminish it as much as possible.
Thank you. Tonino Pizzula is the next speaker.
Our House definitely is not the same place since Qatargate arrests and revelation took place. It's up to us to make a better place not only European Union or world, but European Parliament in the first place. The damage has been made, but we must learn valuable lessons from it. On the other hand, foreign interference, changed geopolitical circumstances, and all this information happening before our eyes and our ears, like a couple of minutes ago, threaten not only our House, but whole of the European Union. That's why we need to be careful, but attentive and robust. Having said that, I do hope that the legacy of INGE and INGE II committees will be inspiring and long-lasting. It's crucial to continue the work on these crucial topics for the sake of our democracy and our values. The upcoming European elections will be challenged in so many ways. We got to show our strength, integrity and resilience to confront any kind of interference, while keeping our citizens' safety as one of the key priorities. Thank you.
Kiitokset.
Thank you, Mr. Pichula. Markéta Gregorova is the next speaker.
Good evening, Madam Commissioner.
And final report will conclude the existence of our Committee on Foreign Interference. Over 3 years and 3 comprehensive reports, we have identified our own vulnerabilities and how our enemies are using them against us. Corruption scandals, political interference and spying by third countries is not going to stop. By all indications, it will only intensify in the years to come. I am happy that we identified many measures to improve transparency and accountability. We made clear what our loopholes are and how current rules and systems, such as the Transparency Register, are not up to the task. I am particularly supporting our recognition of needed enforcement measures. In the end, we can have the most detailed report of vulnerabilities, but without proper enforcement, none of it matters. Let us now fully focus on such measures so that our institutions can stand against those who seek to destroy them. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gregorova. The next speaker is Thierry Mariani.
Rien de nouveau.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Ms. Razor. When I read your report, it makes me think that this report talks about supposed influence of Moscow, and you know that this parliament is fanatically hostile to Moscow. And then there is the alignment on Qatar. Your response is words, not sanctions. It's the European left that was caught red-handed, and there is this. And in this report, you talk about the right in Europe and the institutions. On the institutions, you want to increase the powers of the Commission. The Commission refuses to publish its exchanges with Pfizer, but what this report wants to do is follow APAs and assistants to see what they are doing. And this continues exactly what happened when Parliament was under the influence of the Qatari. It was weak with the weak and strong with the strong.
Thank you, Mr. Mariani.
Blue card? No. Seuraava puhuja on...
The next speaker is Katerina Bali, Vice President.
Herzlichen Dank.
Thank you very much. Well, what we're talking about today is transparency, integrity, responsibility and anti-corruption. But we're also talking about the reaction of this Parliament to the terrible revelations of the Qatargate scandal. Well, we've heard some fine words. We have responded to scandals like this in the past by trying to set up good rules. But now, unfortunately, the National Front members are leaving the House. What about Marine Le Pen, who was paying people for false self-employment, money that is not going into the pockets of her assistants, but straight into her party funds? That's why we changed the rules in the past. And the members that are still in the House still suffer under the rules that were created then. Well, what about whistleblowing? There are good rules which can solve this. We should at least be keeping to the rules of our own whistleblowers directive. So we need to improve the current proposals. The rules have to be more than friendly recommendations. That's also true of the ethics body. We need to see some teeth. What we've negotiated is good, but we need controls and enforcement. We need a little bit more on those fronts. And the most important part is that we need strength of character. We need to ensure that we have good people in this parliament. Johannes Rau, who was an important German politician, once said, "It's not politics that destroys character, but it's bad characters that destroy politics." Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Barley. The next speaker is Viola von Kramon-Taubadel.
Frau Präsidentin,
Madam President, Madam Vice President of the Commission, colleagues, the EU is only as strong as its weakest institution, and nothing weakens our institutions more than corruption and influenced by foreign actors. They can be states, but also interest groups or individuals who want to manipulate us. Because we find out about Qatar, it doesn't mean that others don't want to destroy democracies. Interest representatives come to the parliament and try to buy influence with money. With over 700 members, unfortunately, there will always be people who are motivated by greed and not political convictions. Not all members follow the same ethical standards, so we need strong, transparent institutions, and those who damage the trust of their violence must be kept in check. We must investigate all cases of corruption and punish it. The Parliament should be an example in transparency. That is only the way we can have integrity in the EU and protect its democracy. Thank you, von Kramon-Taubadel. Mark Angel is the next speaker.
Vice President, dear colleagues, I'm very glad that the recommendations in the excellent report of Madame Loiseau and Mr. Bilčić will introduce a stronger integrity culture within the European Parliament. And this was always a clear and strong request of my political group. And at the same time, we must acknowledge that this is an additional step which also complements the set of measures taken by and being prepared by the European Parliament Bureau. We, the Socialists and Democrats, are committed to enhancing transparency, integrity and accountability also in our group, in the European Parliament and in the European institution as a whole. We take very seriously this reform package, and as promised, we also did our homework. We presented our S&D 15-point plan for preventing corruption and political interference already in January, and we decided to undertake an internal inquiry. And this 4-month inquiry, led by 3 independent, renowned experts, resulted in several recommendations that we will implement in our work. And I also believe that the re-win of trust will need more ambitious actions as still required. And therefore, we must all continue our relentless work on transparency, integrity, accountability, anti-corruption, as well as on the fight against foreign interferences and disinformation. And finally, please allow me to thank the important work done by my colleague, the chair of the INGE 2 committee, Raphael Glucksmann, as well as our S&D shadow rapporteur, Andreas Schieder. Thank you very much.
Kiitokset, kollega.
Thank you, Mr. Angel. The next speaker is Mia Petra Kumpula-Natri. Madam Chairman.
Europe is the lighthouse of the democracy, and this house is on the top, so we need the highest possible standards for our work. Democracy cannot prevail without transparency. People have a right to know what is happening, what are we doing. So the transparency is really the basis, fundamental basis for the trust. And we have to re-win this trust for these institutions after what has been happened, the Qatar gate, and what have the media, the open and free media in Europe, revealed so many times. I really want to thank the work of the INGE on this report as well. So I also welcome the recommendation to make practice mandatory of publishing meetings with all the lobbyists, state representatives and other interest representatives and make that visible for all. And I welcome finally the ethics body proposal done and the vote we had today. That was a good win. And also in this report you find many good ideas to build this ethics body much stronger than the proposal was, and I hope the vote on this one will improve the good basis, as this is the way to win back the democracy and win back the trust so that we can work and be the lighthouse also in the future.
Kiitokset, kollega.
Thank you, Ms. Kumpula-Natri. Now we have 2 requests to speak in Catch the Eye. The first goes to Christian Meister de Magre.
Muchas gracias, Presidenta.
Thank you very much, President. In Spain, we have a very important saying about this, and I think that what we need to do is be united and stay, otherwise we'll be weakened even further. This report has allowed us to think about ways of improving the situation and having some kind of vaccine against corruption, having financial declarations, ethics body, and mandatory declaration of meetings with lobbies. And the report only recommends a 6-month cooling off period, but most member states have a minimum of 24 months. And we believe it's very important to ban activities that are incompatible with our parliamentary activities that as part of our mandate. And if we move in this direction, I think that we will be able to reduce corruption even further. But it's very important to work on a zero-tolerance culture for corruption within the institutions so that this never happens again. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mick Wallace now.
Very much, President. There are some good elements to this report. Necessary reforms to the Parliament's rules of transparency and corruption, which makes it all the more regrettable that the report is so heavily politicised. You would forget why it was initiated in the first place, the cash for influence bribery scandal at the centre of the Parliament. Instead, this report is a screed against perceived Russian and Chinese malign influence. Qatar and Morocco, the countries whose bribery we have evidence of, barely get a mention. The report enforces an ideological distinction between states we should be paranoid about, so-called high-risk states, meaning Russia and China, and those we should not, meaning almost everyone else. There is even a section that calls for a prohibition on MEPs performing paid side work for high-risk non-EU states during their term of office. MEPs shouldn't be performing paid side work for any state during their mandate. It's outrageous. And bribery from any state should be the target of this report, not just geopolitical adversaries of NATO.
Thank you, Mr. Wallace. And now, the floor goes to the Commission Vice President Vera Jourova.
Madam President, honourable members, thank you once again for the report, but also for very fruitful discussion. Just a few comments to conclude from my side. In my view, Qatar Gate and other cases which appeared also in the Commission are failures of individual people. But these individual people not only damage their own reputation, but also, of course, the reputation of the institutions, and the trust of people went down because many think that there is everything rotten in Brussels and Strasbourg. So we know that the trust is being shaken. We know very well that what is decreasing the trust of the citizens in institutions and democracy is abuse of power, abuse of public money, corruption, privileges, immunities, impunities, dishonest behaviour and unscrupulous lying. So these are the factors which we hear from the citizens, and that's why I would not just stop by saying these were individual failures. I think that we need to reinforce the system. And that's why this debate was very, very important and very, very constructive. I think that we all have very, very strong wish to reinforce the system, which will increase accountability and transparency. But also, I have to mention that no fantastic waterproof system will replace the character, which was said here, something which we call individual integrity of each of us. And indeed, Madame Delbos-Corfield mentioned here the rules in the British Parliament. I was there as well. We discussed the rules there, but first and foremost, there was a very strong demand for the individual integrity and moral stance of each of the members. So I think that this is clear to all of us. I also want to react on the comments on the Defense of Democracy package, mainly voiced here by Mr. Glucksmann, and on the ethics body. I will start with the ethics body. At the beginning, I am again beyond time, but very shortly. I wanted to explain what's in the model proposed by the Commission. You know it well. The Commission tried hard to propose something which will be meaningful and legally sound. The start has just started. The work has just started last Friday because we had the first interinstitutional political meeting. Roberta Metsola, representing this House, expressed a strong will to cooperate on the future model of the ethics body, which will play an important role, which will have teeth, which will also meet the expectations. So the work has just started. I didn't hear any no from any of the 9 institutions, so we are on it, and we will convene again in autumn and continue the work. Because I believe that the interinstitutional ethics body should create the standards which will be understandable for the citizens and which will address exactly what the people want to see, that there are no undeserved privileges and that we behave according to the same rules. Very shortly on the defense package, indeed, it has been postponed. The Commission is now working on the impact assessment. We are collecting data. It's not an easy thing because this is the data mainly in the possession of the secret services. So we try to get the data from all relevant sources. Not to have the data means that I don't have the answer on the question how big the problem is. We need to define how the problem is and then to address it with the meaningful rules. So next to working on the impact assessment, we are consulting, we are communicating. I have numerous contacts with the NGOs, which are afraid that we will introduce something like a foreign agent law or something which will stigmatize them. I try to explain that the only thing we want is full transparency. Simply, we believe that we must not be naive. We have to take care of what are the foreign influences or interferences, and that we need to know who of the third country governments pays whom in the EU to do what. So these are the 3 elements which we want to cover. And I believe that we needed more time. We will come back in autumn, and we will, I'm convinced, propose the piece of legislation which will fill in the loopholes and which will increase transparency so that we also have the tool which now have all the big democratic countries. The US have the law, UK is working on it, Australia. In all these countries, they have this under the criminal justice law. We do not go this way. We want only the transparency rules, and I believe that also these countries can serve as a good inspiration, but not for the law which would stigmatize or label somebody as foreign agent. So thank you very much for your attention, and sorry for being too long.
Thank you very much, Vice President Jourova. Finally, both rapporteurs will take the floor. First of all, Vladimir Bilčić, and then Nathalie Loiseau.
Madam President, Madam Vice President, dear colleagues, I've listened carefully to the debate, and I am ever more convinced that we not only have a very good report, but we must push with the measures which we propose. We need to preserve the public trust in our institution. This is one of the biggest things we need to do as a follow-up to the Qatargate. And even more importantly, in very tangible ways, we have to make this institution future-proof. I agree, there is no perfect answer, but we must enhance security culture in this House. We must be much more aware of the threats that we are facing from various malign actors, as we have seen. As I said, and I will repeat it, Russia's aggression against Ukraine has been a wake-up call, has been a game changer, and we have to react. We need to have a more resilient institution built up to face meaningfully foreign interference and malign actors. It's the minimum we have to do. And I'm confident that with the report which we are proposing, we are taking the steps in the right direction. It is balanced, and we can have an open parliament, but a safe parliament at the same time. We can preserve the freedom of our mandate, but also have meaningful rules. And we have to defend ourselves, not just from malign influences from beyond our borders, but also from within this House. Let me just say that it's been an enormous pleasure to work in this two committee. It's been 3 years of really great cooperation, and no committee in this House has done more substantial work on malign foreign interference to this day than this committee. And I think that tomorrow's vote should be also a new beginning for how we move forward and how we permanently deal with these issues inside this House for the rest of our mandate, but especially beyond in the next legislature. Thank you very much, and have a good evening.
Kiitokset.
Thank you. Mr. Bilcic. And now Nathalie Loiseau gets the floor.
Some people on the far right and the far left of this House do not appreciate the fact that this report was given to the Special Committee on Foreign Interference. They say they'd have preferred a committee of inquiry, and they only wanted to talk about Qatar. Well, that's a bit of a funny way of seeing things when the courts are already involved. We're not prosecutors or judges. That's a pretty funny way of trying to get people to forget about all the work that's been done by the Special Committee, led by its chair, Raphael Glucksmann. And I would like to salute his commitment, and I recognize his integrity. One of the stooges of Putin have tried to dirty his name this evening. This member of the National Rally has shown the true face of his party, which is a pretty low-down one. He and his friends on the far right do not like being called Putin's stooges, but they've done pretty much everything possible to prove that they are.
Paljon kiitokset.
Thank you, Ms. Loiseau. This debate is now concluded, and I'd like to thank everybody for this important committee work. The vote will be tomorrow, and now we can move on in the agenda. The next item is debates on cases of breaches of human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. The first of these on the agenda is the political disqualifications in Venezuela. The first speaker for the resolution is Gabriel Mato, and here he comes.
Gracias, Presidenta.
Thank you very much, President. Commissioner, how long will the Venezuelan people need to tolerate this dictatorship with Maduro? Is it not enough for 7 million Venezuelans having to leave their country? Will we accept the number of political prisoners going up? Is it acceptable for them to disqualify all of their political opponents? Is it not time for the people of Venezuela to stop suffering? The vast majority of people in this House agree on something which can be summed up as it's enough, that's enough. We can't tolerate Maduro and his stooges because they're in an unconstitutional and arbitrary way. They're disqualifying several members of the opposition, including Maria Corina Machado. It's shameful. And this is a declaration which talks about the primary that will unite a candidate for the next year's elections. And this declaration requests for return to democracy in Venezuela and the free liberation of political prisoners. It's an opportunity to defend democracy, freedom, and respect for fundamental human rights. And countries like Venezuela, Cuba, and Nicaragua do not share democratic values. We cannot ignore the cries of millions of Venezuelans who want our help, and we can help them. We have the obligation to help them, and therefore we need to support clean elections in Venezuela, because otherwise it will be very difficult to bring change to Venezuela, something that all Venezuelans deserve. This is a clear message to Venezuela, showing them that here in Europe we are present and we are by their side. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, could you speak a little more slowly so that we all get your message through? Thank you for your understanding. Ja sitten seuraavaksi
The next speaker is Javi Lopez, also one of the authors of the resolution.
Presidenta. Thank you very much, President. This is an urgency resolution on human rights in the world, and here we're talking about political disqualifications in Venezuela. It's an arbitrary and unconstitutional practice which takes away political rights based on administrative decisions. This relates to Venezuelan citizens. In recent years, we have seen hundreds and thousands of disqualifications of opposition leaders, and their fundamental rights have not been respected. The European Parliament wants to send a clear message. This practice makes it impossible to have fair and free elections in Venezuela, and we are doing this looking at 2024 and the presidential elections. We need to vehemently reject this, and we need to respect plurality of ideas for this. We need to and the authorities also need to implement the recommendations of the election observation mission from the European Union from 2021. So we have free, fair and inclusive elections which are also transparent. And it's also a call to the international community for an inclusive political dialogue in Venezuela which guarantees these free and fair elections, which is what Venezuela deserves. I'd also like to thank all of the shadow rapporteurs. We have been able to come to an agreement to have a clear and very firm resolution on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. The next speaker is José Ramón Bauza Díaz.
Thank you very much, President. Now it's time for this Parliament to express its views on Venezuela after being silent for 2 years, because here we're seeing disqualification of an opposition politician, Maria Corina Machado, and we need to focus on the values of our European Union. This resolution, which is on the eve of the EU-CELAC summit, is a proof of our commitment. More than 7 million Venezuelans are living in exile. It's the biggest refugee crisis in modern history. There is no government in Venezuela which can speak. There is an opposition that we need to help. And this resolution expresses the views of a parliament which mentions somebody sanctioned by the EU, Delcy Rodriguez, is able to enter the European EU, and we denounce that. We also denounce a dictator as well. But what we are doing most of all is defending Leopoldo López, Maria Corina Machado, Enrique Capriles, Freddy Superlano, so that they are able to continue fighting for freedom, democracy and dignity in Venezuela. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Jordi Soler is the next speaker.
Gracias, Presidenta. Thank you very much, President. I think it's important for this Parliament to be unanimous in sending out a clear message to the Venezuelan authorities. Presidential elections planned for next year need to be free, fair, inclusive and transparent. We need to ensure there is an electoral process which protects the right of participation for all political opinions on an equal footing. So we need to ensure that there is a democratic process, a fully democratic process. Therefore, it's bad news to hear that there's been a 15-year disqualification of the opposition candidate, Marina Corina Machado. And this is an arbitrary disqualification, and this is other opposition figures have suffered this in the past, and many are still disqualified. And it's also negative that the electoral observation mission from the European Union 2021, the recommendations have not been implemented. We need to ensure that these proposals are fully implemented. Dialogue between the government and the opposition hasn't led to many results so far. So we call on parties to resume this dialogue to facilitate full democratization in Venezuela. Therefore, we call on the European Union to use its internal and international efforts to focus on the future of Venezuela. We are coming up to the EU-CELAC summit, and this should be a push for the relations between Latin America and the European Union. We all need to rise to the occasion so that we are able to have enhanced relations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Solé. The next speaker is Herman Tertsch.
In a dictatorship, there are no free elections. To have them, they need to end the dictatorship, but nobody can expect that in Cuba or Nicaragua or in Venezuela, because everybody wants to do business with a dictatorship because of oil in Venezuela. Conditions are invented that don't exist, so that the opposition and other interested parties are discriminated against. And here there's been one figure, Marina Corina Machado, a charismatic figure who has been very firm against the biggest murder in America, which is Nicolas Maduro. This has shown what we already knew. Tyranny rules out free elections. We have the CELAC summit. Maduro was invited but doesn't dare to come to Europe. But then Delcy Rodriguez, another criminal who is, well, what about this? There are so many matters to be discussed, and CELAC has just become a ceremony to whitewash a dictatorship. And we are seeing failure after failure here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tertsch. Manu Pineda is the next speaker.
Gracias, Presidenta.
Thank you very much, President. The resolution presented by the right is nostalgic and based on ideas from the United States. What they need to accept is it's the people of Venezuela that decide who governs them. The Bolivar Republic of Venezuela has a constitution and it has laws. And like in all states with the rule of law, this is what happens. Machado has called for a coup d'etat against the government. This is a crime in any country in the world. It would be subject to a prison sentence. You know this, but you don't mind, but you don't care. The European Union should end sanctions. It should facilitate dialogue between the government and the democratic opposition, and it should work respectfully with CELAC so that we could have relations based on mutual benefit. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker, for the first of the group speakers for the EPP, Leopoldo López Gil.
Señora Presidenta.
Thank you very much, President, Commissioner. According to the Caracas University, 86% of the Venezuelan population wants to see a change in government, and this is proof of their dignity, and they don't have a future because of the Maduro regime. The legitimate opposition wants to resolve this situation using democratic mechanisms, and they want to hold presidential elections. But Maduro is stopping the choice of candidates. His regime is using artificial judicial power, which is disqualifying without hearings of disqualify political opponents. And once again, we ask the High Representative to express a vehement rejection of the regime and to demand that in the EU CELAC summit, we have respect for democracy in that country. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. López Gil. Now, Maria Manuel Letao Marques.
The process of disqualifying Marina Corina Machado as a presidential candidate and disqualifying him from political office for 15 years is a continuation of a long trend. There's a long list of Venezuelan political figures who've had these rights withdrawn, including Enrique Capriles, Juan Guaidó. Back in 2021, we held an electoral monitoring mission that allowed us to verify the desire of the electorate to take part in free and fair elections. But one of the main obstacles to fair and transparent elections is the role of the general controller of elections, which denies candidates of their right to stand. Our High Representative, Mr. Borrell, has repeatedly condemned this behaviour. The EU should be a partner on the road to democracy and the rule of law, but we cannot do this on our own. Without the cooperation of the Venezuelan state, giving signs of wanting to listen to people and hold free presidential elections in 2024, then we will not be able to make progress.
Thank you, Ms. Letao Marques. And now, Jordi Cañas is the next speaker.
Thank you, President. The Maduro regime is addicted to crime and disqualifications. More than 1,400 citizens have been disqualified, have not been able to elect or be elected. And they stop people from being the opposition candidate in 2024. And now, in this case, it's Maria Corina Machado, Enrique Capriles, and Félix Superlano. And this Parliament is taking on board the EOM recommendations 2021. Number 2 said that they need to stop political disqualifications. And what it does in this resolution is converts it into a condition and saying that the 2024 elections need to be authentic elections so that the result can be recognized. This Parliament is sending out a clear message with the resolution. Without disqualifications, we won't have free and fair elections, just false elections. With disqualifications, we won't have elections.
Thank you, Mr. Cañas. And now, the next speaker is Ms. Fortiga, and then Milan Mon.
Thank you, President. I firmly stand by Maria Corina Machado and other Venezuelan leaders deprived of their political rights by the Maduro regime. Unfortunately, there is consolidation of vicious regimes, not only within Latin America, so Cuba, Nicaragua, Venezuela, but also outside with influence of Russia, China, PRC, and quite recently of Iranian regime, with the visit of President Raisi, with a whole range of ministers, consolidating the power of violent dictatorship against their own societies and neighboring countries. It should be raised during the EU CELAC summit. Thank you.
Kiitokset kollega Fotiga.
Thank you, Ms. Fotiga. And now, Francisco José Milán Mon.
Thank you, President. Now, I fully condemn the unfair disqualification of Miriam Machado and other Venezuelan leaders. The dictatorship in Venezuela is a source of constant frustration. The mentioned disqualifications show that the Maduro regime does not want to make any changes. Countries in Latin America need to help in the solution, but in Europe as well, we need to push for progress. These elections will be key for the country. What's Spain doing? Well, we need to support the opposition, and we can't abandon them. And then, so next week we'll have the EU CELAC summit. It's humiliating that the representation of Venezuela, Delcy Rodriguez, planning to attend, who's sanctioned by the EU, and a ban on entering the EU. And this really is very provocative. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Milán Mon. And now Isabel Santos is the next speaker.
Thank you, Madam President. Só aos venezuelanos.
It should be up to the Venezuelans, and only to the Venezuelans, but to all Venezuelans, to decide the future of their countries. They should do that in free, inclusive, fair and transparent elections. This was the contribution we were able to draw from the electoral observation mission. At least that's the message that we tried to learn back in 2021. We made 23 recommendations, 23 fundamental steps that would be necessary for free, fair elections in 2024. It was my responsibility to chair that electoral observation mission. And it's through that responsibility that I stand before you today to appeal to all Venezuelans. Unite, debate the conditions that would be appropriate for the elections of 2024. Find a solution for your country. Venezuela cannot continue in its dead end. The humanitarian situation cannot continue to worsen. We cannot continue to see Venezuelans leaving their country in droves.
Thank you. The next speaker is Dita Haranzova.
Muchas gracias. La inhabilitación de María.
Thank you very much. The disqualification of Maria Corina Machado is a serious attack on freedom. It's a clear proof that Maduro has no intention to allow real democratic transition in Venezuela. Only free elections will lead to democracy and freedom for the Venezuelan people. But what the regime has done is to do everything to stay in power, including crimes against humanity. In Europe, we need to support the victims of crimes against humanity. We need to support the opposition on the path to the primary elections this autumn, and then there's also the International Criminal Court case, and we need to support the selected sanctions, because condemning the abuses of the regime using words, this doesn't work. If we want to help the Venezuelans, now it's time to act. It's now or never. Thank you.
Kiitokset.
Thank you, Ms. Vice President Harantsova. And now Antonio Lopez Istúriz White is the next speaker.
Dear Commissioner, mensaje para el señor.
Now, a message to Maduro, the president of Venezuela. Well, I'd like to say that you are not welcome in the European Union. This European Union was created precisely to avoid autocrats and dictators like you. The principles and values on which this EU is based cannot be stained with the blood of torture and murders of your regime. Millions of innocent Venezuelans oppressed by you have sought refuge here in Europe, and they've come to Europe to search for democracy and freedom, and they cannot be let down by the presence of Delcy Rodriguez on European soil. So your partners in terror in Nicaragua and Cuba are also not welcome. Despite the silence of Pedro Sánchez, the president of the European Council of the European Union now, we will continue denouncing these crimes, and we will continue calling for democratic elections in Venezuela. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez Istúriz White. And now we have 5 requests under Catch the Eye. All can be granted because we're on time. Yuri Pospisil is the first.
Madam Chair, I want to thank my colleagues for preparing this. We have been debating about Maduro's crimes, the crimes of his regime. Unfortunately, the situation hasn't been improving. And if Maduro stops free elections from occurring in the year 24, that will be another one of his crimes, and we have to strengthen the isolation of his system. So we've heard several mentions of the future summit, but what we have to indeed discuss pressuring Maduro to enable free and fair elections, because if the counter-candidates cannot stand in these elections, this will be just a game, and it won't be really about free elections. So we have to exert bigger pressure on President Maduro. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pospisil. Ana Miranda, the next one.
Gracias, Presidenta. ¿Cómo le gusta?
Thank you, President. As the right and far right just usually does, just before the EU CELAC, they are attacking Venezuela. There's nothing new, and fake news often comes from the parties on the far right and right. It's often falsifying information, and they have distorted many things in Latin America, and including Venezuela. These they also focus on the Atlantic Forum, and also they focus on what's happened, because the people voted for the current governors of Venezuela. The battle now will be on the streets and online. We need to treat Venezuela equally. We need to respect it. Venezuela has the respect to be at the EU CELAC summit. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Miranda. Clay Day is the next speaker.
Thank you, President. Why is it that every irregularity in Venezuela, real or imagined, gets a debate and a resolution in here, but when the same thing actually happens in other countries, it barely registers? 2 weeks ago, there was an election in Guatemala. The government had been shutting down newspapers, forcing judges into exile. Our own EU observation mission documented that opposition parties were arbitrarily blocked, bogus legal challenges from registering candidates, limiting the field. Despite all of that, the people went to the polls and, shock horror, they made sure that a Social Democrat got to the second round. So what happened? The old parties run to the Supreme Court, shout about anomalies they didn't happen to see on election day. This is a blatant derailment of an electoral process in a country with a long and bloody history of same. Why isn't it on our agenda? Do the Guatemalans matter less than the Venezuelans? Or is the real agenda here, as in Venezuela, protecting old money and vested interests? I condemn the attacks on Guatemalan democracy. The next round on August 20th better proceed.
Thank you. Sandra Pereira, the next speaker.
Thank you, President. This resolution on Venezuela insists on manipulating the facts and distorting reality. For more than 2 decades now, the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela has been subject to interference and aggression from the United States of America. It's tried to orchestrate the coup d'etat. It's tried to set up puppet governments. It's been subject to misinformation and a cruel economic blockade, which is aimed at damaging the standard of living of the Venezuelan people. That's why this Parliament seems to continue to insist. I mean, it seems that the Parliament will insist that there should be further interference in the 2024 elections. The European Union should respect international law and the respect for sovereignty of states, the sovereignty of the Venezuelan people to decide its own fate without foreign interference. We show solidarity with the Venezuelan people and its right to decide upon its own development to defend the Bolivarian revolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Finally, Mick Wallace, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, President. The hypocrisy of those criticising Venezuela for alleged human rights abuses and blocking far-right opposition figures is astounding. You're silent on the brutal sanctions regime that have killed tens of thousands of Venezuelans since 2017. Not a word about the billions in Venezuelan assets stolen by Portuguese and British banks, money needed to save lives during the COVID-19 pandemic. The EU and US are worried about Venezuelan democracy, but we spent years recognising an unelected shadow government headed by an incompetent, clownish figure called Guaido, deeply hated by the Venezuelan people. We are collectively punishing the Venezuelan people for backing Maduro. They made the wrong choice, so they must suffer and die or change their minds. This is the logic of Western sanctions today. It's the most authoritarian action imaginable. Maduro should let the far-right opposition run an election, but the EU and US, where multiple communist parties are banned, and the US, where the Constitution blocks third parties from contesting the presidency, they don't really have much of a right to lecture Venezuela about anything.
Thank you. Finally, Commissioner Mairead McGuinness has the floor.
Thank you, President. Good evening, honourable members. The lengthy political, economic, social and humanitarian crisis in Venezuela continues as the 2024 presidential elections approach, and political negotiations in Mexico between the Maduro government and the opposition remain stalled. Currently, the democratic opposition forces in Venezuela are preparing to hold primaries in October to elect a common candidate that can unite them in the next year's elections. A recent decision by the Office of the Comptroller General bans the opposition leader, Maria Corina Maduro. Excuse me, my script is... Yeah, thank you, apologies. I'll repeat that, has banned the opposition leader from all elected office for a 15-year period. She joins other disqualified opposition figures, including Enrique Capriles and Freddy Superlano. And this is a very worrying development. The High Representative reacted swiftly with a statement expressing, and I quote, deep concern with the decisions intended to prevent members of the opposition from exercising their core political rights. Such decisions undermine democracy, the rule of law, and will only deepen the long-standing political and social crisis in Venezuela. The European Union stands by the people of Venezuela and supports them in their search for a peaceful and democratic solution, starting with credible, transparent and inclusive presidential elections next year. The 23 recommendations of the EU Electoral Observation Mission aim to help Venezuelans improve the electoral process, including around political disqualifications by means of an administrative decision. The EU continues to call on the Venezuelan authorities to make full use of these recommendations and expresses its readiness to support their implementation. This is becoming urgent as the elections are just around the corner. The European Union will continue to closely follow the human rights situation in Venezuela, including the issue of political prisoners. The EU supports all international human rights mechanisms in place, including the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights in Caracas, the UN Independent Fact-Finding Mission and the International Criminal Court. The European Union will continue to work with international and regional partners in support of Venezuelan-led negotiations, building on efforts to seek an end to the political, socio-economic and humanitarian crisis. One clear example was the Bogota Conference on Venezuela last April. Only a Venezuelan-led, negotiated political solution will allow the restoration of democracy, the rule of law and respect for human rights in Venezuela. Thank you.
Kiitokset komission jäsen.
Thank you very much to the Commissioner, Ms McGuinness. I have received 5 motions for resolutions to wind up the debate. The debate is closed and the vote will be held tomorrow. So we can move on in the agenda. The next debate is on India and the situation in Manipur. I give the first of all, I give the floor to Sven Zeman as one of the authors.
Frau Präsidentin.
Madam President, colleagues, the situation in the state of Manipur in the northeast of India is serious. Since May, in demonstrations between two population groups, the mainly Hindu Meitei and the mainly Christian Kuki, over 120 people were killed. Over 50,000 people are fleeing. Over 250 churches, theological institutions, Christian schools and hospitals have been burnt down without the perpetrators being prevented by the local authorities. We call on the Indian government to do everything to restore order, to bring the perpetrators to justice and to stop excessive violence. We wouldn't like to wag fingers at anybody from here, but with this resolution from the European Parliament, we call on the most populous democracy in the right just to do what it is duty-bound to do in its constitution, to maintain religious freedom also for Christians in Manipur. One thing, colleagues, has irritated me with the negotiations with the other groups, how difficult it is for the Greens and colleagues and those on the left to say that it's Christians who are affected. They wriggle with platitudes about discrimination and religious intolerance, and they can't state what is obvious. Persecutions of Christians are real, and it is our duty to make sure that they stop, also in Manipur.
Kiitokset.
Thank you, Mr. Zeman. Pierre Laroutourou is the next speaker.
Mes amis, friends, in Manipur, in northeast India,
violence has claimed more than 120 victims over 2 months. 120 people killed, 1,700 houses have been destroyed, 250 churches, not just one or two churches, 250 churches, and 40,000 people are displaced because they've run away from the violence to save their skins. This is a dramatic situation. We have to do everything possible to end the violence. Since he entered power in 2014, Narendra Modi, the Prime Minister, has been implementing a radical nationalist Hindu policy, which has had terrible consequences. Journalists, religious minorities, and human rights fighters. He always says that he is an heir to Mahatma Gandhi. We all admire. He takes meditation time. He created a World Yoga Day. He seems kind and well-meaning, but in India, millions of Muslims and Christians suffer every single day because the government violates their most fundamental rights. The situation is serious. That's why the European Parliament must vote tomorrow on a very clear resolution. It has to be clear in denouncing the nationalist discourse of Mr. Modi. The government has to fully respect fundamental freedoms, freedom of expression and religious freedoms for everyone. The resolution has to call for the violence to end immediately and to authorize humanitarian aid and the presence of observers and journalists wherever necessary. They have to accept democratic functioning, no longer criminalize anyone who criticizes government policy. That's what democracy is about. The number of NGOs that are authorized to operate in India has been cut by 3 in just a few years. They are trying to suffocate the NGOs. They are trying to suffocate democracy and civil society. There is no economic development without democracy. The European Parliament has to demand that respect for human rights is fully included in the EU-India partnership, including trade relations. That is in black and white in our text. We need to ensure that all our leaders talk about human rights when they visit India, publicly and systematically. Nobody is proposing breaking off relations with India. It is a great democracy, but it has to be a better democracy, and that's why we support dialogue between India and the EU.
Thank you. The next author on our list is Madam Alvina Alametsa, 1.5 minutes.
Honourable Chair and colleagues, my deepest condolences to the families of the 140 people that have died in Manipur. This violence has led to displacement of tens of thousands of people, and I think that the Indian authorities must take action. There cannot be no more victims. Access to humanitarian aid and impartial observers to the area must be allowed. We should all be worried about the worsening human rights situation in India. Freedom of press has narrowed, journalists and activists have been arrested for false reasons, discrimination and hate have increased. And this is also what I saw personally when I visited India in December. This saddens me as India is a very important partner for us. EU and India have to make human rights and democracy a fundamental part of their partnership in all regards, including trade. The situation in Manipur needs all of us to commit to open, transparent and accountable ways to address conflict peacefully. The goal must be to end this violence and to bring about a peaceful resolution for the situation in Manipur and for India to truly address all the root causes that are in the heart of these conflicts. I thank you, my colleagues, for cooperating on this, and I send my deepest condolences to those who are suffering because of the human rights situation and the violence. Thank you.
Thank you, and now I give the floor to the next author, Mr. Bert Jan Ruijsen, for 1 minute.
Dank u wel, voorzitter.
Thank you, President, Commissioner, honourable members. When we discuss India, often we are talking about trade opportunities. Unfortunately, today we're here to talk about human rights, about the situation in Manipur, where we have seen ethnic clashes taking on an increasing religious dimension. The Events of the last 10 weeks are tragic. 120 lives lost, 50,000 people displaced, 250 churches destroyed. Unfortunately, this is not an isolated incident across India. Those who are not Hindu, in particular Christians, are facing growing intolerance, violence, humiliation, discrimination. We're seeing this in anti-conversion laws in different federal states. Our joint resolution is crystal clear. We are calling on India to do everything within its power to end ethnic and religious violence, to punish perpetrators, and end Hindu extremism. Without ironclad guarantees in this area, then we cannot talk about a new trade agreement with India. Thank you.
Thank you. And now I give the floor to the next author, Mr. Miguel Urban Crespo, for 1 minute.
Gracias. Thank you very much, President. Ethnic minorities and religious minorities in India are systematically discriminated against. They are stigmatized and persecuted by the extreme right of Modi. The same applies to those who level criticism at the government. There are dozens of human rights defenders who've been put in prison, even though this Parliament hasn't mentioned them. What happens in Manipur is also the upshot of the xenophobic policies of the Indian government, the very same government which issues veiled threats so that the kinds of debates we are having do not occur. Enough silent diplomacy. We must outright condemn the systematic abuses perpetrated by the Indian government, and we must clamour for the release of all political prisoners. And trade relations and political relations must be tied to compliance with human rights. It's high time to send a crystal clear message of support for the Indian people.
Thank you. And now I give the floor to our next speaker on behalf of the EPP, Madame Michaela Šojdrova, for 1 minute.
Thank you, dear colleagues, Ms. Commissioner. The recent violent clashes between Meitei and Kuki have caused widespread devastation. Over 50,000 people, including a significant number of Christians, have been displaced and lives have been lost. Numerous religious symbols and places of worship have been targeted, with more than 220 churches burnt or damaged. We urge Indian authorities to take immediate action to stop the violence and protect religious minorities, particularly the Christian community in Manipur. We call on all sides to exercise restraint and for political leaders to refrain from making inflammatory statements. They should impartially mediate tensions and reject any nationalistic rhetoric. Today, let us send a clear message. The EU holds a powerful tool in trade policy, and we demand the integration of human rights into our EU-India partnership. We also urge the reinforcement of EU-India human rights dialogue. Thank you for your support.
Thank you. And now I give the floor to the representative of the Green Alliance, Mr. Bütikofer, for 1 minute.
President, Commissioner, colleagues, this human rights urgency should not be used as an occasion to insult India or to voice threats with regard to the trade negotiations that we're trying to bring to a successful end as soon as possible. This is about specific human rights issues, and I think it is right to say that we have common ground with India in that regard, and that we should reinforce, as the resolution says, the EU-India human rights dialogue, and in particular I would underscore the sentence that says there should be regular dialogue organized between the European Parliament and the Parliament of India. My colleague Simon has said he doesn't want to wag his finger at India. He couldn't do without wagging, though, so he wagged his finger at the Greens. I will not retaliate. I will just say We will defend religious freedom wherever it is endangered, be it Christians or otherwise. Thank you.
Thank you. And now, on behalf of the ECR group, Mr. Adam Bilan.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. President. The situation in Manipur is deeply concerning. Since May, tensions between the mainly Hindu, Meitei and mainly Christian Kuki communities have escalated to the most violent clashes in decades. Over 140 people have lost their lives, tens of thousands are displaced, and private and public property has been destroyed. Despite the gravity of the situation, authorities are not taking sufficient action and fostering peace dialogues, while the Manipur Tribal Forum's plea for protection of the Kuki tribe by the Indian Army has been rejected by the Supreme Court. We therefore urge all parties to cease hostilities and resolve the underlying regional and religious issues. The EU and its member states should collaborate with like-minded countries and organizations to assess possible further steps and continue to raise human rights and especially religious freedom concerns with the Indian authorities. Thank you.
Thank you. And now, on behalf of the EPP group, Mr. Pospíšil, for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. Like my colleagues, I would like to support the draft resolution that, in my view, is very much goes to the point. It's up to date. India, the largest democracy in the world, a key partner of the EU in business. Democracy in recent years has worked in India, but democracy is also about human rights protection, and certainly there have been cases where human rights failed to be protected, especially those of religious minorities. We mentioned the Christian religious minority in the resolution, not only in one federal state of India, but throughout the whole country. We must appeal to the central Indian government, to Prime Minister Modi, to the effect that it's impossible that a key partner of the EU not guarantee key human rights of anybody, whether they are of Christian religion or anybody else.
Thank you. And now I give the floor to Mr. Ilčić for 1 minute.
Ladies and gentlemen, although dramatic violence in India, in Manipur, began because of land ownership, it seems that very quickly it also became religiously conditioned violence. Over 250 churches were attacked, numerous cemeteries and parish houses. India is an important partner to the European Union, but if we, as a Christian community, can respect other faiths and identities, we must ask our partners to do the same. I propose an urgent visit by the European Special Envoy for Religious Freedoms to India, and the way Indian government will treat this proposal will show whether the authorities there are, for the time being, only powerless in such cases, or whether they knowingly allow persecution of religious minorities by radical groups. Our message must be clear. We will not turn our heads away from violence, and we will not turn our backs on persecuted Christians.
Thank you. And now I give the floor to Madam Miriam Lexman for 1 minute.
Thank you, Chair. Colleagues, the state of freedom of religion and belief in a society is an important litmus test to the state of other fundamental freedoms. Therefore, while Indian officials often like to boast that the country is the world's largest democracy, intolerance and violence against religious minority paint a different picture. In the state of Manipur, at least 100 people are dead, tens of thousands displaced, hundreds of houses belonging to Christians destroyed, along with 250 churches, theological institutions, schools and hospitals, as well as several temples. These attacks against Christians are not isolated incidents. They are organized, leaving behind destruction and shattered lives. The EU cannot close its eyes to these crimes. That's why I call on our Special Envoy for Freedom of Religion and the EES to communicate clearly to the Indian authorities the need to stop this violence and to provide necessary support to the victims immediately. Thank you.
He's sitting. Okay. Thank you very much. Now, colleagues, we start the catch the eye procedure. I have one speaker on the catch the eye procedure, and I will give the floor to Eugen Tomak. Floor is yours.
Vă mulțumesc, domnule președinte. Consider că este extrem de important să fim solidari cu cei care se află în dificultate.
Thank you very much. We do have to show our solidarity to people who find themselves in such a difficult situation. What is happening in Manipur is reflecting the reality that very often member states won't look at and won't look at in depth. And I think the European Commission has the obligation now to act more strongly in its relations with the Indian government. They have to ask the Indian government to protect all Indian citizens, including Christians, because more than 50,000 Indians are displaced. More than 250 churches have been destroyed, and all of this does mean that the European Commission has to act. They have to act to protect. It is not the fault of these people that the government is not in a position to support, to protect the Constitution. Thank you.
Commission to Commissioner McGuinness. Commissioner, floor is yours.
Thank you, President. Honourable members, I really would like to reassure you that the European Union is following the situation in the state of Manipur closely. And we are very saddened, deeply saddened, by the large number of deaths and of injured and displaced persons since violence erupted in Manipur at the beginning of May. The Indian authorities have taken a number of measures to address this very tense situation. A commission of inquiry has been set up to investigate incidents of violence. A peace committee has been established with broad participation to facilitate peace negotiations and dialogue between the conflicting groups. We hope that these measures will very soon bring results so that this wave of violence and the profound mistrust between the communities comes to an end. India is a strategic partner of the EU. Our relations are based on mutual respect, and the protection and promotion of human rights and fundamental freedoms are at the core of our partnership. We discuss regularly with India the challenges and best approaches on human rights in both Europe and India. The annual EU-India Human Rights Dialogue provides a good platform for frank and open discussion between us. The last meeting took place in July of last year, and the next one should happen by the end of the year. The EU is ready to support our Indian friends, if requested, in their efforts towards rebuilding peace and trust between the different groups in Manipur. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Kolēģi, esmu saņēmis 6 rezolūciju priekšlikumus.
Dear colleagues, I have received 6 motions for the resolutions to conclude these discussions. The discussion is closed and the voting will take place tomorrow. Next point on our agenda is the media freedom in Kyrgyzstan, and I will give the floor to author Mr. Karsten Lucke.
Sehr geehrter Herr Präsident.
President, Commissioner, quite right, Kyrgyzstan, since independence in the early 90s, was a country in Central Asia that had taken steps towards democracy. And it is all the more tragic that we've seen backsliding, less press freedom, journalists being sanctioned and arrested, human rights, minorities are being undermined. We know that robust democracy needs a strong civil society, and journalism is so important. We need to have constructive criticism, opposition. You need internal tension and debate. That is the lifeblood of democracy. Otherwise, democracy cannot survive. And that is what the resolution says. We're not looking to preach to Kyrgyzstan. We are calling on Kyrgyzstan
to allow criticism, diversity of opinion. We need that to be possible when you have a sturdy partnership with a country. Kyrgyzstan needs to value the wealth of its journalism, its media, its pluralism in the media. That's in the interests of citizens and the country's future. Thank you.
Thank you, and I will give the floor to the next author, Mr. Petras Austrevicius. Please, the floor is yours.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, colleagues, Kyrgyzstan's political landscape remains turbulent and volatile, with deteriorating democratic standards and human rights. The government's ambition to control and influence and ultimately silence the independent media and critical voices are growing frighteningly repressive. We urgently call on the Kyrgyz authorities to release all detained human rights defenders, journalists and media workers, and to stop the ongoing crackdown on independent media and free expression. Such actions in no way strengthen Kyrgyzstan's statehood. We urge the Commission to assess the human rights situation in Kyrgyzstan when evaluating the trade preferences granted by GSP+. The Kyrgyz authorities need to be reminded of the fulfillment of their international commitments. Thank you.
Thank you, and now I give the floor to our next author, Madame Viola von Kramon Tabadel. 1.5 minutes. Thank you.
Mr. President, Commissioner, dear colleagues, in 1991, Kyrgyzstan is newly independent with a vibrant civil society and free media. It's the most democratic state in Central Asia. But it's not 1991, it's 2023. Today, democratic standards and human rights have deteriorated. Journalists are illegally arrested and expelled, and freedom of media and expression are suppressed. The so-called false information and foreign agent bills are just another tool for the autocratic elites to intimidate and silence opponents. They will help them consolidate their rule and persecute journalists and human rights defenders. President Chaparov has never hidden his dislike of independent NGOs. This bill's spillover effect will be disastrous for the region, plunging Central Asia into even deeper autocracy. And what are we doing? What is the EU doing? Oh, we are extending lucrative GSP Plus deals to Kyrgyzstan, allowing the ruling elite to enjoy generous trade preferences. And don't forget the complete elimination of tariffs on 66% of all products exported to the EU. Colleagues, our market power should go hand in hand with our normative power. Human rights and fundamental freedoms are not for sale, especially considering the growing autocratic influence from China and Russia in Central Asia. Trade benefits must be based on a minimum standard of democracy. We can and we must do better. Let's do better together for Kyrgyzstan and for Europe. Thank you.
Thank you, and now I give the floor to the representative of the EPP, Mr. Jerzy Pospišil.
Thank you very much. I would like to follow on what my predecessor said. It is not really easy to watch the situation in Kyrgyzstan. The situation is getting worse. There's lots of pressure exerted by the president and by the governing powers. A typical example was a pressure on the radio Free Europe. Accounts of this radio were blocked. Its websites were blocked as well. A decision has been made by the court, even though it hasn't entered into force, that this radio has to cease all its activities. And we can say that such steps against independent media are unacceptable. And this is not only about the media, this is about various actions taken against human rights activists. I think we have to say very clearly this is not acceptable from our partners.
Thank you, and now I give the floor to Madam Carina Olsen for 1 minute.
Thank you very much. Over the past 10 years, democracy is sliding backwards worldwide, and we are at the same level we are as we were before the fall of the the Berlin Wall. And there are countries that had been moving towards democracy but are now slipping backwards. Even in countries such as Afghanistan, Tunisia, Poland, we're seeing the same thing. Democracy is receding. And everywhere we see an element in common, and that is that limits are imposed on the rights of journalists. People are being silenced. Criticism is being silenced. There is the repression of women's rights, the repression of minority rights as well. The first step is always to attack journalists, and then militants are put in prison, or the leaders of organisers, are put in prison as well. And we do in the EU have to defend fundamental rights, and therefore very clearly we do have to express.
Thank you. And now I give the floor to Mr. Thierry Maria.
Thank you.
Since its independence in 1991, Kyrgyzstan has made huge progress in economic and development and civic rights. It is a benchmark in Central Asia. When I was at the Council of Europe Parliamentary Assembly, it was held up as an example of democracy. So let's not underestimate their efforts as a former communist country. So what do we have in this resolution on Kyrgyzstan? We're accusing it of shutting down media that is publishing propaganda during a time of conflict. Now, that ban has been lifted once the media company agreed to take down a video, a contentious video. So the European Parliament has issued criticism. Really, Kyrgyzstan is just enforcing its laws. We should not be jumping on the first opportunity to criticise a country. This resolution serves no purpose. It should be withdrawn. The radio or the media company is once again free to broadcast. So there's no point to this resolution.
Thank you.
Procedure, I have 2 speakers on the list, and I will give the floor to Eugen Tamak. Floor is yours.
Vă mulțumesc, domnule președinte. După prăbușirea URSS...
Thank you very much, President. After the collapse of the USSR in Kyrgyzstan, it didn't seem as if democracy could be consolidated, and we thought there'd be no respect for democracy. But as the years wore on, it proved possible in this country to develop a democracy and expand it. Over recent years, however, the situation has changed, and democracy is ailing. This applies to many post-Soviet republics who are more and more falling under the thrall of the Russian Federation, and free democracy, freedom of opinion and human rights and other values which constitute democracy cannot be sidelined by a regime which thinks it can control people's thoughts.
Thank you. Next speaker is Katarina Roth-Nevedalova. Floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Chair. Dear colleagues, in Kyrgyzstan we are witnessing a deficit of freedom of speech. Our colleagues, the Social Democrats, are being persecuted. Activist Ayjan Mirsan, for her criticism of the president, was sentenced to a large sum. Deputy Kadir Atambayev was fined heavily for his criticism and allegations of corruption towards capital city officials. It is unacceptable to hold trials against deputies for their opinions and statements. Media outlet Bishkek 24 was also convicted for airing the deputy's opinion. Koitash event court case has been ongoing for 4 years, and the statements of 1,700 victims during the military suppression of the civilian population is not being considered by law enforcement agencies. Women, deputies, people with disabilities have been forced to attend court hearings 3-4 days a week for the trials, and all of them lost their jobs and ability to earn. The freedom of public organizations is also under the threat. There is a continuing attempt to raid Social Democratic Party of Kyrgyzstan, whose computers, equipment, offices, bank accounts of the Social Democratic Party has been closed and sealed for over 4 years. And this is unacceptable for the democratic state. Even request something to happen, and the Kyrgyzstan has to remain the democratic country as we would like to. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are closing KHI procedure, and now I would like to give a floor for the Commissioner. Commissioner McGuinness, floor is yours.
Thank you, President. Honourable members, the European Union is extremely concerned about the Kyrgyz Republic's recent decisions around freedom of expression, freedom of speech and freedom of the media. The new draft law on mass media, in addition to the previously adopted law on the protection against false, unreliable information, is worrying. We are closely following deliberations in the Kyrgyz Parliament. Since 2021, when the law on disinformation was introduced in Kyrgyzstan, the Ministry of Culture is legally entitled to shut down any media outlet it deems problematic. It allows the government to block certain types of information without a court order, solely on the basis of a complaint by either a private person or a legal entity. This is a blatant violation of the right to freedom of expression. We are also witnessing serious threats against human rights activists and journalists, for example, against Mr. Bolat Temirov, who was illegally expelled to Russia in May 2022. And we're seriously concerned by the recent court decision to close Azatak Media, the local branch of Radio Free Europe. We are systematically raising our concerns about the freedom of press and media in Kyrgyzstan, as well as general concerns about the human rights situation with the Kyrgyz authorities at every level. During the annual EU-Kyrgyzstan Human Rights Dialogue in September 2022, we expressed strong concerns about the negative trend for fundamental human rights, notably the shrinking space for civil society and the increasing pressure on freedom of speech. We also raised a number of individual cases, including those of the journalists Mr. Bolat Temirov and Kamil Reziev. We reiterated our concerns during the latest Cooperation Council with Kyrgyzstan on November the 15th, 2022 in Brussels. The signature and entry into force of the Enhanced Partnership and Cooperation Agreement with the Kyrgyz Republic will strengthen our partnership, but also increase the EU's leverage. As part of the agreement, both the EU and Kyrgyzstan commit to respecting democratic principles, human rights and fundamental freedoms, and the principles of the rule of law. The EU will continue to support human rights activists and civil society in Kyrgyzstan, as we do worldwide. This is a fundamental principle of the European Union. The EU frequently issues statements in support of activists who are under pressure by law enforcement and attends and monitors court cases where human rights activists are involved. In the last 20 years, we have provided more than €30 million to projects related to rule of law and human rights. For example, with our ongoing Monitoring for Justice project, we are supporting the Kyrgyz state and civil society in putting in place monitoring mechanisms to improve scrutiny of human rights compliance, identifying protection gaps, and continue to effective enforcement. The EU delegation is currently also evaluating new proposals for additional EU-funded civil society initiatives. At the same time, the Kyrgyz Republic has committed to upholding universal human rights internationally. And as a current member of the UN Human Rights Council, it bears a special responsibility in this regard. Honourable members, let me reassure you that the EU will continue monitoring developments in Kyrgyzstan closely, and we will continue calling on the authorities for accountability if they do not respect fundamental rights enshrined in the country's constitution, its laws and the international conventions it has signed up to. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner.
Dear colleagues, I have received 6 motions for resolutions to conclude this debate. The debate has been closed and the vote will take place tomorrow. The next item on our agenda is the explanation of votes, and we start with the report by Alessandra Moretti, the Eco-Design Regulation, and we give the floor to Mr. Polchak.
Děkuji, pane předsedo. Já jsem
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a draft resolution which I supported because it helps protect environment from a number of points of view. First of all, there are standards and requirements related to eco-design of products, which leads to sustainability and which should minimize negative impact on climate issues. Then there is also energy efficiency, which is one of the benefits. And resources, coordination of eco-design at EU level is something which brings a unified framework for producers. That minimizes bureaucracy and administrative burden. This could help competitiveness of European companies. It can also help innovations. And it's important to mention that this regulation also sets out requirements for energy efficiency of products. Obviously, this helps save up energy and emissions. Generally speaking, this regulation is definitely a good step forward to protect environment. Thank you.
Thank you. The next report is by Mr. Cesar Luena about the nature restoration. And now, Mr. Christian Terhes.
Colleagues, I voted against the EU Nature's Restoration Law because it will decimate the income of farmers, diminish food security, damage rural Romania, and impoverish millions by increasing food and energy costs. For sure, more can be done to enhance biodiversity and save the forests, but this law is not about that. This law is about destroying agriculture and the production of natural food. This would lead to severe food shortage and consequently an increase in good costs. All these insane proposals in this law are done under the pretext to reduce the carbon emissions, which is a total scientific nonsense, unless you want to control the population and impoverish it. Carbon dioxide is necessary for photosynthesis, which is necessary for the plants to produce oxygen. The world's climate has always changed, even before human beings were on this earth, and will always change. The idea that by killing cows or extra taxing meat or milk, the world's climate will change is simply ridiculous. This law will destroy rural areas and will cause a severe shortage of food, part of the reason why I voted against it. Thank you.
Thank you. And now I give the floor to Mr. Chris McManus for 1 minute.
The nature restoration law endorsed today was an important step in placing the reversing of widespread loss of flora and fauna to the top of the agenda. But we must ensure that farmers are fully involved in this process. We need to address their concerns. The Parliament's endorsement of Sinn Féin's amendment on having a national socio-economic impact assessment to tailor any measures or plan to suit Irish food producers is a welcome one. However, for this law to make headway, we need to be pragmatic. It is crucial that the Irish Government and the EU ensure that there will be voluntary re-wetting, safeguarding of Irish family farmers' livelihoods, especially our hill farmers, and participation of stakeholders in decision-making on any measures and plans locally. Further, new dedicated funding and revenue streams for farmers, foresters and fishers alike to incentivise rather than penalise. This needs to be any part of any final package, and we in Sinn Féin will keep pushing for these. Gurmai Give Galer.
Thank you. And now I give the floor to Mr. Polchak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have also supported this law. I believe that the European Parliament should express its position before the trialogue starts. We are witnessing ill landscapes around us, and we can postpone their treatment no more. Birds are disappearing. Pollinators are disappearing, and we need to move on. We need to accept tasks to create new landscapes, and also to take all stakeholders on board. I would make no exemptions. Farmers need to be on board. anybody who is involved in taking care of our land need to be involved. Food security will be provided for only if we protect our land and countryside.
Thank you. Our next explanation of votes will be on the accession to the Schengen area, and I give the floor to Mr. Terhes.
Thank you. Din 2021, Consiliul încalcă flagrant dreptul României.
Thank you very much. The Council does not respect Romania's right to be part of Schengen, even though Romania does meet all the necessary conditions. And the cost is being borne by the Romanian economy, and this means that there are queues at the borders, and these lead to losses of millions of euros. And here we are asking for things to be changed and for Romania. Romania should not be the victim here of blackmail. We should be able to be part of Romania. We are at the end of the colonial era now, you know. We don't want any privileges. We want our rights to be guaranteed. We meet the conditions, and therefore Romania ought to be part of the Schengen area. And this has been the case for a long time now. And that is why I am asking the Council to allow Romania to join in 2023.
Thank you. The next explanation of votes will be on the situation in Lebanon. And now I give the floor to Mr. Jiří Pospíšil.
Děkuji pěkně, pane předsedající.
Thank you, Mr. President. I've supported this resolution because I believe that this is exactly a policy the EU should be doing towards countries' potential sources of migration. Lebanon used to be understood as a Switzerland of the Middle East, is at present in a deep crisis. We need to communicate with the government. We need to support them in any way possible to prevent people leaving from that country. Hundreds of thousands might land in Europe, and this is exactly a non-violent consensual policy, and that's why I supported this draft resolution.
Thank you, and now I give the floor to Mr. Eugen Tomak.
Domnule președinte,
Thank you, President. Lebanon is grappling with an unprecedented crisis, economic, social, financial, health crisis. I saw that firsthand when I traveled to Lebanon recently. Most people there live in poverty with no access to basic services, medical health care, and the like. The European Union needs to live up to its commitments, support the country. We need to help Lebanon to move beyond crisis towards stabilization. We need to show solidarity to the country and promote democracy and freedom around the world. The European Union needs to galvanize resources to ensure sustainable influence, ensure that the Lebanese people are protected and supported. Thank you.
Thank you. The next explanations will be on the state of the EU and Cuba PDCA, taking into account the recent visit of the High Representative. And now I give the floor to Mr. Wallace.
At the last plenary, we listened to High Representative Borrell report back from his visit to Cuba in May, and he was strong in his responses to attacks by the far right on the EU-Cuba political dialogue and cooperation agreement. Borrell acknowledged the extensive reform process undertaken in Cuba, initiated by Raul Castro's transition government. Reforms around the private sector, the most progressive family code in the world, and a series of high turnout elections. Those criticising the PDCA call out human rights abuses in Cuba, but are silent on the human rights impact of the illegal US blockade of the island. They deny the achievements of the Cuban government in the face of relentless economic terrorism. the democratic provision of nutrition, healthcare, education, housing and employment, advances in sustainable agriculture, medical care and technology. If we genuinely care about Cuba, we will be doing more to circumvent sanctions, not calling for more punishment for the Cuban people.
Thank you. The next explanations of votes will be on the Montserrat report, the COVID-19 pandemic lessons learned and recommendations for the future, and I give the floor to Mr. Tomak.
Vă mulțumesc, domnule președinte.
Thank you very much, President. Dealing with the pandemic crisis was a real test for the EU. We saw back then how many weaknesses there were in the EU health systems, and it's important that we stood shoulder to shoulder with one another in solidarity. This pandemic threw up many questions. Our citizens want answers to these questions. In future, we must be geared up and deal more professionally with such crises. And it goes without saying that we need to take more efficient preventative measures so that the citizens are sure they can rely on us. I'm sure that the European Union will shoulder more responsibilities in terms of health.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Madam Rosa D'Amato for 1 minute.
Thank you, President. It's a weak report, inadequate. I voted against it. It took no account of austerity programs which had such an effect on public health. Millions went to pharmaceutical companies and their patents. Then we were looking at the public contracts for vaccines, and we were also looking at it had an effect on the rights and also looking at and work. We had the Green Pass, which did not work. It is weak on the effects of pharmacovigilance and also on responsibility and guarantees as well. There is a positive note, and that is to have a public infrastructure in Europe for the development of new drugs. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And now I will give the floor to Mr. Terhes.
I voted against the COVID community report because not only it is justifying the abuses that happened during the lockdown, but it is creating the premise for such abuses to be employed again by the governments against the people in the future. I was one of the MEPs who fought for freedom and who asked numerous specific questions during the pandemic. We asked to see, for example, in full the contract signed by Ursula von der Leyen with the Big Pharma, but we were refused. We asked to see the mobile text messages exchanged between Ursula von der Leyen and the CEO of Pfizer, but again we were refused. We asked that the Commission's President be called before the COVID committee to answer questions. We were refused again. The COVID report is testament that the massive and systematic cover-up of the incompetence of the European Commission and the corruption of Ursula von der Leyen. The cover-up was carried out by EPP, SD and Renew political groups who decided to put their obedience to the Big Pharma and Ursula von der Leyen over the rights and dignity of the EU citizens. I call, therefore, on all the EU citizens not to vote EPP, SD and Renew in any office in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next explanations of votes will be on the INSER report, relations with the Palestinian Authority. And I give the floor to Mr. Jerzy Pospíšil.
Děkuji pěkně, pane předsedající.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to explain this vote because I did not support this resolution on Palestinian Authority. I did not. And the reason is that I'm convinced that this report is, vis-à-vis Palestinian Authority, way too positive. And it doesn't take into account that the main partner, at least that's how I see things, for EU member states is Israel. Democracy that works with us intensely, while Palestinian Authority is connected with so many problems, such as for quite some time there haven't been elections to make the authority legitimate. And this is how I see it. I don't think the Palestinian Authority is fighting sufficiently against terrorism. That's my view. That's why I would personally be more strict. Thank you.
Thank you. And now I give the floor to Mr. McManus.
The situation in Palestine is dire, and the Israeli regime have prioritised making conditions in Palestine difficult for any free and democratic government to function. In the West Bank, nearly 200 permanent checkpoints, scores of barriers, a draconian permit regime, all supported by a repressive biometric surveillance system, continues to control and divide families. Tens of thousands of Palestinians are at risk of forced eviction by the Israelis, who in parallel kill innocents and destroy refugee camps and homes. It's a shame that today I was forced to vote against the report on Palestine, courtesy of deplorable amendments by the ECR trying to wrongly link legitimate criticism of the Israeli state with anti-Semitism, whilst ignoring Israeli crimes and suffocation of Palestinian statehood and democratic government. It seems they are content as mouthpieces for the Israeli regime. However, be clear on this. There are many of us who will continue to challenge you as apologists for annexation, apartheid and occupation.
Thank you. And the next explanations of votes will be on Santosh report, 2022 report on Albania. And now I give the floor to Mr. Pospíšil.
Děkuji pěkně, pane předsedající.
Thank you, Chair. I supported this report. I supported this annual report on Albania. I think that we have to pay much more attention to West Balkan countries, especially those who are candidate countries. The political situation is changing. Russia shows its interests and influence not only in post-Soviet countries, but also in the region of West Balkans. And we have to see and support the common values we have with these countries, and we have to do all we can to show these countries a clear way towards the European Union. And this is not just an empty praise for me. I think this is very important, especially in view of the war in Ukraine. And I think this report is really appropriate, even though it mentions some problems this country still has, for instance, when it comes to its judicial system. Russia is trying to be very active in West Balkans, and it is trying to do all it can to make sure these countries do not get into the European Union.
Thank you. The next explanations of votes will be on the Berger's report on the financial activities of the European Investment Bank Annual Report 2022, and I give the floor to Mr. Tomak.
Thank you, President. I voted in favour of this report. It recognises the importance of the European Investment Bank for the European Union. The bank played a key role in breaking or bridging the investment gap to achieve growth. It is very important to free up funding for the recovery programmes through the EIB. We know that the Russian war of aggression is decimating Ukraine, and it is important that resources be made available for rebuilding Ukraine, for recovery. It's very important that funding be made available. The EIB support for Romanians in the Moldovan Republic is also important. Kremlin is also looking to exert control there. It's very important for partner countries that we continue this support to put.
Dear colleagues, with this we conclude the explanation of votes on our agenda. The next meeting will start tomorrow, that is on Thursday, the 13th of July at 9 o'clock. The agenda has been published and is available on the website of the European Parliament, and the minutes of this meeting will be submitted to the Parliament for approval tomorrow early in the afternoon. And with this I conclude this meeting.